T, Las Vegas, the grandest stage of them all. We are just one short week away from the largest Golden Tee World Championship in history. The bright lights, the high-tension atmosphere, the best players in the world, but only one can be crowned champion. Who will harness the ice in their veins and rise to the occasion? Who will cement their legacy and board their flight home as the 2024 Golden Tee World Champion? This is the Road to Worlds.
Paul Taylor is the reigning world champion. In 2023, he broke through the mold and put on a stellar performance to claim his title. Could he be the one to win back-to-back world championships?
My name is Paul Taylor. I play on screen as the House and the current reigning world champion of Golden Tee. When I'm not playing Golden Tee, I like to find a casino, spin some slots. Also, stocking a pond with some goldfish and some koi, which is I find very entertaining. In preparation for a big tournament, I try to play the courses or the holes that I find the most challenging to the point where I feel like I can hit a shot under any amount of stress or pressure. I've got some folks from back home traveling out to Vegas for Worlds this year, celebrating a friend's birthday, and I want to make sure those guys see a good show.
Miss Paige Gossett is going to bring your check up here for you. Anything else you want to say, Mr. New World Champion? Here's to Paul Anthony Luna.
It's crossed my mind that I should probably prepare some thoughts in case I do end up on the podium again. My favorite thing about Golden Tee is the competition and the feeling you get from a win or even a big loss. And there's no bigger magnifying lens than the World Championship for those feelings. The house always wins.
Andy Haas is a two-time Golden Tee World Champion and one of the greatest players to ever grace a track ball. Will he cement his legacy and become the first ever three-time World Champion?
Andy Haas, two-time world champion, plays Ship It, and won 30-plus national tournaments. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is, besides spending time with my wife and son, is to play golf. It is. My son has started to come and play with me a couple times a week. He's getting really good. He's excited to come to a tournament soon, and yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Future world champion?
I don't know about that, but I mean, he's getting there. And for me, I just getting ready for a tournament. I try to play just as many games as possible. That's how I get ready. I just get that muscle memory and just play as much as possible and go from there. Well, I feel like the mental is a big thing, but if I don't have reps, if I'm not playing, I'm not going to be comfortable. Even if I see the right shot, I just might not. So that's why I like to have a lot of reps, so the physical part is not second nature, and the mental is all I can focus on.
Andy has got a chance here to force a sudden death. As he pulls back the track ball, swing it to the left, and
got a good line. He's got a good line.
Unbelievable! Are you kidding me? Holy folks!
Incredible.
Wow!
It's why we watch. This is absolutely madness.
I don't know that I hold myself to a higher standard than any other top player. I may be more outwardly emotive than other guys, and so it might seem like that. But I think we're all, when you don't live up to what you're capable of, it's frustrating, and maybe I show that a little more than others sometimes. But I don't think I'm unique in that regard. Goal for Worlds this year, obviously I want to win, but I haven't had a podium there since I won in 2016. So historically for me, Worlds has been a feast or famine. It's either a win or something much less than that. So hoping for a good year this year. My favorite part about competing for Worlds is just the stakes. I mean, you know, we're playing for a lot of money, and just not even just the money, just the prestige of the title, and so it feels like a different tournament because it is, and so it makes each match that much more, you know, consequential. And I like playing with a lot on the line. I hope the passion and enjoyment that I show when I'm playing the game, I hope that it makes them bigger fans of the game, and I hope it's fun to watch.
Ed Godfrey has been going through a renaissance in his Golden Tee career, boasting a second-place finish at last year's World Championship. Watch out for Eddie G this year. He will be a tough competitor on the grand stage, especially with some of the amazing shots he creates.
My name is Ed Godfrey. I go by Eddie G, and I finished second in the World Championship 2023. So my routine lately is ramping up like the amount of games that I'll play. Like usually, like when I have a tournament coming up, like I'm going like full speed. I'm playing as much as possible, like almost daily if I can do it. This is actually pretty funny. So I just recently found pickleball, which is like sweeping the nation, right? I used to play tennis back in high school, and just recently, like I found pickleball, and it's great. I love it because I don't have to run around like a big tennis court. My goals for Worlds and the National Golden Tee Tour is to, first off, finally get a PEGT victory, because I've been top 4 finisher numerous times. And obviously my goal for the World Championship is being so close last year. Like I really feel like I can compete, and I'm going to be, you know, someone that's going to be in the mix this year. What sets Worlds apart for me is the competition is so huge, and it's completely different. Like there are so many good players there. Like you have to have your A game. So what I have to say about my family, friends, and fans, up until like probably the last year, my kids have gotten older, and my wife has started to come to tournaments, which has been really great. And when she doesn't come, she's always putting me on the stream for my kids to watch, and I love that. Like, and they'll call me like when I'm not playing and let me know, hey Dad, you know, I saw you on the stream, and it's really the best thing. And as far as the fans go, like I love meeting new people that say, hey, I watched you on the stream, like I really love your game, like that means a lot to me, you know, and those are the type of people where I try to play like a few games with them, like because, you know, like it's the first time they're meeting people that they're used to watching, right? So that, like I try to actively go out and try to play with them for sure.
Paul Anthony Luna won his first Golden Tee World Championship back in 2022. Although his national tour performance so far this year is not what we expect from this dynamo, it is certain that his World's performance will be fireworks.
My name is Paul Luna. My handle in the game is Luna. I'm the 2022 World Champion, the 2-time TOC World Champion, and 12-time PEGT Tour Champion.
Yeah, but even with these two guys, as great as they are, we've seen some ridiculous missed putts. This hole has decided this for people.
Who needs a missed
my
putts
goodness!
when you hole out?
Luna holing out, and the look on Eddie Haas's face says it all.
My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee is probably sing karaoke. What I like about karaoke is the fact that I can sing, which I love to do, and I love music in general, so being able to sing in front of an audience is exciting. When getting ready for a big tournament, my routine is usually to play more games than I'm playing normally. That's basically it. And then I will a lot of times take a day off right before the tournament to kind of relax and bring things in. It's a calming thing, you know. My goal for Worlds obviously is to win it. Competing at Worlds is different because, for one, it's in Vegas, and it's the pinnacle of Golden Tee prowess. It's the most sought after title in my opinion, and it's the most prestigious. Yeah, I would just like to say thank you for all your support. It means a lot to me that I have this giant support system and just people that that I love and love me. I feel really fortunate.
Joe Masara is one of the strongest competitors in all of Golden Tee golf. He is a two-time National Tour Player of the Year winner. The only feather missing from his cap is a first-place victory to earn himself a World Championship title.
I'm Joe Masara. I go by Giuseppe. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I'm the two-time Top Gun tournament winner and the 2023 Missouri Open winner. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee would probably be spend time with my family and do some gaming. I enjoy gaming a lot with friends, kind of late at night and sometimes into the early morning, unfortunately. I try not to put too much pressure on myself. I like to try and keep things light, keep the expectations low and just play my game and kind of just let fate kind of do what it's supposed to do, and whatever happens. The goal is always to win, but to obviously as well, entertain people, through my play and hopefully inspire people to want to play as well. Well, to most, they may look like high tension. I think, some of the more unusual shots that I might hit seem unusual to everyone else. Seem like they'd be high pressure, high risk, but it's more of a comfort for me. Obviously, having a lot of experience with the daily contest and learning from some of the greats over time, and just picking brains, and learning a lot about the game and how it works as well. The atmosphere, the energy, knowing that winning the World Championships is the pinnacle, that your name's going to kind of be etched in Golden Tee history forever. Because it's the Golden Tee's version of the Grand Slam, all kind of baked into one event. So you get one chance, and you just try your best to cement yourself into history. And the relationships that I've been able to build through Golden Tee is extremely meaningful to me. It's something that I cherish deeply, and to my family, I appreciate supporting doing what I do for a living and allowing me to do it, and causes it's pain sometimes, but it's really a blessing to be able to do it.
This is the first World Championship that Lowell Parks has ever qualified for. He's a much-loved personality among the GT community, but he will need to channel his inner flair for performance if he expects to make a run at this year's event.
My name is Lowell Park. My IGN is Den Grogu because I love The Mandalorian. I played a couple of shows here in town when we've had Golden Tee tournaments going on. I try to keep it quiet for Steve so he can keep people in the bar, but it's really great having the guys come out and support me and show them my other side of what I do, and really kind of shine and maybe show off a little bit for those guys. But it's such a great community to have all these guys come out and support me doing my thing. It's just fantastic. Other than Golden Tee and the band, obviously, me and my girlfriend love to go camping. Love being in the outdoors. She's my soulmate. So, everything that we do together, like we love going on these adventures and going on road trips and stuff like that. And then obviously taking care of my kids is one of my passions as well. But yeah, and I love cooking. Cooking is my thing. I've actually never qualified for Worlds before, so I've never experienced it. So I've heard stories and I've seen guys go and show up and make it, like Dave Sandmeyer. But I've actually never been to Worlds before. But I can just imagine when you're on that stage, when you're you're among the elite players in the world, and I was just excited to make it. It was a grind. I probably DNF'd about 80 to 90 games. But I just had my mindset that I was going to do it, and I kept doing it until I made it. So it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. All I have to say is that Din Grogu's making a run this year. I'm hoping to make the main bracket in Vegas. But other than that, I love you all. I appreciate all your support, your love, everything you do for me. I can't thank you enough.
The gambler Ryan McCook is a veteran of the game and a wild card in this year's World Championship. When he is on top of his game, he has proven that he has ice in his veins. McCook thrives on the pressure.
My name is Ryan McCook. I am the gambler, and I'm still learning this game to try to be better. So when I prepare for a big tournament, it's definitely it's a process. So you have to monitor, drinking. You got to make sure you sleep, make sure you eat. You're with all your friends. You want to have a great time, but at the same time, you're there to win money and play well at the thing that you love. To me, it's very, very important to have a good balance. So, you have to balance the social aspect of it. And then you have to make yourself go home at 10 or 11 o'clock before the tournament, before qualifying, and make sure you feel good for the next day. So I'm going to Vegas this year solo. I will be focusing on Golden Tee this year, not playing real golf. I'm going to treat it very much like a job. So, obviously I want to win. I know I can win. It will be just ultimate focus and, doing the best that I can.
Must make for the future Hall of Famer McCook. Shots away, looks away. And what a shot this is going to be in, and he nailed it! Oh my goodness! Hall of Famer! What a shot from the gambler!
That match with Bryce Lepic was incredible. It was probably one of the best matches ever recorded on YouTube. I knew I had to hold, obviously, either 17 or 18. I was one down. We both played pretty much perfect the entire time. When I got to 18, I saw what he did. He had a high tee, regular driver, just let it float down. He hit the exact shot he's supposed to hit, totally safe. There's no risk, easy putt. So I had to be more aggressive. So I had to go at the hole no matter what. My favorite part competing with Worlds is just it's our grand championship. So it's something that I've played this game for so long. I truly love the people in the game. It's truly a fraternity, high school reunion, kind of all mixed in. We all get along. There's never, drama or anything like that. And we just have a great time. So to be able to compete and have a chance to win ultimately makes me happy. It's more about the social aspect, to be with my friends and compete in something that I love. And if I can beat them at it, then, more the better. I will reach out to my parents for supporting me and loving me no matter what. They're obviously a huge part of my life, and they allow me to do what I can do, and it's truly. So my dad is very, strict kind of guy. He's an accountant, CFO for a lot of places, and he never understood Golden Tee. So like, as he's retired now and he's older, he understands that it's a passion of mine, and you know, he supports me and loves me for what I want to do. So that's important to me.
2024 marks the second time that Gordy Brown is attending the World Championship. Through repetition and dedication, he is trying to improve upon last year's performance and position himself in the gold bracket.
Gordy Brown. I go by Downtown on Golden Tee for Downtown Gordy Brown. I'm from Lake Orion, Michigan. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee, personally, would be hunting. I have a lot of hobbies, but hunting is probably my top one. Everything that goes with it, shooting, bows, guns. Routine-wise, I just play a lot more. I try to ramp up my play like within the 2 weeks prior and just play as much as I can, or if there's certain holes that I'm not like 100% positive on, I just try to work on those. And I know when I play a lot more, I play better. So yes, I started playing Golden Tee in 2012 or 2013. I was on a softball team and we were sponsored by Cheers in Orlando, and one of the guys said, hey, let's go play Golden Tee, and I had no idea what it was. Played a game and got hooked ever since. And then, well, I say ever since, but I kind of stopped playing for 5 or 6 years and then just got back into it a couple of years ago. And then in the last year to 2 years, you know, tried to take it a lot more serious. Qualified and played in Worlds last year for my first time. Didn't do as well as I wanted to, so I was kind of determined to do better this year. I qualified on Red Sands this year, and I'm getting really excited. There's just so many good people and people that I call friends now that, you know, didn't have years ago. So that's the fun side of it. But yes, I am super competitive. I do not like to lose at anything. And it's frustrating that I'm not as good as some of the people. So I look at some of the players that are better than me and I just say, why can't I do that? And then try to get better. That's really my goal. And I would love to podium at a tournament and potentially win one someday. Probably not soon, but we'll see. My honest goal this year, I would say successful Worlds would probably be making the top 32 and making the main bracket. I would love to make the main bracket and win a match or two. To my family, my wife's very supportive, especially when I went through qualifying and went out late nights and multiple nights and things like that. So she's always encouraging me to go play, which is very nice. I couldn't imagine if I didn't have a supportive family. I probably don't have any fans, so no, I'm excited. I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm going to keep trying to get better.
Sean Gervais is a dark horse. He started the year off hot with a second-place finish in Florida and a first-place finish in Wisconsin. He has a unique approach to shot shaping and will try to swerve his way to his first World Championship.
My name is Sean Gervais, and I'm playing currently as Whoop That Trick. It's kind of a wrestling reference, if you don't know wrestling, but whatever. But so far, it's been a pretty good year. Obviously, second place in Orlando, and slightly disappointed the way that ended. So I was like, we need to finish the story in Wisconsin, and sure enough, I did. My favorite thing to do outside of Golden Tee currently is poker. Because of no more casinos now in Texas, playing a lot of poker. My favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. A lot of guys like to warm up and just, you know, get warmed up. I can come right in and just get to it. I've never really broken through at Worlds other than like a 7th, 8th, I believe. And I love the way I'm playing this year, and I feel like this could be it. Sets me apart is the way I shape my shots different mainly than everyone else. I mean, there's a lot of people straight thumb things, or I pretty much swerve everything into the wind. My game, really. come out and support me in in Vegas. It's gonna be fun, and I'm ready to put on a show.
As the sun sets in Las Vegas, we are only one day closer to the World Championship. The bright lights of Las Vegas set an electric atmosphere for the championship stage. The biggest prize pool in Golden Tee history and eternal glory are up for grabs. Will we see our first three-time world champion? Will an underdog emerge from the pack and set a new standard of greatness? When the smoke clears and the dust settles, who will shine the brightest? Tune in next week, starting Thursday and all weekend long, to see the best Golden Tee players on the planet battle it out in the pinnacle of competition.
Good morning, everybody. It is the kickoff to Championship Sunday here at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I am Kevin Lindsay, soon to be joined by Adam Kramer. We're kicking off with the silver bracket matches. Follow along at goldentee.com under the Las Vegas World Championship tab. And we've got some action ready to go. And at noon, we'll start calling championship brackets matches. And we'll see what happens with our top qualifier, Paul Anthony Luna.
Miller Haas, you're on the clock. You've got 5 minutes to get the machine 12.
Get off. All right. Speak of him and he shall appear, Mr. Kramer. And we'll get the brackets posted in the YouTube chat as well. A lot to talk about in this silver bracket. Unfortunately, a lot more damage done by Cumberland 17 and 18.
Yeah.
Mostly 18, but a handful of people I know right off the top of my head, with all due respect to them, two-time world champion Greg Kinsler sent to the silver bracket because of Cumberland 18. Brandon Robinson, a former top 4 competitor in the world championship, sent into the silver bracket because of a couple of holes on Cumberland as well.
What was interesting with 18 is we saw it yesterday. The first group of guys seemed to navigate it just fine. I think that was Paul Luna's heat. And then from there, it was carnage, right? It was carnage. So in 17, of course, we talked about quite a bit in that shot. And
nobody on the stream made it look hard.
But talking to a couple of guys out there, I know that was the cut difference between for a lot of folks, right? And, again, a shot that, depending on what golf ball you played, probably reacted a little bit differently. So
yeah, and again, you have a handful of kind of upsets on Saturday in the qualifier. But now that it's Championship Sunday, you're going to have quite a bit of them in both brackets as we, crown a silver bracket champion and then, of course, a 2024 Golden Tee World Champion.
Yeah, this is a day. This is a day of Golden Tee. We talked about yesterday maybe learning shots. Today is really about, enduring. Make it through the day. Try to stay unbeaten as long as you can, whether you're playing for silver, whether you're playing for gold. No matter what you do, don't get into the loser side. Now, with all that being said, Rick Copperthorne, who we saw on the mobile side of on the mobile championship, he lost very early and was able to win a championship, but he had to win 10 matches in a row to do it.
Yeah, and that was only in a and that was in a much.
Do you want to avoid that?
Yes, take out the stress of those. That losing bracket. Now, again, we've seen plenty of world championships where somebody has kind of risen from the losers bracket, but again, you want to have the opportunity where we've got open games in the back where, like an Andy Haas or somebody, or, typically warms up, stay warm. You'd rather be in that position where you got to worry about keeping up and staying warm versus, wait, I got to play again in another 5 minutes.
It's a high-stress day then. I mean, it's all high-stress to begin with, but you'd like to avoid that as much as you can. The same thing we talked about, that 30-foot left 2 putt early on in your round. When you're, playing for your bracket life throughout the entire day, it could be a lot. So to be honest, we have to get into the match play mindset. We watched a lot of games yesterday where guys were just playing the courses. Today, that's not the case. And I'm very happy here as we get going to see a little kangaroo. Yeah, right, because yesterday we only saw 5 courses. It was interesting talking to some of the players, by the way, with TPC Summerlin. And again, even though our perception was those guys early on were on fire, the perception from the group is like, man, I wasn't ready to chip under high pressure, and that course kind of tested me in a way that I didn't think, wow.
That was a beautiful shot by Jason there, Lo Ciavo.
So these are, again, to speak to the quality of this tournament, of course, is look at these matches, right? Look at the names up there. If you've been following competitive Golden Tee for a really long time, this is a, not what you expect.
And
in
it's
a
one
silver.
thing to be in a purple or a silver bracket at a national tournament event, but it's a whole other thing when you go through this qualifying process and, you have so much pressure that you probably put on yourself to make it. Jamie Arrington, this is her second world championship. Al Zarel has been playing as long as I've been in this community, 15 years at this point. And so I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that he's disappointed in his performance yesterday, but you can't go back and take those bad shots away from Saturday. Now you just need to maximize the good shots that you're going to have on Sunday. And that silver bracket championship is not anything to snuff at either. It's still a significant piece of the World Championship. And, you mentioned Kangaroo. The other thing that's really interesting is two very distinctly different courses.
Yes. Yeah,
going on here with these two matches.
I think, again, yesterday you're kind of following the leader when it comes to course by course. This is a much, much different beast. That's a good line.
Oh!
Good line.
And with Kangaroo, up until the later half of the course, you really have a lot of wide open spaces versus Manhattan. It is very tight. You see early on the drivable par fours, trees in your face that you're punching over, barely on hole 2. So I have a feeling that not just in this match, but potentially in other matches, that those trees are definitely going to come into play.
They will, and you're absolutely right on Kangaroo, which we did not see yesterday. We saw some of Manhattan. This is a really fun course. Of course, infamously has produced a 35 under from Greg Kinsler, who you mentioned earlier, and to me, kind of set the tone for the entire Golden Tee Live platform. So to have it here remastered. And also a relatively new course, too, right? We talked about the timing of when these things were released. This is not a course that our players have had for – granted, they've had the older version for almost 20 years. But
still, there's some differences. The tee boxes, you have more of the farther distance ones that players might not be used to, which is interesting for for a world championship because, again, if you've not put those reps in, it's definitely going to show come Championship Sunday. And, while these folks are playing, Paul Anthony Luna taking the number 1 qualifying spot, minus 142 under after 5 courses.
Yeah, we saw it on the stream. I'll say this. Our streaming folks did really well last night. I got a chance to catch up with Gordy Brown, who was our first, top overall qualifier after 1 course. And, of course, was leaking oil at the end. His words, not mine, although I think I said the same thing. And it was interesting talking to him about that because he said, once he got off of track, he couldn't get back on. And that happens. It's going to happen today, too, for some people, by the way.
Well, the nice thing for him is at least he was on the streaming machine. So, you probably are not going to have as many nerves because you were used to spending your entire Saturday afternoon with, thousands of people watching on social media.
Yeah, I think it's good point. We saw Andy Haas yesterday, who I think qualified 4th overall. That's great, but looked frustrated with his state of his game throughout much of the 5 rounds that we witnessed.
Yeah, the later afternoon rounds, a lot of holding his head, getting ready to toss that hat into the audience, I felt like, just because you are Andy, for Andy Haas, he's thinking you are 2-time world champ. You've won countless national tournaments and others. He expects greatness from him, and if he's not in that top spot, he is going to be frustrated.
And he was. Also hit some incredible shots as well. We saw Mr. Hickey, who really qualified quite well. I thought, with all the great shot points he piled up with, I believe he was number 3 overall. Was Hickey?
No, he was number 2. Clint Grover.
Clint Grover. Oh, wow.
Was actually number 3. Look at the difference. Both James Hickey and Clint Grover having 100 and minus 139. James Hickey having 226,000 great shot points to Clint Grover's 149,000. So a massive gap there to really separate second and third place. Mike Yeager, a really great qualifier for him, number 9. I bet you, and I know for a fact, he would say that is amazing. I would have taken the middle of that bracket, just because his play is kind of all over the place at Tournament Sundays, But I do want to shout out one guy in particular, Mike Andre. Believe hit his very first Golden Tee tournament, and he got into the championship bracket in the 32 spot with a 129 and 244,000 great shot points. So
how many other first and foremost, congratulations. That's a huge accomplishment. First tournament. My goodness.
Wow. Period. That I don't think you get that a lot. Where you've never been to an actual tournament and the first one you show up to is a world championship and you qualify out of 96 players in that top bracket.
How many other 129s were there?
A lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 129s.
Wow.
Robert Brown, Robert Washburn, James Duggan, Michael Arrington, Steve Kramer, Adam Harris, Blake Boyette, Steve Beatty, another big name who was in the top 4 of last year's championship bracket, being, stuck in the silver bracket. And we mentioned that yesterday. You're going to have some upsets, but it always is still shocking once you actually figure out who those names are and, really throws off the expectations that some of these top players have going into this weekend.
It is amazing. You mentioned Brandon Robinson, who shot a minus 127. You got to make the top 32, and we had 46th place was within 2 strokes, right? So 2 strokes. It's that close. It's you're one water ball. It's a missed putt here or there, right? That is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I'm only saying this because he said it. Well, actually, I talked to Brandon Robinson about his unfortunate mistakes he had on Cumberland, but I heard John Turturro say, Brandon and I flew all the way to Vegas to play each other because, they play every once in a while and, live like a few cities away from each other in the suburbs of Chicago. I expect a lot from Greg Kinsler today. Like I said earlier, you've made the mistakes. You're not in the gold bracket, but now is the time to capitalize on, hey, I'm in the silver bracket. Let's rock through it. And I expect to see some good play out of him today.
Yeah, very interested to see where motivation is for some of these guys or girls, in the instance here as we're watching, where your expectation is to make the main bracket and you're left to silver. Some guys will catch fire, right? You can catch fire from that. Others, maybe, the disappointment can linger, and, at some point you're going to have to try and catch up. Just looking through some of these brackets. Danny Boy and B-Man, there's a old schooler classic matchup.
Yeah, Tony Johnson, finding himself on the lower end of the bracket, but I talked to him this morning, the lower end of the qualifier, and he didn't really care.
Yeah.
And I mean that in a good way. Like, he was very relaxed and nonchalant. He's like, hey, I have not played a game of arcade in 3 months. He was happy to be here for Mobile Worlds. He was happy to qualify in the last chance target rush. And so for him, this is actually very interesting. Out of everybody in that bottom 12 spots, I have a good, strong feeling that Tony Johnson is going to be somebody who, you didn't have a great qualifier, but when it comes to old schooler, played a while, you shake, the cobwebs off and you get into that tournament mode, he is another guy that can really make a comeback and do something really cool today.
You mentioned Mike Andre, his first tournament, not exactly the greatest welcome gift in Paul Luna, the number 1 seed in that first match. But you know what? We had talked about it on our podcast. That's a really nice shot from Jamie Arrington. There have been a lot of upsets. Upsets have been, I think, one of the themes of the last, at least early on in the last couple of world championships that we've called, to really jostle that bracket loose. And, we're going to see some of that. And I'm looking at some of these championship matchups that are interesting. Jaeger versus Lannon, right? I talked to Jeff Lannon a little bit yesterday. Didn't qualify great up to his expectations, I think, at 24, but more than capable. Gordy Brown, who we saw yesterday, versus Evan Gossett. Gordy last night, kind of ready for the challenge, right? You're going to have to play him at some point. Chris Brewer versus Orlando Ayala. That's a really interesting, fun matchup there. Paul Taylor, Ed Godfrey is one of those two is going to have a loss, right? So that
a rematch from one of the matches at last year's World Championship.
But in round 1, That's a doozy.
Yeah, it's just so funny. You say this at every tournament because it always happens. You get those matchups that you're just not expecting to see at the very beginning. You're expecting that to be like a 7-8 or a 5-6 place, if not more, higher up in there. And it's just, this is part of what makes these tournaments great is, these interesting matchups, especially early on in the tournament.
Yep.
Appreciate everybody that's watching us live on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. If you have an opportunity, like that stream, share it, subscribe. Appreciate you guys joining us. Make sure you're following at Golden Tee as well on all social platforms. The team's been cranking out content. Sean, Cleo, Travis, of course, Andy Kuhlman in production and his team, and Richard King from Golden Tee TV jumping in and getting some pretty amazing photos all weekend long. So
yeah, and to echo that really quick, and hopefully we can say this multiple times, thank you to everybody who is here and not here. We have some folks back at home who have been helping us. IT folks that have been grinding not just the last couple of days, but really all week to make this thing happen. XP Network, who is here and working with us, and really excited about that partnership in terms of bracket management and really understanding the nuances of a Golden Tee tournament. And it's a lot. We are a lot. But we're thrilled to be with them because they, again, have been alongside with us. So there's a lot of people that make this thing go. And we obviously have a long day today, and then we have to start tearing down, but we're not going to talk about that.
And of course, Steve Sobel and Paige Gossett from Power Events,
yes.
Helping out with XP Network and
I just
the brackets
assume them
and all
as
that.
IT, by the way, at this
yeah,
point.
no, I mean they've been around for a while, but Steve, who we stuck in the corner on purpose so we can't see anything, appreciate him as always. Only saying that because Paige is the one wearing the inside headset, so he won't hear what I'm saying. But no, we appreciate everything they do for us, and somebody whose presence missed at one of these championship, thankfully, knock on wood, nothing has happened to need him, but Russ Layton from Power Events, always a powerhouse helping out. But we appreciate everybody, back home at IT, the fans, the players that are here. Moy showed up out of nowhere. I don't know if you saw him. He just showed up. His buddy had a ticket that I guess a family member didn't want, and I was like, "What is this? Are we in Florida right now?"
Oh my goodness!
But always, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that also makes these tournaments fun. As the random people that pop up that you're like, "Wait a second," it's the familiar faces that even if you haven't seen them in a long time, it's always great to see. And again, it's part of what makes this event and this community and this game very special. As we're getting ready to celebrate the 35th anniversary in a couple months, and honestly, as we've been doing all year long. And Jason chugging along here on Kangaroo, hole 10 on Manhattan. Jamie and Al, we talked about this one yesterday. Always a fun one to take that hybrid up and potentially get a hole out here.
Skip it in.
Ooh.
Yeah, agreed. That was a good look. Yeah, it is a long day today, so please tune in, relax, share, subscribe. Like, tell your friends to like, tell your dog to like. We got to get Gino at some point on here to put in the appropriate threats for likes. I'll just beg. I'm just begging for likes, please.
Brian Bernhardt, presence, who is also missed at this World Championship, had some family vacations. He actually brought up an interesting question. He's like, how about a Tony Johnson, Greg Kinsler match in the silver bracket? That would be very old school, very interesting, and very appropriate for a World Championship in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's funny, right? You start to size up both brackets, and you play the could they game. I think I know better than to do that now, but although that would be amazing because we've just, the only expectation for me is that it's not going to go as planned. And so we'll have to see. But you start to play that game, right? Look at, you've got a Joe Masara potential matchup with a Paul Taylor or an Ed Godfrey. Paul Taylor, our defending champ, Ed Godfrey, and then a potential Joe Masara matchup next. That'd be cruel.
Yeah,
But we'll see if we get there.
Joe is another interesting one. Obviously, an amazing player, very good repetition player with the daily contest. He is the guy that is hitting the ridiculous scores on those Freaky Fridays that make you go, is this guy playing 100, 200 games a day or on this stuff? But somebody that in years past has taken a handful of second place finishes at the World Championship. He's won he's won National Player of the Year. He's won National Tour events. He is going to be somebody that is going to be very cutthroat today, looking to get his first ever World Championship.
100%. Love this sky on Kangaroo.
It is very beautiful.
Again, you are tuning in to the Golden Tee World Championship. This is the silver bracket. We're going to crown a silver bracket champion. We're going to crown also a gold bracket champion. That champion will take home $35,000. A lot at stake here today. I'd say the room feels a little looser than I was expecting it to be. It is Vegas after all. Been a long week for a lot of these guys.
Heard from a handful of players who, when asked, how are you doing this morning, they had that look of Vegas.
Yeah.
Staying out late and enjoying themselves. But those are, everyone's been there on a Sunday, on a championship Sunday. And so some of these players have more experience with it than others. But, lots of body armor with electrolytes and everything,
Yes.
as well as more beers and more cocktails to fuel these guys' competition on Sunday.
It's getting that nice mix once you've had those nights.
Something which we have never
Ooh.
done, as
No.
Jason Lociavo tries to hole out from the fairway, unfortunately clipping a tree there.
Oh, man. Nice. Very nice.
Interesting pin placement here on Manhattan. Gives you a real good opportunity to take advantage of that left nine like Jamie's doing right there with a beautiful shot.
That was the right shot. Just missed the line ever so slightly.
And we talked about this yesterday in the qualifying stream, but two different shots that players are going for on hole 12, depending on the win and pin placement. For Al, he went, he's going right to left because he's got that big wind. And so it'll be interesting to see as more and more matches get on the stream how different players of different skill levels are approaching, these tougher looks as you get to the back nine of these courses.
Hole 16 already on the left, so we are starting to move through here.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, if you're just joining us, around noon we'll start calling championship bracket matches and getting those on the stream. You can follow along, goldentee.com, click the World Championship link under the GTPGA Tour logo. In the chat, we've got brackets and other links as well. And appreciate everybody joining us today.
Yeah, buckle up. We've got 22 Golden Tee machines around this room. I think everybody, yesterday we had a line waiting to get in really every day. It's been, when we've made these machines available for play, people have played. Getting on a game, I know, was a priority for a lot of folks this morning after yesterday, just seeing the number of people who wanted in early on.
Yeah, if these guys could, if they weren't being stopped by security, they probably would have just overtaken the door and, broke in just because they're excited to play. I mean that in the best way possible, of course.
Yes.
For most of them, at least. But yeah, I mean, staying until midnight, getting in here as early as they can, knowing that they need to warm up. And that is rough for Joe D'Angelo, especially, I mean, hole 17 is a potential round killer for any skill level. This is not a good setup. If you get a wind blowing straight back or, straight in your face, you can manage it a little bit easier. But when you got to play with those trees and the wind, it just it gets really difficult.
Yeah, look at the size of that green. We talked about it. And then where's the pin, right? Exactly. Like, how much room do you have? That's a good shot there. Hug the fringe and move on. Ooh, that's a good shot, too.
Yeah, if you don't mind the fact that he's putting from the fringe, that is exactly where
That's
he
fine.
probably wanted to
I
be,
think-
knowing that there's a lot of room for error there.
Machine 6, Boyd Boyette, Nathan Webb.
So Jason is going to move on here. Talked yesterday, you've got a big lead.
Adam Harris.
You're not used to laying up. I don't know about you, but in a tournament, every time I was in a position to lay up, which was not often, I always felt completely out of sorts, right? You look at a hole like this where I don't think we're going to see Jason lay up. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. But even that, you're like, okay. I think he's giving it a look. You've got to navigate this huge win, and it's a helping win. But what club do you hit? And so I like this strategy.
Yeah.
But even that, right? And that's going to be okay. That may even help him being in the rough because you're going to lose some spin on that. But I think it throws everybody a little out of sorts when you haven't done it. And
Joey needs to get up there. Okay.
It's a
Now,
layup as well.
It's tough for Joe. He's going to have to make this. And, there's a lot of green on 18, but not a lot of playable green, for trying to not attack the pin. And
see again, he's fine. He's got a big enough lead. But if he didn't, there you go. You have a really long putt for a pin. Oh, good shot. Oh. And he's going to very smartly. That's just fine. But this is normally how laying up looks. It's not a clean exchange, right? Like for me, it was always somewhat painful. But when you build up that shot equity early on, it does not matter. Good round.
So
good start to the
Jackie's
day.
husband, moving on. Jackie, we referenced Jackie Losiavo, probably top 3 in community chi.
Oh,
and just
yeah,
overall
she's
good
fantastic.
human being.
It's great to see her.
I don't think I've ever seen her with anything but a smile on her face and a warm, hug and welcome.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
Always happy to have her. And, of course, you'll hear her cheering her husband on throughout the afternoon if he keeps this momentum going.
Well, it's a good start. Very, very good start for both of them. That's how you want to start a day. So we see our first victory of the day. And we'll provide updates on the brackets as we get them. Both these two wearing their new Golden Tee World Championship polos, which really pop. By the way, they look great on the stream.
I was just going to say the colors, they from our friends at Yada who have provided us a lot of our crazy eye-catching and a few other things that if Don Gravetti was here, I would say to his face. But no, these shirts feel amazing, and we are really happy to do something special for the World Championship qualifiers. And, of course, it's got a Las Vegas theme to it because you can't do anything but that.
No, 100%.
Machine 1, Nate Stowell, Dave Gibson. Nate Stowell, Dave Gibson on
Good
one.
shot there for Al. It's always weird when you have these offset looks and that wind is blowing just barely to the left or the right. It, obviously having the ability to move tees along makes it a lot easier in certain aspects. But especially when you're dealing with an up 5, 6, 7, 8 in some cases on this hole or other ones. 18 coming up very shortly is another one that can really get tricky with the offsets.
Yeah, just enough to throw you out of your game, throw you off your shot.
Machine 11, Kevin O'Connor, Alan Wilcox. Kevin O'Connor, Alan Wilcox on 11.
Looks like machine 1 is going to be occupied here momentarily, probably one more silver bracket match, I would guess, as we hit the 11:30 mark locally. In about a half hour, you'll start to hear the championship gold brackets being called.
That's a pretty nice setup.
Yeah, it is. Although, depending on where you land, that shot into.
Now that is very interesting. He's got a lot of green to play with. But I can tell you, even where that stopped, it felt like it had a chance to keep rolling.
That was some fringe confidence there.
Now, for Jamie, this is another interesting shot because she's got that 9-iron. She could very well thumb this with bite. Play that space you've got on the right of the green, but try to, obviously needing to avoid hitting the rock. Having that wind blow a hair to the left is also going to help her here. But I think this will be very interesting to see what she can pull off here.
Just successfully threw a water bottle in the trash can. I think it's the first make I've had.
I did see that. Oh!
Wow. Great shot.
That was a beauty. All right, so Jamie with the one-stroke lead going into 18 on Manhattan View. Now, what's interesting is that even though she has the one-stroke lead, Al has the honors, which, frankly, is a ton of pressure.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think it's an interesting scenario, too. It's, I think, position A for Jamie. We'll see if this is position A, and it's not. It looked like it was heading left from the jump, and that's just not a shot that you'd expect him to hit.
No, and for Al, you got to go for glory here. Again, we talked about it at the start. Anytime you lose your first, you lose that first match, it is going to be a grind to get back to, those top 4 spots. Now for Jamie, she has a very interesting dilemma on her hands because she needs to decide if she's going to lay up or if she's going to go for it. Because even though Al watered and she's up a stroke, she could potentially, depending on if she hits water, where she hits, is going to give her either the nice putt drop or potentially it's not even going to matter because she nails the green with a beautiful shot.
That's a great shot, and I don't want. That's not the safe shot, but because there's nothing safe about it. But it was not overly aggressive too, right? I mean, that's exactly what you want. And
it's a beautiful victory there for Jamie, starting her Sunday morning off on the right foot, and for Al, it's a tough loss early on, but it'll be interesting to see what Al does to try and come back.
Yeah, 2 really good players. And speaking of, Dave Gibson, guy that we brought up a few times yesterday, been around the game a really long time, took a break from playing Golden Tee, and now very much back. 2nd Worlds in a row. Good to see Gibby.
Yeah, it's always great as we hit 35 years at Golden Tee, and you and I have been in this community a long time and playing this game a long time. Again, anytime you see a familiar face that you may not be expecting, it just hits differently. And a little Bonnie action. Course that was, at least for me on the commentary side, missed in the qualifier. It has a handful of holes, especially the par 5 early on the back of the front of the 9. That's a horrible sentence, but hole 7, that one sets up pretty long with these the 3rd set of tees here as Nate trying to show off that World's Polo a little bit more with going for the hole out.
Derek Crumbly, Sean Tickner. Derek Crumbly, Sean Tickner on 17.
Nate, yesterday we mentioned how tight it was in this bracket. Finished minus 128. So just a shot off. Fired a 27 under on Cumberland too, which was a good round when you look at what the scoring looked like in that game. Put himself in a position. You do like to see that. Just not enough.
Hole 2, 409 to the pin. So, Gibby giving his best A1. And, for Nate, probably going to do the same thing.
Yeah, golf balls, of course, which is a theme I think we've talked about leading up to this. You're using the stouts, so maybe less so, but if, depending on what golf ball you play.
Yeah, Nate always is always interesting. He pulls back, he spins the trackball with his thumb.
Yep.
Again, for millions of Golden Tee players around the world, it's very interesting to see, just how many different playing styles there are. Beauty.
Nice chip.
What a beautiful chip there.
That was a great chip. All right, and that changes the complexion of this one a little bit, right? This is one that you go from should make to really must make, and not going to have it.
Yeah, again, not the foot you want to
No.
start on
No,
early
it's-
on, especially a course like Bonnie Moore.
Yeah, this is a good look here. I wouldn't be surprised if we get one of these guys to get this tight, depending on how aggressive they want to be. This, yeah.
Backing on
I would say
up
that
there.
That you'll have a similar shot here, depending on the club.
Now, it looks like he is playing with some extra spin on his clubs.
So, yeah, that makes this perhaps a little bit trickier.
He's going to play it safe, though. Again, he's down a stroke now. You don't want to get too crazy. Make sure you're going to GoldenTee.com. Follow along the brackets for silver bracket, and then, of course, championship bracket as we get there in about 20 minutes, which is noon Pacific time. I cannot wait until I get back to Central Time tomorrow. Some form of tomorrow
Some form
evening.
of tomorrow.
Just the time change really throws things off, but it'll be a great way to cap off a long but busy and very enjoyable and rewarding week in Las Vegas here. This is a short look here for number 4 too, giving these guys the opportunity to just blow way past those sand traps.
That's a really good look on the second shot as well.
Just gonna say you've got a little bit of runway there.
We saw Nate buzz the cup last hole. I would say that if you can find the right spin control with an elevated club here, you're going to see that again. So, to me, that looks like that with probably a little bit of roll, maybe some release, depending on how hard he wants to hit it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these guys
interesting.
opting to use all woods, for some of their clubs here, and I don't know. There's something about the hybrid, like the 5 or the 3, that I feel like I just always need, because you never know when you're going to need some extra, low love under a tree, or in this instance, just taking some of that elevation change out of play. Oh,
wow!
And honestly, if he didn't have roll on that very well may have had a better chance to kick back.
I would agree. So one shot between them. Gonna go this one right at this one.
The nice thing about Bonnie Moore is there is probably more, at least a dozen of these greens that have a lot of room. And that's why I always love this for match play, because, you get the Andy Haas's, you get the Eddie G's, the Joe Masaras, the guys that love to thumb. They can really, let that ball roll and take advantage of these down slopes. And that's just what Nate is trying to do here. Unlike Saturday qualifying, the points do matter, or excuse me, don't matter. I had a really good Whose Line Is It Anyway reference, and I confused myself, damn it. But, we've seen it over the course of the last couple months of national tours events, but, the overtime aspect of Sunday. Last year, I think there was more of an opportunity for overtime than some of the courses this year. But, again, the play and the level of play is just so high on a lot of these courses that I think you're going to see some of that over the course of the afternoon.
100%. I think, we saw some marathon matches yesterday, right? Or last year, excuse me. And yesterday. But last year specifically, and I think that will be the case yet again.
On your right-hand side, John Tatura, Mike Gray. Tatura dropping a beautiful chip there, not where he wanted to be. These guys also playing on Bonnie Moore. Mike making his chip there. Let's see if these guys are on the. Yeah, it looks like these guys are on the same setup as Nate and Mr. Gibson. Hole 7, I love this Bonnie Moore Black hole 7 because there are so many tee boxes that Jim Z and the course team have put on there. You never know if you're going to be on this side of the green or the dead opposite. So it really provides a lot of variety when it comes to the shots these guys are going to have to hit throughout the afternoon.
Yep, 100%. I think it is amazing to see all the different looks we got. We got some of that in mobile too. If you watched a few days ago with like an Eagles Peak where we saw a handful of times during match play day. Yeah, I will beat this drum if you want to learn how to play Golden Tee at a high level. And high level can be whatever you want it to be. This is the day to watch. You'll see every course pretty much. We'll see some more than others. And you'll learn something instantly, depending on the look of how you can tackle these things and incorporate some of this into your game.
No, it's a great point. And, you know, Gibby unfortunately missing a putt there, so he's going to be down another stroke. And this was the hole I was talking about earlier. I incorrectly said 7. It was hole 8. This is actually probably one of the worst setups you can get just because you have wind blowing the opposite way. And I think he's going to be okay there. That is going to be a great shot.
Yeah,
but
that was a good shot.
It is very easy to catch the wrong side of that hill, and especially have that wind blow you right into the rough stuff. And it looks like, is he going to powerhouse this over? I like the mentality. I just don't know if it's doable. Okay, it was very much doable.
Wow, it's a good shot.
Now, unfortunately, with that wind blowing all the way to left, not a great attack pin for Gibby, who's trying to make up some strokes, but he's got plenty of golf left, about 10 holes to go.
You're going to want that putt, which will be an interesting one. Good shot there. Again, these are the putts to me that you really want to try to stay out of. It's a great putt. Right to when you're standing over your game at your bar, probably not a huge deal. You're thinking you're going to make that putt pretty much continuously when you're standing in a match and you're chasing strokes already. That putt feels a little bit longer. It's got more break on it, and again, not quite the same.
Beautiful shot there by Nate, getting some GSPs. Honestly, for how hole 9 can set up, this is probably one of the better setups you'll see all afternoon.
One stroke and some GSPs away from making the main bracket. And this is not your typical silver bracket when you look at the level of play. We've seen it on display already. Oof. Looks like that's going to be okay.
John and Mike square going into hole 6. Now, it's interesting with Bonnie Moore Black here. You get a couple of these, I think, hole 10 and hole 11, just kind of routine par 4s. A good opportunity for these guys to, try and attack the pin depending on where it's placed and, turn this birdie hole into an eagle hole.
Talked to John a little bit yesterday while we were standing at the urinals where all the best conversations are had. He was surprised that the White Sox were doing well because he's a big White Sox fan and was not, basically blamed himself for being in Chicago and was talking about maybe living out here if the White Sox continue to win. That is loyalty to a fan, to a team, if you are a fan.
Yeah, I'll have to check and see if they're still on that winning streak. I have not looked yet.
We talked trade deadline. We covered a lot of ground, pretty fast. And he's a great guy. And there he is, repping his team today on the stream.
Good old Southside. Came up in the air. That looked like it was pretty money of a shot.
It did.
But
quick camera, too, kind of threw me a bit.
Yeah, Nate pushing it just a little bit off the green there. Probably not in a putting position. But at least for Tatura on the right-hand side of your screen, he is going to be in a putting position there, I'm pretty sure.
Ranger.
Especially with how down that slope is on the par 3. Not a problem for these guys.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is the Golden Tee World Championship. We are at the Palms in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. Could fool me, though, because I haven't been outside in 4 days.
My body is going to see sun and just explode.
Yeah, not quite sure how to handle it. But that's a tomorrow problem. Today, the goal is to crown 2 champions, a silver bracket champion and a gold world champion, and give away $35,000 and plenty of other cash to our winner. It should be an incredible day. We will begin championship bracket play in about 10 minutes, and you'll probably start to hear, you'll feel it, you'll know it, even through our headsets when it starts, because I think the intensity throughout the afternoon will just elevate and elevate and elevate.
Yeah, the atmosphere is always an interesting one on a tournament Sunday, much less World Championship Tournament Sunday. And, what you guys should do on top of liking the stream on YouTube and sharing it, give us your picks. Who do you think is going to be our 2024 Golden Tee World Champion?
Yeah, and who you're rooting for, right? You got a player here that you're excited to watch, that you're backing. Maybe somebody from the local bar. One of my favorite things about this day is when you see some of the bars throw up the stream and root on their hometown player, or having it at your house, sitting on your patio.
And I know the marketing team has some gift card codes ready to go. So, make sure you're not only sharing your favorites on the YouTube stream, but also share those photos like Adam was mentioning on Golden Tee social media. Make sure to tag us or DM them to us. But it is always fun. Like, if I had to be somewhere other than here for the World Championship, I would love to be at some of these bars where they're just like, hey, it's Championship Sunday takeover, or hell, all weekend, stream long. We really do appreciate those.
Some of the brackets, or the brackets, are on goldentee.com. I would imagine shortly we'll probably get Paul Taylor and Ed Godfrey, and we just got ourselves a beauty of a hole-in-one. Very nice. Would have loved a replay. Whatever. Can't get everything we want.
Hey, at least you didn't get me blowing your ears out too early in the afternoon. Or I guess, it is. It's almost afternoon.
It's almost afternoon.
It's almost something.
Yeah. Oh. John having some choice words to himself. So a missed putt and an ace, and you've got a 3-shot differential now heading into the back 9.
Apologies for the quietness for me, taking care of some tomorrow morning business to make sure we all can get wrapped up and get out of here at a reasonable time. I think for the most part our families miss us, and I'm sure once we're there they're going to be like, you know what, it was quieter without you.
Yeah. They miss you until they don't. I echo that sentiment. It is a long time. It's one of the longest trips that I've taken in a long time. Yeah. I will say, though, doing the multiple tournaments, I love that. Crowning a mobile champion, crowning and going into the arcade, seeing that, giving the mobile guys, a showcase like this, I think was cool. Having the crossover period where these guys were able to kind of, if they wanted to compete both, they could. We saw that with a handful of players.
Yeah.
Saw a handful try with Target Rush. And, No, it's been an awesome week of Golden Tee, and I think the best is still yet to come.
Nice. Make sure you guys, I know we just said it, but you guys are helping us hit some really high numbers already, and hell, we still have a lot of action to go. I don't know if our voices will be able to hold it up, but thankfully we've got Chad Trump and Chris Longino that will be bouncing around with us throughout the afternoon here. And, I mean, you need that rotation with how much action is going to be going on over the next couple of hours. Oof. Oh. Now that you're on the back nine here for Mr. Totora, you're going to see him slowly but surely try to get a little bit more aggressive. He's especially down so many strokes. Again, Bonnie Moore and this course in general, there's plenty of holes coming up that could maybe make a little bit of a difference. So you just got to stay. Yeah. You got to stay out of your own head. Something that I do horribly not well at all.
It can be a challenge.
Wow, this is a very unique look here on 16. Now it's long, but you're taking out a lot of the distractions of having that far left tee box where you have such a small little runway to land on, and now you've got a big canvas to hit a massive C3. And again, no matter how good your shot is on this, your tee shot is in this hole, the approach is still difficult. I don't care at what skill level except maybe the top 5. Just because you have that elevation change, you probably going to end up with a wood where the wind is going to affect it more. It really can make a big difference, especially with only 2 holes left in play.
Yeah, a lot of options here on this shot. So some bite of some kind. Do you pound the ball in like we're seeing here? That's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. So, of course, trying to set yourself up ideally with an uphill putt with minimal break. We're looking at a chip. Oh, great chip there. It's not an easy chip. A lot of rough to navigate and get through, but
yeah, and tough
done.
break there for Gibby on the left-hand side. Again, we talk about the difficulty that hole 16 can set up, and that green slope is nasty. If you're not within 10 feet of that cup, it can very quickly become difficult. And wow, this.
Speaking of difficult, now the only positive thing here is that I think it's a good wind, right? That is going to set you up. You know.
I think that may be the only positive. That pin is probably one of the worst outside of Jim Z sticking one right in the sand. But the other factor is now you're farther along in distance, and it's not as how do I want to say this? It's not as easy to attack this hole when you don't have an iron or a hybrid to do it. At least in Nate's instance here where he has the woods. But again, that actually could play very well.
This is a fascinating way to get things started here.
And I'm very intrigued at the release. Okay, that could have gone very nasty.
Well, and the thing about it, no matter where you are, that next shot, and you've got some fringe, I think, as backup.
Yes.
But still, that's a fascinating next shot.
Oh, and John, the last couple of holes been getting really, really close. But unfortunately for him, when you're down a few strokes close is not good enough, and he's got to get something to drop for him.
So, interesting. Couple of different strategies here.
Now, I like the shot. I just don't understand why he didn't have any spin on that.
I would have had some bite, maybe, but
I think for him, he knows, he doesn't play as much as he used to, and he's kind of just, all right, hanging it up a little bit. I lost this one. It's just the first. It's just the first match. I'm not out of the tournament. For Nate here, he's got that lob wedge. He's got, even if he ends up in the brush behind the hole, which he thankfully won't, he would have been okay there. And you got to be careful that you don't I mean, if there's ever a time to be more dead straight on a putt, it's in that instance.
We'll keep an eye on that, too, because if we've got another group of players, another match that gets into this setup, that would be a really interesting hole to get a look at again.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, again, what a interesting closing stretch of holes here on Bonnie.
Yeah, and Nate's got a comfortable lead here, so I'm not too worried about the shot that he just hit. For Bonnie Moore Black 18, you've got such a massive win. For Dave, he's going to get the full 16. Nate only getting the 8 there, but very easy still to blow that past the green.
Good shot.
Machine 3, Paul Luna, Mike Andre.
All right, so in the background, if you can hear it or not, championship matches are now being called. And which means we're going to be off and running here and likely going to see, I would imagine, 2 championship matches momentarily once these guys are done. Sean Gervais, Ken Callis getting called. That's a really interesting game. Again, we are at the Palms in Las Vegas, the Golden Tee World Championship. Match play just getting underway. Going to be going all day long. Be swapping in and out of the booth, I would imagine.
Now, I don't have a ton of pull here, but I do have some, so I stepped away to work some magic. I think we're going to have a very fun
well, he was mid-thought, and then he had to take his headphones off.
All right, I lied. I used my pull. We're putting Paul Luna and Mike Andre on machine 1. That is
nice.
Mike Andre's very first world championship. And, for him, I didn't get a chance to say this earlier, but, for him, it's kind of like it's a fun, unique opportunity. Yeah, you're playing Paul Luna, but you're playing Paul Luna, 2022 world champ. And I think that's a really fun opportunity for them. So appreciate our tournament director's flexibility there.
In the interim, we get another look at this hole.
Yeah, this bastard.
And so far, we've yet to see one really get into good position.
Here, let's talk. What are the odds somebody in this setup nails an ace?
Man, I mean, you really got to land it on top of it, no? And then, because to me,
how much do you want to be aggressive, in the words of Mr. Peter Jacobson?
You know what? I mean, that's the best we've seen, but still not exactly like ideal positioning, because now you're going to have to figure out maybe a chip. Now, this is the other problem here, is just
and the other
trying
thing
to find the right path. It is a more favorable pot bunker because of the slope. You're getting a little flexibility to pop this thing up.
Yeah. And I will say, for those of you that may be out playing at the bar now, if you happen to get in this setup and hit a hole-in-one on 17, send that over to sotw@itsgames.com or hit us up on social. We'll definitely give out a gift card for that one, because that's a fun hole. Whether you're at the World Championship or not, a beautiful chip by John there.
That's beauty. So
I just would love to have that as a shot of the week, period.
Now, you're hitting that chip, of course, the match, like you said. You know what? Stay tuned, right? I mean, now all of a sudden this becomes kind of interesting. Oh my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. So stay tuned. I know we're calling championship matches, but we've got some drama. And we've got a hole that I think is more than willing to produce drama pretty much regularly.
And as these guys are potentially have some drama going on, we're Paul Luna, Mike Andre getting ready to tee off on Red Sands. Golden Tee 1997 remaster course. That just needs to stay up there.
All right, so we got to do some score refreshing.
Yeah,
here.
I'm going to need a second to breathe on this one.
Wow, all square.
Machine 20, Sam Paris, Dan Eager. Sam Paris, Dan Eager on 20.
All square.
Oh, I just saw the gameplay on one, so I thought
Oh, and that is problematic. That is problematic. A wild stretch of shots here on Bonnie Moore in the first round of our silver bracket. This has been a wild look. We saw it before with our previous match. Let's see. It looks like it's going to be deep. No, it's not. Well, a little bit. But obviously a much more favorable position than the one you're seeing here. Let's see, though, if a higher lofted club can get up there. John's not happy with it. Giving it some thought. Don't know what he has for wedges in his bag. Based on what we're seeing now, probably not a lot of options there. And unfortunately, that means your only option is going to be go around. As our championship match begins, of course, with Luna already up a stroke. Red sands, much like some of the PGA Tour courses, a lot of flat greens, a lot of longer shots, some chip opportunities. You're seeing, oh, wow. So there comes a chip opportunity there. Equipment, I think, will be a really interesting discussion here when it comes to this course. And another match. It looks like Mike, despite kind of a breakdown on 17, is going to get by. And that means that, here we go, championship match time. Let's do it.
Yeah, it's I love this course, by the way. I know some people don't give it as much love, but there's going to be a lot of interesting golf ball choices on this course. Oh,
Luna, by the way, up one already. And now, if he can find a way to get this in, which I think he's got a good chance to do, as we get our click chipping, easy for me to say.
Yeah.
Harder for me to execute. Oof, okay. So, unable to make that one. Not the end of the world, but certainly a shot that I think he would expect to make. Interestingly enough with Luna, though, I thought his disposition, which is always really, he's got a good poker face. I thought yesterday was excellent. He had a stretch of hole outs, and oh my goodness, he really found a good rhythm, I thought, yesterday during the middle to back half of our qualifier.
Yeah, I joke around a lot because Paul Luna is a good friend of mine, but his the way he's grown in this community as a player, as a person, all that in the last 10 years is always it's lovely to see and talk about. But like his poker face game has grown exceptionally well in the last couple of years, the last 5 years of just him being in that top echelon against Andy Haas and others when it comes to these national tournaments.
Mike Andre, you mentioned first world championship.
First tournament ever.
First tournament. And here you are on the stream, which you absolutely love to see.
I believe Brad Stewart mentioned in the comments from the Florida area near where he is. Again, that was one of the reasons I really wanted to put this match on the stream because, he's earned that opportunity to be on that showcase against somebody like Paul Luna. And he was the couple of times the marketing team talked to him, he was like, it was hard for him to not, stop smiling because it was that exciting to him.
Yeah, he what a way to kick things off, right? Try to pull the upset here. I can tell you that shortly we'll be going double wide with our matches, and the other match we're going to see, if you watched the World Championship last year, should be familiar, Paul Taylor and Ed Godfrey. A monster matchup when it comes to first round. They're all monsters. So it's double elimination bracket. Do not want to lose early. Don't want to lose ever possible. We will have a King of the Hill. The King of the Hill, whoever can get through the winner's side of the bracket unbeaten will have to be beaten twice in the championship, which it can be done, but easier said than done.
By the way, Paul Luna busting out the chipping wedge there.
I know. Yeah, we saw that some yesterday too.
Now, thankfully for Mr. Andre, Luna has not been able to capitalize on the last 2 holes of chipping. This hole 5, this is the setup you want to see if you're both these guys. No rocks in play. You're going to have a couple different options when it comes to which driver you want to use, but I think both these guys can get this pretty close. And Paul Luna using the arrows, by the way.
Exactly. I was just going to say, from a golf ball standpoint, I think this is, Paul's. You're seeing some of the advantages early on, even if some of the chips haven't fallen. That was a really, really nice tee shot. That's got to go.
Get up there. Oh.
All right, so on the other side, looks like we are TP. Oh, man, that's a good line. Get ready for, speaking of chipping, a lot of chipping I think we're going to see as we switch golf balls here.
Another arrow choice. It's a great shot there by Mike on against Luna, trying to get that eagle. And unfortunately for him, he's going to drop down another stroke here, but still plenty of action to go on red sands.
Yeah, it's tough when you're chasing 2 against Paul Luna on a course like this, where in theory, you can.
Paul Taylor doing Paul Taylor things on hole 1 of his very first match.
Yeah, yep.
And when you've got somebody like Eddie G, who is so dangerous, and we talked for years how Eddie, wasn't going to a lot of tournaments. He has family stuff, and you'd see him at the end of the year in Dallas or Houston, wherever we may be in Texas. And then, you start to see him more and more. His wife's traveling with him. He's got those competitive juices flowing again. And, look at his play last year at Worlds, and he is somebody that they're going to expect a lot of everybody in the community, and be interesting to see how these guys kick it off.
Yeah, this, as we work our way into the bracket, this is heavy hitters, and there'll be more. And I'm really interested to see, by the way, obviously who's going to make a run that we're not expecting to make a run. It's coming.
Yeah, there's always at least 1 or 2. And, again, so much excitement on a championship Sunday. But that is one of my favorites to see is, okay, who's the unexpected, like, Jared Decker in 2019.
Exactly. And I think that Jared Decker was, in the time, which was incredible. I think now something like that would be less surprising. I think it's the expectation.
I feel like with these top echelon of players, you're going to see a lot of C-wedge action with the way some of these courses are set up. Now, I mean, let's just call it, how many hole-outs do you think we're going to see between Taylor and Godfrey? At least 2?
At least 2, I think. I mean,
1 each?
This course set up very favorably during the qualifier. I think the sentiment from the players was like, hey, I chip in at my home bar. I don't normally, I was a little tight. They were a little tight coming into the qualifier, it being the first course. So while it is a favorable, you're not going to hit a lot of hazards, and we saw some of that too. It has other challenges with it, and again, Paul Luna absolutely mashing that golf ball.
Yeah, and
Mike Andre kind of having a look like, oh.
Now, it's funny. You can absolutely see, like, even just chatting there very briefly with Luna about a shot. You could just see the excitement of him being on this stage and playing.
There was you can do that to it, and that golf ball selection, I think, proving to be valuable here early on. That's a pretty dangerous shot, though, because if you miss your line.
Yeah, that arrow, the point of the arrows is you get extra distance on a dead set 180. So if you're not getting 180 on the trackball, that, especially with 11 in the face, which is pretty tough for this hole.
We saw that a few times yesterday, and the end result was pretty punishing. Oh. So even though he couldn't drive it, almost had a chance at an eagle. That eagle a little easier to come by, and Paul Luna now in command in his first match. It's, a product of equipment and a product of being really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah, when you've played as many games as Paul Luna has, a lot of this stuff just is so routine.
I will give Chris Longino a lot of credit, who we've talked to, and you'll hear from here not terribly long from now about how much he thought the golf balls would be a factor. Wow. On cue, that was a monstrous shot. All right, so now on our right side, we just saw what Taylor did. This becomes a pretty important shot for Mr. Ed Godfrey. He has not had a ton of these fall so far, and what we saw yesterday I thought was he was fighting with, himself the whole time, just in terms of his game.
Yeah, and you see he's kind of going back and forth with his club options. He's got a left one he's dealing with, and not a ton there.
Oh. And we saw that yesterday a handful of times where you want to be aggressive with, your loft or lack thereof. But as a result of that, you hit the fringe and you just kick left or right. And now down a stroke. That's trouble on a course like this. You're going to have to go get one.
Yeah.
You're going to have to go get a shot. And he can do it. But
especially when it's the reigning defending world champion.
Chris Brewer, you're up on 5. Chris Brewer, you're up on 5.
Was a little worried right there that that Eddie G was going to be down another stroke. But thankfully for Eddie G, Paul Taylor only had bite and not backspin.
See him using the low tee, try and get a little bit more spin.
I can't tell you how often I'm using a low tee wood on a 3.
Yeah.
But it ain't often.
No.
But Eddie G, as we've said, is in the best way possible, and I mean this with love. He crazy SOB when it comes to shot shaping on Golden Tee.
Yeah, these two definitely have their own unique style. And to me, watching Paul, it's not so much the pre-shot, it's the post-shot, especially when he putts.
He is very, in an interesting way, animated.
I love watching, he kind of splits his hands and so almost like collapses into the Golden Tee machine. And here we go again, another opportunity for both of these guys. And I think if you're Eddie, you really, it gets late early on this TPC course, and it's time. Tough, though, in here because you're down that slope quite a bit. So like we saw previously where he hit the fringe, how aggressive can you get? Or are you just going to try and you can see him shaking his head because I'm doing the same thing internally.
Yeah.
He's between clubs. This is interesting, kind of try to bring it in left to right, cut off some distance, and just shoot it over. He's going to hate that. He's going to absolutely hate that because look what his – not the quality of that shot, by the way. It was just fine. But look at what his opponent has, and now he's at risk of falling behind two.
The last couple of chips, dealing with the big elevation change. And thankfully, Taylor hitting that one just a bit short there.
Yeah, and having a laugh. These guys are –
they've been around the block a few times.
Yeah.
They've been through it all together.
They have, yeah. Last year, unbelievable. And if you're Paul, that's a missed opportunity. 2 strokes up on this, you're feeling pretty good. I'm going to need more coffee.
Holding out on the space dust.
Wow. Ask and you shall receive in this place. Appreciate it.
Tip-top shape. We'll keep you there. I really like this setup here on the par 3, number 11 for Red Sands. Mike Andre has a good opportunity here. Potentially roll that ball in and get a stroke back against the 2022 world champ Paul Anthony Luna.
I think Mike Andre is going to learn a lot from this match. I think we've said it a few times yesterday. There are levels to this game.
Ooh, I like that. Come on.
There are levels to this game, and this is a level that I think we're seeing here that just few have when they're on.
See Luna, I know he's not going to do it,
No,
but he's just like,
Yep.
If he was playing at the Vector Room in Texas, he would have said, screw it, I'm going for it.
No, 100%. I think you're right. But he also knows here he's going to have probably a pretty good look to spin this one back and be aggressive. Maybe one of these guys can get it to fall. You got to try and just not land it too deep. Give it a chance to roll past.
I like this move that Mike does, where he blows on the tips of his fingers. Doesn't need a towel. He's just like, it's kind of like I think of it like the bowling alleys. They've got the little vents. It's like that's all you need, and that's all he needs to put on some good shots here against somebody as good as Paul Luna.
Yeah. So Paul Luna again still pretty much in cruise control right now. Up 3.
You know, it's funny, Red Sands is one of the courses that I remember very vividly from my childhood of starting to play Golden Tee. And it's really fun to see this course in Golden Tee 2023-2024 because, you know, just like we have seen with all the remasters from the Golden Tee 4 era and even, you know, Coral Ridge and Pine Creek before it from 1997, you know, you have access to so many better scoring opportunities than you did back in the day with stock clubs and stock balls.
Yes.
Like a hole like this, you used to have to finesse it through some cacti to get on the green for an eagle putt. And now with these tee boxes and equipment, you can just blow that right on over and let this roll in. And actually with this green slope down and right in that wind, it's a perfect opportunity for these guys.
Oof.
Oh, come on. I like that. Let's go. That is exactly what we were looking for.
And that is when you're down like that. That is what's that?
I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments, and I knew as soon as I said that, somebody said bowling alley vents on all 2025 GT machines. You know, it's actually not a bad idea, Adam. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, just bowling alley vent.
I'm waiting for, I'm sure, Cleo, our social media expert on the marketing team, is probably already photoshopping that for us for some good social content over the next couple of days.
Paul Taylor and Ed Godfrey. Man, these two guys last year battled it out. It's what makes this event pretty special. It's also why every year is so different because now here they are, round 1, match 1, and both are just trying to avoid a trip to the loser side of the bracket out of the gate. It's a long road. Doesn't mean anybody's day is done. No one's tournament is ending here, but somebody's tournament hopes are going to get a huge dent.
Yeah, you go from a potential coast of a handful of matches, and coast is not the right word, but, you know, if you win and you go on that winning streak, you got a nice, easier day ahead of you versus the slog that is many more matches on the loser side of the bracket.
All right, so our brackets, which are on goldentee.com. It looks like we have our first winner of the day, and that is Jeff Lannon, the 24 seed, taking down Mr. Yeager, who seeded up at the 9th. Played a great qualifier.
And that was a very important putt for Eddie G. Not that Paul Taylor is in a tough position, but he is on the fringe. And Eddie, unfortunately, got a bad bounce on the fringe because if he didn't get that little kick up from the fringe, he probably would have been a lot closer to the cup. I didn't. I was speaking, so all I heard was Kramer, and I thought you were getting called up to a machine by Steve. I was very confused.
I'd rather not at the moment.
Oh, another beautiful shot there by Mike. And you know, although he's down a little bit to Paul Luna, the shots he's hitting, you can see how he has developed such a good game and why he did so well in his very first World Championship and very first Golden Tee tournament period.
And by the way, Ed Godfrey ties it up now, picks up a stroke, and so we are all square heading into hole 11. And I would imagine you're going to see these cups get buzzed again. Let's see how close Paul's going to get.
Yeah, and I really, I love this setup.
I meant Paul Taylor, but Paul Luna can also get close to the cup.
Yeah, see, we ran in this yesterday where we're like, all right, which Paul are we talking about? This is a good opportunity for Mike to get a stroke back here. A little bit of upright slope action. Oh, that looks good. Come on.
Yeah, he's put some good swings on there, man. I totally agree. You think of where he's fallen behind, it was these holes that, and so close for Paul Taylor.
The current world champ and the previous year's world champ.
Yeah. These guys now squared away. Is it going to come down to a chip? Is it going to come down to a hole out? We will see.
And although Red Sands is a much, it's pretty much a straightforward course, there's so many holes that are drivable, and you got an opportunity to put up some really good scores. And although this is probably really Mike's last chance to make some action happen, just because hole 18 is it's sometimes drivable depending on the setup, but it is very straightforward par 4, so it's hard to make some action happen.
Seeing if we have any other matches here. We will update you guys as they come in.
Another good shot there by Mike. Mr. CJ Wangler standing nearby watching the action here in the main room with his fancy CJ 2-4 hat.
So Paul Luna going to put the finishing touches on his first round win. Number 1 seed heading into match play. Hold serve in the first round. He will play
look at that.
The winner.
Paul Taylor.
Speaking of winner.
Beautiful, beautiful chip there.
He will play the winner of Sean Gervais versus Ken Callis.
Now, Paul Taylor, I mean, obviously we saw it last year in the World Championship, but, when he gets on a run with those thumbs, he can be very dangerous.
Absolutely.
And it's what propelled him to that next level last year, becoming world champ. And, somebody who has a really good opportunity at becoming the next 2-time world champ today. Oh, Paul Luna with the hole out to seal the deal there
measure. Why not?
On 18.
And a tap in there, and there you go. Paul Luna. Pretty impressive and convincing starting opening round for
Start
Paul.
and finish there for Paul. But again, very, very impressive go by Mike. You, like I said, you definitely can see the shots that he had made, or almost made, shots he made in the qualifier to get into that 32 spot, and also the potential he has for future tournaments. I don't think this is the last time we see him at a tournament in general, much less a national tour event or a world championship.
No, that's a great experience, by the way, and I mean that. Truly great experience.
Yeah, if there's somebody to learn from at the World Championship, it's Paul Luna.
Yeah, it's a tough way to get going, but it's wow. You're going to learn a lot from that, and then takeaways I think would be equipment as well.
Looks like Michael Ratcliffe taking on George Von Kay on machine 8. Chris Brewer, Orlando Ayala getting on as well. Andy Haas, Dan Gillard, machine 9. A lot of interesting matchups. Still waiting for Joe Masara and Justin Seeley to get called. Mark Muklevich, Chris Anthony, James Hickey, Mark Gomez, James Hickey, Mark Gomez is a really
Yeah.
interesting matchup too.
Especially when you factor in seeding.
Yeah, Mark Gomez in the 31 spot, but a player who has stepped up his game in the last couple of years, and I think that will be a very fun matchup. And if you haven't noticed it yet, a lot of these guys using 3 different drivers on this course because they're so good that they have enough room in their bag to carry 3.
It is unbelievable, actually, that you mentioned that. That's a good shot.
I really like the opportunity to run at this with bite or release. High T.
Yep.
And there we go. Oh,
That's
damn. That's close.
That was the right line. That thing stopped in a hurry. Any other matches come in? Yes. So it looks like it'll be Andy Fox versus Jeff Lannon in round 2. Evan Gossett drops a 30 on Gordy to move.
On South Pacific, too. Yeah, Jeff Lannon and Andy Fox is going to be a fun one.
Yes.
Paul Luna and Sean Gervais, guys who have played a lot of Golden Tee together, not just in Texas, but in Missouri for a few years as well. These guys are used to playing games around each other in Texas. Of course, they'd face each other in the World Championship, but 2 really, really solid competitors, and that's going to be another classic match. And Eddie, he knows he's running out of room there. And he's going to give it a run for its money. All right, so Paul Taylor up 1 going into 17.
2 holes to go and need to find one. And look, you could find one here. It's a long shot. The pin is tucked, but left 1. I think I would be surprised if we don't see some Golden Tee great shot points here. We got him. I would be surprised if we don't see more. Now the question is maybe how aggressive do you get? Is this one going to be, shooting by?
And just an interesting note, wanted to mention, looks like Corey Neely just dropping a double eagle on Connor Franta on hole 1 of Scablands in their match. Come on,
man.
If there, I'd say Eddie G is top 3 when it comes to needing to hole out in the last couple holes of a round to really get that.
So 18 is going to be interesting too because this was a hole yesterday, that stood out. We had a couple of hazards, I believe, and interesting look for these guys with the Arrow golf ball. You're going to try and pound this thing and give yourself a reasonable chip or a hole out. That's probably not the shot that Eddie G wants.
Yeah, it's tough on a course like this where you have so many drivable hole opportunities. For Eddie, he's going to have to.
Got to make something happen, but the guys, there's magic there.
Paul Taylor also has an opportunity here to seal the deal.
That's a good point.
Doing the rare one-click left.
Now.
I feel like you don't see that anymore these days, but this is a really good opportunity. Now, Eddie's got super spin, so he's got to be careful. He knows he's going to have to push this a little bit farther to the right to make up for how that ball's going to take off.
Oh.
And that's going to be a tough loss for Eddie G, but
It is.
a hell of a good match
No,
for
he
both
fought
of these
bad,
guys.
hard fought. And our reigning, defending world champ is going to get through round 1 in a really brutal matchup with a win. That's huge.
Talk about potential momentum moving forward. Like we mentioned, Corey Neely getting some GSPs, up 1 against Connor, I believe, as long as nothing has changed in the last couple of moments there.
Evan Gossett versus George Von Kay in the second
Oh,
round.
and I do stand corrected. I didn't see it in the preview, but these guys are tied up now. Scablands, I'm glad to see this course. This is one of my favorites when it comes to match play,
Yes.
a favorite one to call just because 18 with these tees can set up pretty nasty. On top of, if you've survived hole 17, 18's ready to go with a bunch of trees in your face. It does look pretty hilarious, actually. I love that. We're just having some side conversations here as Connor and Corey are going on. We're getting made fun of for all the water and honey.
We
and
got honey. It's a long
coffee,
week. Coffee,
body
honey.
hydration, a bunch of
Coffee,
trophies.
honey.
Might as well just pour some of that stuff in the
Chapstick,
Hodgson Zelensky
This
trophy
looks like
here.
one of my kids' rooms.
Oh!
Yeah, I mean.
Can we? Yeah, actually, Andy
blackjack.
Coleman with a great idea. Can we get the palms masseuses
What
here?
else?
We're gonna need those tomorrow after moving
Maybe
machines.
a foot massage.
Oh, all right. He's Corey's on the fringe, not the bounce. That's not the time you want the bounce.
Yeah.
To bounce on the fringe and stick it.
Are we calling a world championship, or is this a college dorm room? You'll never know.
A little bit of both.
yeah.
The booze that's been flowing the last couple of days feels very
it does.
dorm-like.
It is Vegas. All right, so one shot again, and it looks like our will probably be double wide here momentarily.
By the way, there's apparently a third Franta that plays Golden Tee. Colin, who played in the doubles tournament last night, and I was very confused because the two brothers and their father playing in the tournament, and I was just, guys, you were great people, but now there's another Louisiana Golden Tee player that's going to be on our radar here soon. Speaking of Louisiana, I wonder how David Key is feeling.
I haven't seen him yet.
Mentally, emotionally, financially. And
I haven't seen him yet.
When I talked to him yesterday, his qualifier was not going great. It didn't sound like his Vegas venture was going great either. He was excited that he wasn't down more, but for a guy who was doing well the days before,
If that's the bright side, that's
yeah.
I've been there.
Hey,
by the
I was
way.
just gonna say,
I get that.
Totally get that. All right, Mark Gomez, James Hickey. We were talking about this match. These guys playing Bonnie Moore. I think this is going to be a really fun one. James Hickey, the 2 seed. Mark Gomez, 31.
I'm going to assume that this is a different setup than the one we saw.
I believe so.
But I wouldn't hate it if it was the same one.
Just for 17 in particular.
Yeah, 18 too. But we'll see what it has in store. James Hickey yesterday was all over the cup.
And to be honest, I mean, not that Luna didn't have a few of these either, but James Hickey had a handful of opportunities where he could have been the number 1 seed.
Yeah, he and Haas were in a really good rhythm. Actually bested Haas, I think, with great shot points.
Give ourselves a little take a look at the bracket. Evan Gossett going to be taking on George Von Kay in the second round of the winner's side. Paul Taylor, as we saw earlier, he is going to play the winner of Joe Masara and Justin Seeley. That should be a fun one. Looks like Mark McClevich and Chris Anthony playing on Machine 10.
It's a good match, too. Chris Anthony is a guy that I know yesterday during the qualifier was playing well. Mark was I believe had the only 30 under on Manhattan.
Yeah.
which was a really tricky round as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and it sounded like I didn't get a chance to talk to him much after the qualifier, but it sounded like for Mark, he I just was trying to process what Connor was doing there. That is amazing. Mouth was feeling good. He posted on Golden Tee Fan. He was feeling good about his gameplay, qualifying very well. And, for him, he is one of those players that is dangerous at a tournament no matter what when it comes to bracket play. But when he gets to that top,
hello,
to like that middle spot, at the 15th seed, he is in a really good position. And if he's feeling good, like his body is cooperating with him, he's got a chance to make a really good run this weekend.
Match to match, obviously, he can win any match in terms of creativity, and he can take down anybody. I totally agree.
And hopefully if he ends up on the stream machine, that we have reinforced them, bolted them to the ground.
Yeah.
Just with how much power he gives a track ball.
Unbelievable the force behind some of those shots.
Now, unfortunately for Connor, he had a really unique tee shot there on hole 10, almost getting it on the green, but then missed his chip and got stuck in the rough. So now honors go back to Corey.
Oh, and a missed putt.
Wow.
A missed putt for Hickey. So both players stumbling here on Bonnie, and they're just going to kind of act like nothing happened, and the match is still tied.
If you're square, you're square. It doesn't matter. You both made a mistake. You don't let it fester. That's what's really going to separate a lot of the players that end up on top this weekend is, you have a bad mistake, you get down a stroke, you can't let it eat at you. I speak as a very experienced person at blowing matches in tournaments because I let one mistake dictate the next 15, 9, 6, 3 holes, whatever the case may be. And a lot of these guys have gotten that down, kind of the zen of match play. And Gomez hitting a really good shot there in hole 3, almost dropping it, but unfortunately everything did not go his way there, but that's okay. GSPs, they'll just kind of move along from that.
Andy Haas won his first match against Dan Gillard, dropping a 26 under on Cumberland. Oof, good shot there.
Yeah, Corey, really stepping up his game over the last couple of days and showing everybody, how much of a powerhouse he can be at a tournament. Playing exceptionally well. The shots he's hitting, he's collecting those GSPs, and now that these guys are all square again, we're getting to the nitty-gritty of Scablands and where you can really get some battle wounds and some scars from this course.
Yeah, it's an awesome mix of holes, from the sometimes drivable to maybe some of the different strategies and some of the other drivable par fours. I think it's going to be a great match play course for sure. Again, we are at the Golden Tee World Championship at the Palms in Las Vegas, Nevada. If you're local, come on by. There's still time to check us out here. We're going to be here all day, calling matches. At the end of the day, we will crown a Golden Tee World Champion and give away $35,000 to the winner.
Yeah, that $35,000 top prize to the 2024 Golden Tee World Champ in honor of the 35th anniversary that Golden Tee is celebrating all year long, and something we wouldn't be able to do without everyone out there. Whether you're playing a game right now, you're playing Golden Tee Mobile on your phone, watching the stream, you watched throughout this weekend, we appreciate everyone spending their Sunday, and not just Sunday, but all weekend long with us for 4 days of intense Golden Tee golf action.
Clint Grover takes down Nick Walsh in his first match to move to the second round. He will play the winner of our game on the left. So he's going to wait. And Clint Grover, a guy that obviously has had success in the Worlds.
Yeah, I was going to say Clint is somebody who you haven't seen on that top stage, the top 4 in the stage in a while, and when it comes to Worlds. So, a guy that again, pretty much anybody in this top 32 really has an opportunity if they play the right matches to win. But Grover, having a handful of national tour titles under his belt and playing really well in 2019 at Worlds, just off the top of my head, it'd be interesting to see how he moves along in the bracket today.
Tons of game and now tons of experience.
Just a quick update on the silver side of the bracket. Oh, Robert Brown is going to take on Seth Harrison a little bit on the winner's side. Both those guys having 2 victories to their name so far. Steve Beatty, another massive name, showed up last year at the World Championship, and I know he was pretty disappointed at himself, just not being able to make a run at the title this year. But he is also undefeated. Jamie Arrington still undefeated.
That's awesome. We saw
she's
earlier.
playing Puff, Mr. Steve Kramer right now. Let's take a look at the elimination side of the bracket. As
hole 17. This is a really tight match and a really good shot.
Yeah, both these guys, I would say these guys are, Corey may play a little bit more than Connor, but I'm not sure. I mean, especially with the conglomerate of Louisiana players, they're always playing Golden Tee. They're always getting into something, And Connor, over the years, it's been really great to get to know him and his dad too. And but Connor's game has really stepped up.
So this one is tight here. Are we going to get our first sudden death of the tournament? We will find out here in about 90 seconds or less.
Can't say this is a great setup.
No.
You have less trees in your face, at least.
You have less trees, but you have a really kind of awkward. How do you cut this? What do you? That's fine. To be quite honest, maybe
just
guys
just
hey,
fine.
Dude, just let us play and watch. That's a good shot, though. Oh, wow. That was no, yes.
Oh, yeah, it's unopened. I just want to make sure. No, you can go.
I won't touch my mouth.
And we've reached the sharing bottles of honey portion of the Golden Tee World Championship.
You're not seeing the video, but if you hear, if you're in the background, I won't let it touch my mouth. I don't know what to expect.
That's honey. We're talking about honey.
Now I got honey all over.
And now we have sticky honey.
Sticky substance. But he's not. Oh, boy. We're just going to parachute out of this conversation now as this guys go to OT on Scablands. That's what we're talking about. Our first OT match on the stream. With the way these guys hit, I don't expect this match to go long in OT.
Andy,
should we do a cheers?
Too.
Cheers with some.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
Honey.
Just for our ladies at home, we're talking about the honey to soothe our throat for commentary, not any ladies we've met in Las Vegas. You pretty much just did. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And thank God I just sent out that company-wide email about watching Worlds about a half an hour ago. Hi, Elaine.
In terms of honey consumption, though, Andy Kuhlman leading the pack right now. We got those little bear cup, little bear
from our friends at XP Network. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my gosh. Andy is about a half of a bottle of honey in. That's impressive. Whew. Every, sip of honey, it takes me about 2 or 3 minutes to process all the things going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Golden Tee.
Oh, is that what we're doing here?
So Andy Haas is going to play Orlando Ayala in the second round. That's going to be a really fun match. Honey. Winnie the Pooh, by the way, GOAT character. Winnie the Pooh.
I've said some really interesting shit on these streams, but the Winnie the Pooh reference, I was not expecting that one. That's
good. Winnie the Pooh
good.
gets a lot of airtime in the Kramer household.
Yeah.
Kids are huge Winnie the Pooh fans.
I feel like after this long weekend in Vegas, I'm feeling like Eeyore.
Watch that on the plane on the way home.
Something happened. Exciting. Crowd going wild. This is an interesting setup here. This could Oh,
yeah.
That's
so
okay.
We should probably, I guess, get back to talking about it because this is high drama in terms of sudden death, and that is not a favorable bounce here. All right, so in sudden death, if you gain a stroke or lose a stroke, right, the match ends, period. We don't play 9 holes. You gain a stroke or lose a stroke, it's game over. So now, and I think it's really interesting, especially on a course like this, it doesn't have to be a hole out, right? It can be,
and
I'd prefer it to be a hole out.
To be honest, I think Connor's getting in his head a little bit. Corey has a chip, but it's not like a very easy one. Oh man. At least, he's on that heavy rough, so it's not. I mean, this is he's got a decent shot at this, but Connor made a really good run at that.
Ooh, speaking of good runs, I would imagine though this one, you've got flat. I mean, he makes this.
This is a very interesting.
28 out of 30 times.
I thought he was about to pull that back all the way and somehow chip that. Oh,
and that's one of the two.
And that is a gift for Connor there. Again.
Wow.
Everyone take deep breaths.
When I say 28 out of 30, by the way, there's a difference between 28 out of 30 when you're at your home bar or in your basement, and here that you just saw it. That was a yank.
Yeah, another drivable par 4. A lot of tree action here for this setup. So
now also you've got to recover. You can see just Paul Luna and Sean Gervais just gets called. That's a big old match. Never easy for Sean Gervais. Yeah, we've got Andy Kuhlman going with these are our entertainment purpose only lines of Paul Luna minus 160. I think that's pretty good. I would agree with that. I'm not picking a side. We are calling this thing. I just think that's an appropriate line. I'm just going to remove myself from any controversy today. Until I don't.
Until somebody else comes by and says something to throw us off.
All right. What's the longest sudden death match you ever played in?
I think I've had a couple go like 19 or 20 holes. Nothing crazier than that. And that's I once or twice maybe.
Andy Fox and I, who was just over here chugging honey, I believe went 15 holes one time, and I want to say it was on Southern Oaks. I was playing out of my mind. I lost. But it was a fun match because it felt like I was like a real Golden Tee player for once. And then I lost.
Well, hey, if you if the kids keep getting into Golden Tee more at home, you got a good excuse to.
Oh man,
you got a good excuse to build those skills back up, my friend.
Last year we saw, speaking of sudden death, I think it was Paul Luna and Andy Haas play a ridiculous amount of extra holes.
I can't keep track of how often those guys end up going into OT.
All right, so on the left side, we are in sudden death. On the right side, we are nearly.
Mark Gomez dropping darts there.
Sudden death at these tournaments is just a different beast.
James Hickey doing the same thing. Now, I'm very sorry in advance for the jinx that I'm probably going to give, but I have to mention, anytime you go into sudden death, you especially even as a competitor, like you want to lose. If you're going to lose, so be it. But you want to win, obviously, on a hole out. You want that excitement.
Yes.
And if you're going to lose, I've always gone I would rather lose on somebody nailing an ace or a hole out and not just me making a silly mistake like missing a putt or a chip.
Agreed. Yeah, you want to see somebody take it, or you want to go take it versus give it away.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody does. Oh man.
Oh.
All right. So
that's interesting. This hole 6 is, obviously on the drivable side, but can set up to be much longer. Now he's going medium tee here.
This thing's got to move. Oh yeah. Now it's got to get all right. That's interesting. So
yeah, I was worried that was flying a little bit too far, but I think he's okay.
now again, another chip. This one most likely you got to have.
Oh, and he's got it.
Very nice recovery. Oh, don't leave him hanging. There you go. He's in his moment. So now, pretty good look here, actually. This one you could take a run at if you can get it back all the way.
Yeah, a little roll action there. Oh,
and he did. That's close.
And it's so agonizing when you're in sudden death and, you know, you're hitting good shots, but you just can't get anything to drop. You know, the GSPs are great, but really, you know, just don't matter when it comes to match play. Now, although Mark Gomez and James Hickey are in a different setup, they do have a very interesting look here on 16 of Bonnie Moore Black. A 16 mile an hour into the right. You know, you're going to get massive tee shots, but it is going to make that approach shot to the hole very interesting. As Corey hitting a beautiful shot there on a, you know, semi-difficult shot here in the instance of wanting to keep it close.
That's going to be a putt, man.
Oh.
That is a putt, unfortunately. I know that. And that is that.
Yeah, that's a tough break there for Connor. These guys playing really good golden tee together, and
that's again we don't.
Connor's going to have to work hard to bounce back from that, but not impossible.
All right, now we focus in on another match that has potential sudden death vibes, although who knows? This whole 18 have already played a role today in deciding our brackets.
Scene 6, Evan Gossett, George Von Kay. Evan Gossett, George Von Kay up 6.
All right, so even a look like this, I think.
This is almost too short.
Really gives you cause for pause. And I love that shot. Also, I love the the swerve, body swerve.
Yeah, when you say swerve, you're so used to, you know, talking about the shots. Now, interesting approach here, lob wedge with the plus spin. Was worried about that because it's such a shorter club, not being able to get more love on that. Oh.
So, in terms of upsets, Jordan Cook takes down Ryan McCook in round 1. Jordan, I believe, was one of our last chance qualifiers, correct?
He was.
Thank you.
I'm sure somebody will say, no, you're wrong, but.
No, I mean, we haven't, you know, we're just getting our,
Wow. You see James' face like, are you kidding me? Thank you. Well, actually, Adam was correct.
No, thank you. We're both correct.
No, thank you. Oh.
All right, so these two guys talking through the match. We are going to line up a couple of more matches. So again, we're at the Palms. Kevin and Adam, we're going to take a quick break, but a ton more matches to get to here, and we'll be right back.
Las Vegas, the grandest stage of them all. We are just one short week away from the largest Golden Tee World Championship in history. The bright lights, the high-tension atmosphere, the best players in the world, but only one can be crowned champion. Who will harness the ice in their veins and rise to the occasion? Who will cement their legacy and board their flight home as the 2024 Golden Tee World Champion? This is the Road to Worlds.
Paul Taylor is the reigning world champion. In 2023, he broke through the mold and put on a stellar performance to claim his title. Could he be the one to win back-to-back world championships?
My name is Paul Taylor. I play on screen as the House and the current reigning world champion of Golden Tee. When I'm not playing Golden Tee, I like to find a casino, spin some slots. Also, stocking a pond with some goldfish and some koi, which is I find very entertaining. In preparation for a big tournament, I try to play the courses or the holes that I find the most challenging to the point where I feel like I can hit a shot under any amount of stress or pressure. I've got some folks from back home traveling out to Vegas for Worlds this year, celebrating a friend's birthday, and I want to make sure those guys see a good show.
Miss Paige Gossett is going to bring your check up here for you. Anything else you want to say, Mr. New World Champion? Here's to Paul Anthony Luna.
It's crossed my mind that I should probably prepare some thoughts in case I do end up on the podium again. My favorite thing about Golden Tee is the competition and the feeling you get from a win or even a big loss. And there's no bigger magnifying lens than the World Championship for those feelings. The house always wins.
Andy Haas is a two-time Golden Tee World Champion and one of the greatest players to ever grace a track ball. Will he cement his legacy and become the first ever three-time World Champion?
All right, we are back. Golden Tee World Championship at the Palms. Just a brief
intermission,
break, if you will.
We thought everyone needed a quick break. It was the action was getting too intense, so we had to slow it down a little bit.
Well, thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for hanging us really the last 4 days here. We are now in the thick of our World Championship match play and a couple of thrilling matches here coming up. To be quite honest, every match from this point forward is going to be thrilling. These two guys getting warmed up on the stage. We got 22 Golden Tee machines fully connected, online, ready to go, and 2 streaming machines will give you updates from across the room and around the room. But CJ Wangler, Ryan McCook are on the loser side of the bracket. Talk about heavy hitters. Both of these guys, tournament winners, tournament mainstays at this point. One's going to be going home after this match. On the other side, old buddies, Andy Fox, Jeff Lannon, seasoned pros, and the putt hung on.
And honestly, I don't know if you could ask for 2 better courses to re-kick things off, South Pacific and Kangaroo. We saw Kangaroo earlier. Hole 17 making a difference, potentially going to do the same here. And South Pacific, that last run of the last, 16, 17, 18 could be difficult.
All right, so it looks like our first round of championship matches have been played. We've got Chris Anthony versus Mark Gomez, Paul Taylor versus Joe Masara, Johnny Dyer versus Jordan Cook, Clint Grover, Corey Neely, Andy Haas, Orlando Ayala, Evan Gossett, George Von Kay, Jeff Lannon, Andy Fox, and Paul Luna, and Sean Gervais. So, on the loser side, of course, I really don't like saying loser side. It's never going to be normal to me. Now it becomes tricky for these guys. James Hickey, Mark McClevich in a really, really fascinating bracket backdraw. That's better.
There you go.
That's a tennis word for that. Ed Godfrey, who had such a strong run, of course, last year, going to try and keep his tournament hopes alive. Chris Brewer, same thing. Gordy Brown, who we saw yesterday, play really well, and it looks like Mr. Michael Yeager is out of the World Championship after such a strong qualifier yesterday. Great player, good dude. I know he was happy with the finish, probably a little less so today, but we're thrilled he's here regardless.
Yeah, you always have those top qualifiers that their Saturday goes so well and their Sunday just doesn't pan out the way that they wanted it to, and it's a tough break. And for at least for Mr. Yeager, he can be proud of the scores that he put up yesterday. And again, I think, did Gino say that this was like his 8th World Championship or something like that? He's been on a lot of these.
Text message from my wife at home. Apparently my 2 boys are trying to put together Pokemon packs for a garage sale.
Oh boy.
Trying to think of a way that would entice buyers to buy packs.
That is interesting. I love that.
So this is kind of in your wheelhouse. This will be something we work about off the air. Inopportune time to be planning Pokemon packs.
If she could have just texted
sale,
you like 15 minutes ago when we had some dead time, downtime, it would have been perfect.
Okay, but if you're listening to this, I will get back to you on that, I suppose. Some pressing matters here. 7 through 4. South Pacific, I don't think I've called a match on this yet. It wasn't in the qualifier, I don't believe.
Nope.
And we have not seen it in the early going.
Shout out to CJ Wengler for that amazing camera work. Could not call a single thing there. But, you will see that in match play, those little mental marks that players try to have against their opponent, especially you see that more on later in the round, but
interesting.
It's okay. But look, I understand now why he didn't want us to see that.
I know we mentioned it yesterday. I want to mention it again because Championship Sunday, Mark Stenmark, of course, is no longer with us, but we've been doing different things throughout our weekend to donate to a charity that we've worked with his family, specifically his mom, and we're going to raise money. We have a new club set coming out in the next update is the Stenmark bag. All proceeds of that are going to go to charity. And again, it's Championship Sunday at the World Championship. I've thought about him a lot this week. I know you have, and frankly, the whole room has. Just thinking about it, right? Just acknowledging it. This is such an unbelievably close community, and that was the champion's champion right there. And the void is real. We will crown a new champion, of course, but I think even still, everybody has him on their mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't talk about the World Championship or even the National Golden Tee Tour in the last 10 years. Or 15 years, really, without Mark Stenmark having an amazing run, going undefeated. I don't even know the number, but it just a crazy amount of matches. As both C.J. Wengler and Ryan McCook having great chips out of the sand to save Eagle last hole, almost acing the par 3 here. But yeah, no.
I think for a stretch of Golden Tee, and it's bigger than Golden Tee, he was the greatest, most dominant player the game has ever seen for a prolonged stretch of time. But we're just happy to be able to raise money for a great, meaningful cause. And
it's we have it on in the production. We always see it. The GIF internally, you see the GIF of Stenmark with the confetti in 2019. But the other moment I always think about is the time with his family where he brought his mom and others on stage,
awesome.
And she's of course been wonderful to work with and very thankful for what everybody in the community has done, and loves the fact that we're honoring her son's legacy with everything we can.
We've gotten donations this weekend, and we'll report back when we get home to total up the money that raised. And again, thank you to everybody who's supported that, and we'll continue to support it at this tournament and beyond. We'll obviously explore more ways to do it. Yeah, having his family along for that World Championship at the Orleans, the Golden Groupies, that was an unbelievable sight. All right, so match play here. So obviously, to me, 2-0, right? Go be 2-0 because you win 2 matches. You obviously have to win a few more. But you really start to navigate, you have the two sides of the bracket, and those two sides, the winner side of the bracket, will then meet for King of the Hill. And so you win 2 matches, Kevin. And Paul Luna, by the way, has done just that, beating Sean Gervais 29-28. Man, oh, man.
What course was that on?
It was on South Pacific, so we'll have to see if it's the same setup that we've seen it.
Yeah, the other thing to note, we didn't get a chance to mention, as you see here on the stream, if you're just joining us, CJ Wengler down a stroke against Ryan McCook here as they get closer to the end of the front 9. Both of these guys hitting really good shots. Now for CJ, the pressure is got to be there because he was the winner of the last National Tour event at the beginning of May. And even though he's in the loser's bracket, he knows all eyes are on him still. And hopefully he can take advantage of some of these drivable par 4s coming up and get that stroke back.
So Paul Luna is the only player right now, just updated. Andy Haas, now 2-0.
Wow.
So if those two, Paul will play the winner of this match between Landon and Fox. Andy Haas will play the winner of Evan Gossett and George Von Kay. I would imagine that both of those games are probably going to be on the stream, or at least one of them. Paul Taylor versus Joe Masara coming up. That's a great match. Again, great matches all over the place.
Little chip action here for CJ.
Machine 18, Mike Gray, Gary Sheldon. Mike Gray, Gary Sheldon, 18.
Yet another text I just got about Pokemon packs.
Why don't we just call her in and just bring her on the stream? And we got that power with VMix. We'll just have a group chat. Andy, I've done it before, and if I can do it, you can do it, my friend. I did it with Adam, okay? And Adam is not a technical guy when it comes to some of this stuff. Those are your words, not mine, just to be clear.
It's true.
Machine 11, Sean Tickner, Trent Sander. Sean Tickner, Trent Sander on 11.
And what's interesting with McCook, again, not happy to find himself in the loser's bracket, but when McCook gets those wheels turning, he's a force to be reckoned with. And if he gets a hole out, get that extra stroke up, especially in the back 9, I think you're going to see him pull out all the stops and make that victory happen.
I love this hole here that you're going to watch Ryan McCook and CJ Wengler play at. Positioning here is so crucial, especially when you have a wind that's going to be pushing you left to right on this approach shot. It's a good pin. Maybe not left to right now as I get my recalibration here. Oh, good shot.
Love the setup here. That 10-mile-an-hour wind just blowing to the right there on the Fox-Lannon match.
Watching these two guys. Wow.
Machine 5, Jim Pico, Mike Arrington.
That's a big miss.
Mike Arrington on 5.
Now I've got an interesting question for you, and I'm trying to figure out how to word this.
Oh, boy.
No, we've talked, location has come up a lot. Worlds has been in Vegas routinely the last, since its return at iteration in 2016. But it's also been in Florida. It's also been in other locations. I wonder how much the Las Vegas aspect of it all, as Jeff Lannon's getting some GSPs there, how much is that Vegas aspect of it all really come into play with some of these guys, especially on the championship bracket side?
You know what? I love this city. But regardless of how you take care of yourself here, the heat, the dryness, it's a long week too. I mean, you've had some guys that were out here playing games Wednesday, Thursday, right? So it's I think it plays a huge role for sure. The endurance, I think experience more than anything. The Vegas factor, I think, is big. But I think, having the experience of playing a 5-course qualifier and being able to navigate all 5 courses. Gordy Brown, who just walked by. I talked to him about that yesterday. He was locked in for 3 courses, and then maybe less so for at the end, and he just didn't play well. But you can lose focus, you can lose stamina, whatever it is. So I really think that to do well in this, you have to probably do poorly in this and figure out what to change. And but make no mistake about it, it is a true marathon. You're standing at the machine for a long time. You're hitting a lot of shots.
The mental aspect of it is very, very huge.
You're probably going out afterwards.
Or staying out until the tournament starts. I'm sure there's a few people here who've done that.
But I think more so now you're starting to see guys, even last night when, we watched the fights and walked around the room a little bit. It was still pretty early, and guys are like, it's bedtime. And there's a missed putt from Jeff.
See McCook looking to see on the Kangaroo Trail side if he can sneak something in there, but this is not going to be a drivable look. And it's a tough break for Jeff on South Pacific. Hole 14, he doesn't have a lot of opportunities coming up, but at least he's coming into a par 3, and he's got a pretty good line.
Mike Andre, who we saw earlier with Paul Luna, gets his first tournament win on the loser side of the bracket on Summerlin against Ken Callis.
Did run into Kenny, and he was trying to get paid as soon as John Noble and Greg were getting the network back up with our guy Duan at home. So I felt bad for Kenny. He's like 0-2. But again, that's a guy that no matter what happens, he's always happy to be out here with his friends and in Vegas and at the World Championship. What course did they play on there?
Summerlin.
Nice.
27 under on Summerlin for Mike Andre. Not too shabby. There were betting odds on this, and I didn't see the final odds, but I would have to imagine it was Paul Luna and Andy Haas in some shape or fashion. And so far, both are 2-0, and the only 2-0 players right now on the board. There should be more coming soon, including one from this game. And right now, Andy Fox is I think he's a match play machine, man.
Yeah, you talk about somebody who it feels like they deserve a good run in a tournament because they play so well and they just haven't been able to put it together in a long time. Andy Fox is one of those guys. He's won, I believe he's won a Player of the Year tournament before. But again, it's been a little while since he could really, keep that train on the track. And I think, somebody like him against Haas or Luna, I think he has better odds than most people would give him.
Well, he's not. He's certainly not going to be intimidated, right? So many matches, so many games. Not necessarily a guy when you think of like holdouts or moments, but he just grinds.
Yeah, I love that word, the way you say grind. I mean, he is a grinding player, grinder of a player. And
Rick Copperthorne, who won our Mobile World Championship, I would say similar comparison. Now, Rick also had 6 holeouts in one of the deciding games leading up to the championship, and that is interesting there. Andy's more than capable of doing that, but he just is relentless in these matches, and you give him an opportunity, and he's going to try and take full advantage. Let's see what he can do here.
CJ going a little short, but I do like CJ's opportunity at a chip a little bit better. Jeff making as good of a run at that hole 17 in South Pacific that you can.
Exactly.
And for Jeff, you're hoping that the setup is a rough one and on 18.
You run out of holes, man. You run out of holes, and here they are, 2 of the best players in the world coming down to hole 18.
And for CJ, he's got to make this chip. He's got to take advantage of McCook missing the chip. Boom! He's got it. That is big.
Big shot here on 18. That's a beauty for Andy Fox. I think at this point, if you're landing, this has got to go, right?
For CJ, yeah, and for CJ, he's still down 2. But, these next couple of holes, if he can put the pieces together and McCook can't shake off the missed chip.
So an update, we will indeed have Evan Gossett versus Andy Haas.
Oh my God, that was a beautiful
Really
shot by Jeff.
Really good shot.
I'm sorry, did you say Evan Gossett and Andy Haas?
Andy Haas, that'll be coming up, I'm
That-
sure.
That is a matchup we haven't seen in quite a while.
These two are good friends.
You see them playing games together at tournaments, but not necessarily on the stream. It's been a while.
It has. It has. That was a good match. And Andy Fox joins the list of. All right, so hole 18 here. Before we can get back to the winner's side, this is a really important match for both of these two. Back to the odds component, I think both were probably considered, reasonable favorite, not favorites, but
no.
Oh, and that's just not a shot you would expect him to hit or miss. This is. And look at this. Back to the idea of laying up. We saw that earlier with, I think, Jason Lociavo. And that was an interesting place to lay up. Probably maybe the better place. He's done that before. Oh man, I've been there.
Yeah, and that's a tough break for CJ coming in with momentum.
Yeah, I know we talked to Chris Longino a bit on the podcast. Wanted to see how you would respond. Ryan McCook, by the way, alive and well in this tournament.
17, Al Farrell, Adam Harris. Al Farrell, Adam Harris on 17.
But so Paul Luna versus Andy Fox, and Evan Gossett versus Andy Haas.
So one of those four.
And those four, then the winners of those matches will pair up.
Yeah.
So you start to get deeper into these brackets. There's nowhere to hide for a lot of these really top players. And on the other side, now starts the slog. If you've lost a match early, you're going to have to win and win and win and win. So the further along you can go on the winner's side, the better.
Clint Grover, Corey Neely playing right now, still on the winner's side. Johnny Daher, really good showing for him so far, playing Jordan Cook. Paul Taylor taking on Joe Masara. I believe that machine won in the background right there. Right there. That is going to be an excellent match. A fun match to call. And then Mark Gomez and Chris Anthony playing right now on machine 8. So there's still a lot of undefeated players in this side of the bracket. But, yeah, you talk about, we're potentially – well, actually, we're not going to have a Luna Haas King of the Hill match like we've seen a ton because of where these guys have fallen in the bracket. So I think it's still anybody's game. But, man, it's starting to heat up.
Yeah, as you look at the other side of the bracket, I think that there's a strong possibility that one of the King of the Hill participants could emerge from this match. And we'll see. But this is fun. And we get to see JoJo for the first time, really, who I love his playing style. It's very technical. It's a mix of kind of art and science, if you will.
I was going to say, there's a ton of unique playing styles in the top echelon of players, but with all due respect to everybody, I think Joe, for the reasons you just said, is the most unique. And a little Red Sands action.
Which is interesting because this is a course where I think, some of those technical skills can shine with chips, and then we'll also have to see here with equipment what we decide to use. All right, so the arrows, which treated Paul Luna quite well, and watch this thing go if he can hit his line. Thing is moving. That's a good shot.
Not surprising at all, but Paul Taylor using arrows as well here.
Yeah, in terms of the overhead, it takes some adjustments for me to see, where that 300-yard mark is and where these balls actually end up. And obviously both are in a really good position to eagle the first. But, left 2.
He's got that little chipper. He just hits it. I love that, the way he masters that club.
So, Joe.
Oh, there you go.
Wow. All right. So, yeah, that lip we've seen come into play on a variety of shots. And then here's another look where hang on and see where he lands.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's interesting about when Joe plays is his facial expressions.
Oh, okay. Joe looks pretty loose.
Yeah, and for those of you that are just joining us that have not used the arrows before,
all right.
The arrows, you hit dead straight 180, and
Yes.
you get more distance on them.
All right.
A ball that's been in the game for a long time, and just like the Stouts, was in the game for a while before it really made a difference on some of these.
That's a beautiful.
Just like these two guys have done on the first 2 holes of Red Sands.
Yeah, balls that we've seen factor in on this course and PGA Tour courses. And now, you got to keep up, right? This is where Paul Luna in his first match got some separation in these first, 6, 7 holes.
Oh,
it's pulled. And he kind of knows it. So, Paul Taylor, like he did pretty much most of last year, playing with the lead again. Although, man, JoJo obviously more than capable of unleashing a hole out at any time.
So is Paul Taylor.
So is Paul, for that matter. Yeah, that's a point we've got to reinforce. So often in these matches, we're looking for ways we want excitement to even things up. And the player who's up, turn on a course like this, if you can turn a 1-shot lead into 2, oh man, massive. That's going to scoot right. So we've seen him go a couple of pushes here in the early going.
Yeah, and with Red Sands, there are so many, with the right setups, so many great opportunities for these guys to take advantage of that arrow ball and just put them in themselves in very good chipping positions.
Now you see he did the straight shot, but on an offset, right? And I'm not very good at that, by the way, doing a 180. Not good at 180s in general. Joe doing the same exact thing. Oh,
so he got a little bit better of a bounce.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting tongue-tied there.
Take some honey. Oh, man. All right, so here is that opportunity. Joe is chasing one. Paul pushes his chip just wide.
And not many people chip with woods, but these two are so great that they can master that.
Oh.
That looked so good. And,
Yeah.
and Joe's putting with thumbs is so interesting.
It is. It's actually a little unnerving. Joe, like Andy, is a guy that likes to wear his Andy Haas likes to wear his emotions on his sleeve a little bit, but I also don't think it impacts his play, right? Like there's
one of the few,
one of the few, right? And that may sound
because
weird.
it's so hard.
I think it's just part of their just general makeup on this. Evan Gossett's another one. Evan Gossett, who we'll probably see here pretty soon, is another guy that. when he hits a bad shot, you get a head shake in there, but it's not a shot that seems to impact it. And again, on this specific match,
and
bombs away.
It's just crazy. These guys are hitting a 290 club for a 387 shot. And Joe has got almost the money there.
That's a good shot.
Well, it's tough, too, because you got to be careful. You got to be careful that you don't get stuck in the sand to the left of the green or even hit. It's not even rock. It's like a soft rock. Like one of your local radio stations. But that thing will kick your ball far away from the hole, kind of like we saw on Kangaroo in a couple instances.
Mark Gomez, who was 31 seed, won his first match and now won another one over Chris Anthony. So Mark Gomez joins a group at 2-0. Corey Neely just took down Clint Grover on Kangaroo. So Corey Neely also 2-0. The winner of this match will play Mr. Gomez, and broken record here. Every match is going to be good, but your bracket in your winner side is starting to solidify a bit. So, we've got 8 spots in that 2-0 criteria. 6 of them have been filled. A 7th will come from here. And it looks like on the other side of the bracket here momentarily, we're going to get Chris Brewer versus Clint Grover up on the stream, which will be what a match. In the meantime, good shot.
Good shot to us, but for somebody like Paul Taylor, is like, I just needed to push that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of shot we see here from Joe. Obviously, repetition-wise, fulls.
He's got I was just going to say, this is not a big full
shot,
course.
Yeah, every shot in his bag. I don't know if he needs it or if he wants it. It doesn't look like it. But he got a lot of different tools.
It's a good run at it.
It is. All right.
Oh.
Paul Taylor, of course, we've talked about him throughout the last few days. Last year's champion, probably being slept on maybe a little bit to win again, right?
I would say so.
Yeah, and I at this point, I'm not sure why. Oh, wow, look at this setup here on 7.
Very similar to the one that Paul Luna had in his first match.
Yep, I agree. And look at this. We are doubling up on red sands.
Now, I think I can say this since you're going to see it, but I was told that Chris Brewer has some interesting driver selections here on red sands. The 7-degree driver being rocked by a lot of these top players.
Well, and I get it on this course because it's you have so many opportunities to hit balls into greens. You're going to want as many as you can. Clint Grover off and running. These guys, Joe Masara and Paul Taylor, both trying to stay unbeaten.
Oh.
Kind of a tricky pin for this level of this chip in terms of distance.
Oh, Joe staring through the soul of that green, hoping he got a little bit more roll to it.
Oof.
Now both these guys not able to capitalize on the chip opportunity on one, but that's okay. Chris in a little bit of an interesting situation. I don't know if you could putt that, but I guess if anybody would know, it would be him.
Paul, not a guy that shows a ton of emotion, but you could see on his face that he didn't love that. But still up a stroke as we head into or near the turn.
Machine 4, Mike Andre, Chris Anthony. Mike Andre, Chris Anthony on 4.
Another good opportunity to get a drivable shot there. Oh.
All right, so the first 2 shots that we saw on this hole were bunker bound.
Yeah, and Chris has got himself, even though he got to bounce back, he's not in the sand, so he's got a good opportunity there. I mean, even for Clint, this isn't bad, even though you're in the sand.
That's a good run at it.
Oh,
nice
there
chip.
you go.
That's a really nice chip.
And for Chris Brewer, it's hard not to give your opponent a fist pound when you hit a good shot like that.
Now can he answer? He's in a pretty good position, I think, to answer. Again, we are at the Golden Tee World Championship. Oh, Chris misses just long. We're at the Palms. Match play all day long, double elimination bracket. $35,000 going to our first place winner of the championship bracket. And I'm very interested to see here on hole 10 these next shots for both of these guys.
Yeah.
Can Joe close the gap? Can Paul extend the lead? Are they both going to do the thing? We shall see.
Yeah, chipping machines, chipping monsters is really what these guys should be called, because we've seen them chip with woods. We've seen them chip with so many different clubs. And when you have a non-drivable par 4 like that, any opportunity to squeeze out an extra stroke is a good one.
So Clint Grover with a 1-shot lead. Big shot here for Joe. And he did not like that. Now if you're Paul, I guess you still have a 1-shot lead.
Well, for Joe, it wasn't just the fact that he didn't hit the shot he wanted with that chip, but he left himself with a pretty long putt there. That felt like it just barely kind of graced the cup there.
Yeah, and you see with this golf ball arrow to eliminate the possibility of hitting that 180, you're hitting thumbs or just palming the ball forward. That was, something we saw a lot of yesterday. That's fine there. A lot of holes still to be played.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people think of that when they just think about the 180 aspect of the arrows for the advantage. But there's definitely some disadvantages, too, if you have not mastered it like these guys have.
Absolutely.
Joe making a good run there at the cup.
So on the loser side of the bracket, we'll have Mark McCook.
Oh, Clint Grover.
Very nice.
Another beautiful chip.
As I'm heading the brackets here, we'll have Mark versus Sean Gervais coming up. That's a huge match. You got Ryan McCook versus George Von Kay. Jeff Lannon, going to wait and see who he's playing.
Oh,
wow.
I thought for a second Clint had a really, really good, that was a great line, but for a second I thought he might be going back to back and extend that lead very early on against Chris Brewer.
Please like, subscribe, share.
Wow.
All of those things. So you can watch moments and matches like this and in really, really important putts like this one. Oh, everything's been just a smidge left. When he's missed, he's missed on that side. And he's joining him.
Yeah, both these guys, obviously not the result they wanted or
that is a long. Those
there.
are long putts, but I am kind of shocked that not one of those guys was able to seal the deal. Here's the kind of hole where it helps to have some drivers in the bag. Well,
yeah, and that's going to put him in an interesting spot, having a chip again out of the sand.
Going to deal with some break there.
Yeah, and for Paul Taylor, he knows that Joe is always one ready to take advantage of a misstep if the opportunity arises.
Seeing him trying to carry the 3-wood back there. You know what, though? That's of the chips. That's the one I'd want.
Right. Yeah, you have an opportunity where it is, for the most part, pretty straightforward. And with the way these guys have been doing their click chipping lately, it's
be careful of this lip.
Come on. All right.
Very nice. Very nicely done. So, Paul to retain a one-shot lead. He's been really good with this club. Saw it last year, too.
I think the whole world was really open to the opportunities with the chipping wedge when Paul Taylor's doing stuff like that on the live stream.
That's fantastic. That chip hits differently when you're standing here, and really well done as Clinton Brewer on the other side making their way through. This is not a bad look here at 14. Actually, I think with the wind, you can bring this thing in left to right and give it a go, I guess, or just do that.
Yeah, just use the chipping wedge. Why not? Now, Joe, obviously having the super spins, got to be careful.
Oh. Great shot. Seen guys get a run at this pin on 7. Not anything to drop just yet.
No, but pretty close for that hole, especially with the wind in your face like that. Even, this Taylor Masara match, this 14-mile-an-hour wind with that massive green on hole 15, the par 5, very, a lot of room to work with.
So Paul at this point seems like, if given an opportunity to use a chipping wedge on a par 3, he'll use it. But also I think at this point, come get the stroke if you can.
Yeah.
And make no mistake about it, Joe can come get the stroke.
Oh!
Oh, that was almost well timed by me. And that's not an easy shot. Not an easy shot in the sense that, to do that. Great line.
Now, even though there's only a few holes left, like I said, man, Chris Brewer trying to knock down some of Clint Grover's lead there. But as I was saying about Joe, all it takes is a couple of shots where he's getting close and it's not dropping for him to, burn that fire even hotter and bring it for these next couple of holes.
Team 16, Wes and Pete Schmidt. Wes and Pete Schmidt on 16.
Unfortunately for Mr. Taylor, the defending world champion, no chipping wedge opportunity here. But he's going to give it a good run.
Yeah, this is a nice look.
Oh.
No spin. I think that I get why you'd have spin. I think Joe's going to probably hope to have that line and give this one a go. Not sure anybody has utilized the grid more in this room and
There's
mastered
two guys.
the art of these angles than this guy right here. And that's just going to miss low side. Good run at it, though.
You know, not the win that you're probably wanting if you're Joe. You want something that's a little bit more favorable, blowing towards the green.
That's nice.
But for Paul Taylor, a beautiful shot there.
That's nice. Playing with a lead is hard, by the way. Playing with a lead, it's obviously better than not having a lead, but you're going first. There's an expectation you've got to hold serve, hold serve, hold serve, and we've seen guys, Paul specifically, do it here early on Sunday.
Clint trying to collect those strokes over there, making another good move on hole 10 here.
All right, hole 18 to stay unbeaten.
And for Joe, this is absolutely, oh, wow. Chris Brewer close once again, but for Joe Masara, this is absolutely not the look you want. No opportunity to drive or even get it close for a chip, so you're going to have to work hard from the fairway.
You're absolutely right. More than capable, but
both these guys really just going back to back with these close shots.
All right, so that pretty much simplifies this. This has got to drop for Joe Masara to force extras. And if it doesn't, Paul Taylor, last year's world champion, will move on in the unbeaten side of the bracket.
Of course, Joe, of all people, is considering the 7-degree driver for this shot.
Well, the one thing here is why not? every club at least is available because it's either in or it's not. And
this is where we need Chad Trump talking because of the calculations that Joe's doing in his head, probably of trying to figure out this club here.
Oh.
It had a good line.
All right. These two embrace one another. Joe Masara's day not done by any means.
But a tough break there.
But right now, Paul Taylor, last year's world champion, playing well. 2-0. We'll take on Mark Gomez next.
Oh, no.
I think he's looking at, obviously, if he missed his line, which, based on the result, you would think he did. Obviously in a position to try and
Clint
go for
Grover.
it. And,
Ugh.
So it goes.
And that is going to extend the lead even more, especially with Chris hitting the water there and Clint being up a few strokes already.
Ryan McCook, 31-29 over George Von Kay on the loser side of the bracket to move
Staying
forward.
alive.
McCook, of course, lost early. And it looks like we're going to get Mark versus Sean Gervais.
Wow. That is that'll be an interesting matchup.
So now playing with the lead, Mr. Grover.
Brandon Robinson, Chris Jessup, Machine 5.
I think I drank too much water. Not honey yet, just water. All right, so on the loser side, again, Gervais versus Mouth, and unfortunately for Chris, that's been kind of the story.
Yeah, and for Chris, it's tough. You have a handful of holes to work with, but that lead is so is growing that Clint has, and Clint, is playing on fire right now.
All right, so Sean and Mark are warming up.
Trying to think of the last time that Gervais and Mark McClevich played against each other at a tournament.
That's a really interesting match. Both guys have such style that they play with.
Yeah, and those guys, have known each other for many, many years. You're talking about 20 years or so with
a big hug and an embrace there. And
with a lot of world championship opportunities at stake
for
here.
Sure. All right, we will see where they are playing as we go back to double wide here. Looks like more Scablands.
Sean Gervais, big wrestling fan, going to be looking to put the smack down on Mr. Mucklewitz and keep his hopes and dreams for a world championship going. Also winning a PEGT National Tour event earlier this year. So another favorite when it comes to, people looking at who can make their way back from the loser bracket and really take it down.
I know Chris hasn't played his best game, but I think Clint Grover has looked really good here. A lot of shots have either gone in or buzzed the cup, right? And you look at Mark.
And again, we mentioned it earlier. It sounds like he is at least coming into the morning feeling good. I know he had some surgeries recently. Been going through some pain, but for
that was a great shot too.
That's a very interesting way to start off.
He's got so much game. Both these guys have so much game. And you just saw there, huge opportunities and both just miss.
Yeah. Well, and we talked about Mark earlier and just the power that he has and the way that he hits the trackball and some of the distance he can get. It'll be interesting to see on Scablands. There are a couple holes in particular that may come into play. Sean Gervais, the king of the swerve, as he likes to say, and he obviously backs it up.
And that's going to be just long, obviously.
Oh, look at that. Clint Grover.
My goodness.
Clint is just...
my goodness. He has been on fire. So, look, Mark has all the distance he wants, obviously, in a shot like this. But I'd say a bit of a bad break there, right? That bunker rerouted that shot.
So,
what a shot. What a shot.
Beautiful hole out.
Great chip by Mark. Not a great break on that first shot, and then look at that. That's beautiful.
That is playing to the awareness of the green, and for Gervais, he's in the rough. He's not in the heavy rough, but he does have a little bit of height on there. He's going to have to come into play.
an interesting mindset shift. You probably thought you had a chance to go up one, and now you go down one.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Wow.
And for Mark, when he gets the lead, that's when he can kind of get crazy with some of his shots, and crazy in the sense of like he can run away with a match. Once he's in that mindset of he has the lead and he can play really well. Oh
wow! He's locked
like
in.
I said, when he gets hot, he gets hot, and like you said, locked in. And it's only hole 3.
No, but I think immediate pressure being applied. That's a brilliant shot. Hole 1 was right on it. Sean just needs to kind of settle in himself. Great shot.
Again, like I was just saying, it is very early on. Gervais with the old thick headset like us here at the commentary table listening to music. Mouth actually not listening to anything. I know he's gone back and forth. And, for Mark, this par 3 is a really good opportunity. You talk about somebody who does damage with their thumbs. That is definitely a guy who has done that.
Good line. Good shot. All right, so on the winner's side of the bracket here, as we're watching these guys navigate, we'll get a second game upcoming. We have Paul Luna versus Andy Fox, Evan Gossett versus Andy Haas, Corey Neely, Johnny Dyer, Paul Taylor, and Mark Gomez are your 8 players who've yet to lose a match. Don't believe any of those matches has started yet. Obviously, we are on the loser side of the bracket. Ryan McCook, Orlando Ayala, Clint Grover, who we just saw, all moving on and staying alive on the loser side of the bracket.
You talk about a course that has a lot of different, shot opportunities and very distinctive ways to play. This hole 5, the par 5, is one of them. I think as you get to the back 9, you'll really see a difference in some of the par 5s and the way people approach it. For Gervais, he's just going to kind of continue to play his game and make shots like that.
Good shot.
But again, unfortunately, close does not cut it.
Yeah, again, back to the styles of these two guys. Much, much different. Oh, man. Mouth is locked in.
Now, for my commentary partner here, we've got a little bit of a dilemma because we've got 2 interesting matchups that we need to decide who we want to put on the stream. But I think, Evan Gossett, Andy Haas is such an interesting match. Paul Luna, Andy. I mean, honestly, all these matches are interesting.
Match,
I'm going to say the same damn thing because these guys are just so good. But
interesting. I don't know if he missed the ball or what, but so an opportunity for Sean.
Yeah, and for Mark, he's not in a great place.
That's a good shot by Sean. And we saw Mouth make a beautiful chip last time. Can he make another one? Had to be safe to get up over there. So gives one back, but had a 1-shot lead. All right, so side by side with these guys will be Evan Gossett and Andy Haas. So buckle up.
Yeah, and a tough break there for Mark, but honestly, this par 3 is a nice little setup.
He's playing great. He's playing great. I think he'll buzz this one. He's been buzzing cups. I know he's not happy with that, but his expectations for himself are so high, and they should be.
Yeah, when you've been playing Golden Tee tournaments as long as he has, or honestly as long as both of these guys have, you have those expectations because you've delivered and played to such a level over the years.
That one's starting.
I was a little worried about that.
All right, so Andy Haas on stage in a newly acquired hoodie, I guess, because he says he's cold.
I've seen a few people with sweaters on. I'm very confused because it is.
Good shot from Mark. Putt for Sean. Both of these guys still all square through 8 holes. So the question is, where are Gossett and Haas going to play? Now would be the right time to like, share, comment.
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend. I mean, this, if you haven't already, and we appreciate the support, I want to preliminarily thank our production team who's been rocking this all week long. I want to thank everyone from IT, Steve, Paige, everyone at the Palms has been incredibly accommodating. Richard King, who just walked by us, has been a huge help. Seen the new graphics cards we've done. He's amazing at it. Oh, good
Beautiful
shot.
line there.
Just tough to get it all the way back. And here's the double screen.
Oof. Good shot there by Mark.
All right, so we are on Bonnie Moore. These two guys, plenty of history, plenty of world championships between them, and a really good-looking win to get us started. So I would be surprised if we don't have a hole out here from one of Evan or Andy on the winner's side. On the other side, we are on the loser's side of the bracket. And he's trying to get it up there as much as he can. And he pushed it, and he knew it within about
half a second,
a third of a second off the club. He's played a lot of golden tee.
The hole these guys are playing on Scablands, the one that we saw Connor Franta and Corey Neely doing something similar to what Mark was trying there with the low driver.
I think both Evan and Andy are not pleased with that outcome. Sean probably not pleased that didn't go in. Mouth made a brilliant chip. I believe it was on 2. Can he make another one?
Oh,
my goodness.
Come on. Wow.
Great shot. That was a really, really good shot. This is
Speaking
hard.
of a great shot, Andy Haas getting on the green there on
Yeah.
hole 2 of Bonnie Moore Black. Evan with a chip.
Now this is a sticky little setup here on hole 11, depending on what club you want to use.
I believe Ric Flair might have just walked in the building. People wooing.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that.
Did you see that?
That was somehow worse than Sean Gervais' shot on one where it bounced off the pin. That one was out of the cup. Gervais with the hole-in-one on the par 3. That is a hole that I love this setup a lot more than when you're hitting over those rocks that are in the background there. But if anybody can go back and challenge this, it's going to be Mark.
Oh, man.
All right, so Gervais is going to take honors again here. Oh, Evan, you were right when you said these two guys are just going to continue to buzz
I don't know
cups.
how many times we're going to say, oh, sorry.
Ooh.
Sean Gervais, it feels like a broken record, but the guy has just run into buzzsaw after buzzsaw, and that's a pretty, I wouldn't call it a break, but a good outcome there.
Good bounce.
The guy consistently posts huge scores, has run into some huge rounds, obviously capable of.
It's a beautiful shot there by Mouth, as long as that slows down.
So, you know, a couple of testers here. It's a good putt, very, very true throughout. Great putt by Mouth. True there as well. Evan not happy with that. And this is certainly an opportunity for Haas to get some more separation. Oh.
for Mark, he's going to hope for, some of these greens, like this one in particular, to give himself a little runway.
Mm-hmm.
He is definitely one of the people that just because he is down, you cannot count him out.
Oh, he's.
Wow. I expect something very similar from Mark here.
Absolutely. That's a pretty good look. Just on the
Just a
low
little
side.
left.
Yep. All right, looking at the bracket. Well, right now we're kind of in a bit of a holding pattern. There's Evan. Pretty tense in here right now, I have to say.
Yeah, it feels like it's about 4 hours ahead of the clock right now.
Yeah, very, very tense.
But these are
huge
very,
matches.
yes, these are, Andy Haas pursuing his third Golden Tee World Championship, Evan Gossett pursuing his second, and then both Sean Gervais and Mark Mucklewitz, pursuing their first.
So the winner of Haas and Gossett will go on to play the winner of Luna and Fox, which I'm assuming is going to come up here on the stream next, unless those guys are playing. I think knowing Steve Sobel, he's probably saving that one for everybody out there, so stay tuned. All right, so Gervais had the ace and has been able to hold on to the lead for the time being with 4 holes left to play, unless we go to extras, which is more than possible here.
Well, in 15 being the par 5 that is now a drivable par 4, that is not a great look.
No.
And Gervais, has got to protect that lead, and Mouth has it as an opportunity as a power hitter to potentially get that stroke back.
Oh, that's a
beautiful
really,
shot
really
there.
good shot. It is, if you're watching Sean, who almost looks like he's not hitting the ball hard, I think of like a Brian Bernhardt, who can hit the ball so hard without having to exert a ton of energy.
Oh. Damn, that was like multiple emotions, I think, from everybody watching, because it went from, oh shoot, is that going to go in the water, to, oh wow, that almost got in the cup, and like Mark just said, it was right there.
That's Gervais, like you said, to go first had to play it a little bit conservative, and then here, I always screw up the placement on my tee shot here.
Yeah.
Of course I do.
But we talked about that earlier, that this is one of those holes that really can set up tough and early on in the round too. Now I think Mark is gonna go for this here. Using that 7 wood. Beautiful.
Wow, what a shot.
Beautiful shot. Using that hill and that
What a
low
shot.
7-degree driver to his advantage. Now a
That's-
beautiful eagle putt opportunity. But also, Gervais got a 9-mile-an-hour wind blowing on the left with a right 5 or 6 green. He's got a good chance to put this close.
That is what Mouth's game brings, because
Oh, and Andy Haas.
oh, he just pushed it. Just pushed it. Just pushed it. That was a brilliant shot onto the green by Mouth, but just missed. It was a long putt. I was watching Haas hole out. Haas hole out. You're watching too.
I mean, Haas has been getting so close to the cup. It does not surprise me at all. As Sean Gervais and Mark Mucklewitz look at hole 17 here.
Doesn't look like a terrible look. It's a good shot for Sean. Still holding a 1-shot lead.
And for Mark here, he's got a really good opportunity
For
to
sure.
capitalize.
Oh!
Oh, he has been running for his money on the cup all game long.
He has been all over it, man. All right, so hole 18. It's got some teeth to it, for sure.
Machine 6, Sean Tickner, James Dugan.
Sean wasting very little time. That's got a great line to it, and that's a really, really good shot. So Mouth essentially needs to make it. And he can. Oh, and he doesn't. So Sean Gervais, who's had such a good chip, big hug. I thought Mouth played great, but Sean just one stroke better. All right, so on that side of the bracket, Sean Gervais is going to play the winner of Ed Godfrey versus Jeff Lannon, which doesn't get any easier there. Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh,
yes!
He got one.
Evan gets one back.
He got one.
Machine 12, Adam Harris,
Now these guys are all tied up.
Wow. High level. Gonna open that wrapper again, ever so slowly. All right. That's just fine. With the win, you can give this one a pretty good line. Oh, good shot there. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Golden Tee World Championship. We are coming to you from the Palms. We are deep in match play at this point. You're watching two former world champions, Evan Gossett, Andy Haas, trying to keep their unbeaten records intact. Evan, of course, was down a stroke. Got it back and almost got a lead there. And now he has to wait because this is a shot that you would think Andy's going to give a run at. And there is your run. Hole in one, high level Golden Tee being played right now. My goodness. Wow.
It's Andy Haas. It's really hard to expect anything less, but we've said this a handful of times. Evan Gossett, you know?
I don't think we're done with holdouts. I think there's... I don't think we're done. I don't think that's the hole either.
I was just going to say, yeah, that was not a great setup there. You still have 16, although 16, the par 5 has been setting up very nicely for people. But if it's not, it has a really good opportunity to change the dynamic a little bit.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of changing the dynamic, where are they going to put themselves here to give what should be a pretty reasonable shot in?
Well, I think one of the pieces that is so unique to all the courses, I think, this year is that Jim Z has it set up where there are many opportunities to go left, to go right, to maybe a third location, just like these guys are doing here.
Yeah, and this is pretty unique, right? I mean, I think choosing wind and also having the ability to roll the ball out.
Yeah, that elevation change with the bite in the wood, a little short there, but
Haas is going to try and bring this one in left to right to have this thing come back up. And say he nearly followed through with his plan.
Yeah, most people be comfortable with the one-stroke lead, but when you're playing somebody, especially with the history that Evan Gossett and Andy Haas have in match play, Haas knows that he can, if the right opportunity arises, that Evan can, turn it up and drop a hole out on him.
Again, tense is this room, and it looks like another winner side bracket is going to be starting. Paul Luna and Andy Fox.
Thank you for your kind words.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for coming. All right. Sorry, we got people coming up to us, and we want to make as much time as we can without disrupting the stream. So we will be 2 wide here in a minute with World Championship wins all over the place. All right. Hole 17. Early on, this has obviously been a factor. Andy's going to size this one up. Absolutely brutal pin placement here. We saw in our first silver bracket matches this hole start to be a factor, and early on here, Haas still with a one-shot lead. It's about as much time as you'll ever see Andy Haas take over a shot.
Yeah, that. This is where Andy Haas truly shows why he is Andy Haas.
Oh my goodness. You could hear him off camera. A huge opportunity now for Evan. Huge opportunity. And I think even his facial expression says a lot. Because although Andy got wet, diabolical setup. And it's interesting, I've seen players come over, obviously, this machine because of who's playing, but in the last minute or so, the focus has intensified because I think everyone in this room and probably everyone watching is thinking, what the hell am I hitting into this hole?
Yeah, we thought the setup from earlier was bad, but my God.
What are you hitting into this hole? So again, these are two of the fastest players in the world trying to process how to do it.
Well, and for Evan, it's tough, too, because we talk about you don't typically lay up in match play, and it usually is never on a par 3 either.
All right, so here it comes in. Oh, that's a
stay up there?
Really good shot. All right, now. Oh, no. And that is a massive turn of events. I don't think anything else needs to be said. Now the loser of this match is not done. They're going to go to the other side of the bracket. But it looks like Evan Gossett is going to be moving on.
Wow. And as we get deeper in the gold bracket, in the championship bracket, you're going to see more and more of like these heartbreaks. And Evan, cutting it very close there. As I think I need to just stop talking for a while because I almost had the commentators jinx again. Holy crap!
I think Evan had some things to say after that shot. So look, we're going to talk about, of course, Haas's miscues, but Evan hit a magnificent shot on 17 and is going to stay unbeaten. Andy Haas try to knock this one in. He does.
Greg Levis, you're up on 3.
But
Brendan Harris, you're up on 5.
there's the man of the moment right now with his shades on backwards. As the camera's following him to one of the best walks a Golden Tee player can have.
Yeah, up to the tournament desk saying, here's the match and the score. And, for Evan again, his record against Andy Haas probably isn't as great as he wanted to be, but putting a little notch in that so far today.
Man, oh man. All right, so now we join these guys on the winner's side of the bracket, Paul Luna and Andy Fox. For Evan, he will play the winner of this game. And the winner of that game will move to the King of the Hill. Corey Neely, still unbeaten. Paul Taylor, Mark Gomez.
Machine 16. Chris Anthony, Joe Masara.
Yeah, and we'll have to look and see if we can even do it if these guys are in the same setup that Haas and Gossett were in.
And look at this. All of a sudden, an early stroke lead.
Gordy Brown.
Here, matches getting called for both the silver and the championship bracket here in the background. 20 machines in play right now. Got 2 machines in the back for players when they are not in the middle of matches, keep themselves warm, keep it going.
Andy Haas will play the winner of Clint Grover and Gordy Brown. Joe Masara and Chris Anthony will play here if they're not already coming up.
Corey Neely and Johnny Daher. Another unique matchup.
Yeah.
About to be here on the stage next to these two guys.
What an opportunity here as we look at the bracket. Corey Neely and Daher, as you mentioned. You got Mark Gomez going to get a crack at Paul Taylor, who, again, kind of quietly going about his business, staying unbeaten.
Eddie G, Sean Gervais going to be up here shortly on the loser side of the bracket.
How many matches do you think those two have played over the years?
Oh, geez, yeah. Orlando Ayala, Ryan McCook, Gordy Brown, Clint Grover, Joe Masara, Chris Anthony. Yeah, I mean, make sure you're following all the action along with us, goldent.com. Tap or click on that GTPJ Tour icon, and you'll see the World Championship, the qualifier from yesterday, and the championship bracket and the silver bracket for today. Follow along with that as we watch Mr. Luna try to get back that stroke that he is down, which is a rarity when it comes to a Paul Luna match that he...
Yeah, we came over and he was down 1. He has been kind of pacing everybody here since we fired up yesterday in the qualifier. And but this is a guy that can play with a lead. Grinder was the term we used earlier. And this is going to be a grind.
And as we saw from that last match, a ton of changing action can happen on those last couple of holes as Andy Fox bumps that lead up by another stroke.
There's nothing grinding about that. That's just impressive, right? So that's what you need. You put pressure. You need to apply that pressure. Now, though, you brought up the point, and I'm very interested. What does 17 look like? Is this the same setup? We'll have to see if we can find out. If anybody out there remembers the looks, please pass along that information.
Yeah, another tough look here on 8. I want to say I think they are in the same.
I think they are too.
I believe this was
I
also.
thought it was an 8-mile-an-hour wind on this.
Yeah.
Well, then we got a lot of work to do then. You mentioned it, man. These are 2 players on the right now looking to have a breakthrough moment. Jared Decker, Clint Grover. World Championship runs that I think will live on. These are both great players that have been put in really good positions to,
Oh, and Corey Neely hauling out.
Good positions. That's fantastic.
And our old friend Kangaroo is back once again. Johnny D from Ohio. Oh, coming up just short there. And that's so tough when that happens on hole 1. We've seen that a lot so far today.
Corey, when we saw him last, I think won a sudden death match, if I'm not mistaken, early on.
Yeah, against Connor Franta.
Had a chance to win that match, missed a chip, and then right there, chipping looks primed and positioned. All right, so we just saw Andy Haas suffer his first defeat. Evan Gossett, former world champ.
And now, even though Johnny D did not get it on the green, he is in a much better position than Corey is here with those farther back tee boxes that we see in the remastered Kangaroo. It is really hard to get on that green in one without a power move. Andy Fox, again, getting close.
So neither Eagles on the right at Kangaroo. That feels like a missed opportunity there. Easy for me to say. Paul Luna. I think it was that last 2 qualifying rounds of his. I can't remember which one, where he holed out, 2 or 3 times on the back 9?
Yeah, it's Paul, just doing Paul Luna stuff, you know.
More than capable of making this it is a match, obviously, but more than capable of tying this thing up in a hurry.
Johnny D, good opportunity there on hole 3. Again, Kangaroo is one of those courses that between these potentially drivable or chippable looks and the par 4s, these guys have the potential to go back and forth. And I'd say, skill level-wise, Corey may even have a little bit of a lead on Johnny D these days. I know Johnny D still plays a ton, but Corey really has grown the last couple of years and up to that level. But really, great showing by both of these guys that they are still on the winner's side of the bracket.
For sure, yeah. Neither is going to be going home after this, which is good. Andy Fox, though, right now. Actually, well, we'll have to take a look there. I don't think it is the same setup that those guys had on Bonnie.
No, it must have just been a similar look on 8.
But we'll still see what 17 has in store.
I mean, we thought that the first look that was difficult with the shorter, shorter par 3 17 and that pin tuck next to the sand trap was rough and couldn't get worse. And then it got worse, unfortunately, as we saw in the Haas-Gossett match.
All right, so Andy Fox is thinking, I could like to bank one more stroke in there.
Saw that with Clint Grover, Chris Brewer. Clint was just stacking up those strokes on red sands. For Luna, this is interesting because he's not typically on this side of the hole-outs. He's used to the one delivering those hole-outs to his opponent.
Still only 2 strokes, though. Oh, good shot. Good shot.
This look on 12 is so unique because it's one of those holes that really makes you think between let's get on the green and putt for eagle, even if it's a little lengthy, or run the risk of potentially playing with the sand trap over there.
And you could see on Andy's face as that thing rolled out, he wasn't necessarily thrilled with that outcome. Trying to figure out all the break. Oh, brilliant.
Dead center for Mr. Fox. Now, I do think this may be the same setup that we had in some of the other matches. That 12-mile-an-hour wind seems familiar.
We've seen a few Bonnies. I don't know. We'll find out.
I mean, this is a really good opportunity, especially for Luna. He's got that super spin for him to snap back.
Yep, I agree.
And
it's the right club, right look.
One of the holes that Haas, I believe, aced in the previous round we were just watching. So it's definitely doable. And for somebody like Paul Luna, who is a former world champion himself and so precise, you see he's moving that grid, the tee box and the grid around. Oh, wow. How does that happen? That is,
what's really interesting about that shot is originally thought maybe that was a bit of a mishit. Not a mishit, but no, that was perfect. Nearly perfect.
Well, it was hard to not think that because it was on my brain as well. Beauty there by Fox. He's a little disappointed that he didn't get that one to drop, but that's okay. I mean, obviously he's got the lead. He wants to build that, especially knowing how 17 and 18 really could set up and be troublesome. And for Luna, he's thinking a lot about this. He's not out of holes yet, but he is running out of holes to make up that.
Yeah.
And if anybody...
Shorten the match, man. That's kind of what, if you're Andy, you're probably thinking already a little bit about 17, what's it going to look like, because that, and 18 potentially for that matter too.
Yeah, as we saw with Gossett on his shot.
This was an interesting look. We saw both Andy and Evan take different paths. This Haas almost hold it out. This is another really good look, though, for both Luna and Fox, for that matter. Not a ton of room to land it behind the pin. So, but if you bring this in maybe a little right to left, which is what Andy did, and that's exactly what Andy is doing.
The other Andy, not to be confused with Andy.
No, but that's exactly it. You can get that ball to track back. So you don't need to land behind the hole. Just pull back. No, he's just thinking I'm going to go right at it.
Yeah, the mind of Paul Luna.
Interesting here in Kangaroo Land.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Corey not getting some love there that he was hoping for. So it's going to be an opportunity for Johnny D to make some moves happen.
I've got to pull up the silver bracket too, just to see where we stand. Oh wait, hold on, wait, there's more. All right, so on the silver side, we haven't given an update here in a bit. Seth Harris, Steve Beattie, Chisholm, and Wes are unbeaten.
Interesting names to see in the silver, of course, as we mentioned before, but not surprised to see them undefeated right now.
Greg Kinsler unbeaten.
Oh, Johnny D with the hole out.
Wow, what a turn. What a turn in that match.
Now for Corey, he's got an opportunity at the Eagle chip here. Oh, beautiful.
His chipping is outstanding. We're actually talking coming in, and, his game, like you mentioned, how it's elevated here of late.
Luna, unfortunately probably hoping for a real rough setup on 17 that Fox is not going to be able to conquer. But when you've got that two-stroke lead for Fox, he's also got to be careful. Oh, no, it is the same exact setup.
So
Fox's face tells a really big story.
Oh, great shot. This is an interesting on all fronts, but okay, so you have a two-stroke lead in your Andy Fox here. I don't know if you would consider laying up on a par 3, and it may even sound ridiculous. Where do you even lay up? We saw the drop that Haas had, and that was brutal. I don't know.
And this is the downside to this being the longer look, because if it was shorter, he could probably just throw it out there in the sand trap.
That's a fantastic shot. Again, I think you're good dropping a stroke here, as weird as that sounds.
Well, the other thing, too, you've got it. Not that you want to do it on purpose, but having Luna go first when he needs to make up strokes on 18 is not the worst idea either.
No, that's fantastic.
A beautiful
that's
shot
very
by
similar
Paul
to what
Luna
we saw from Evan, and I don't think you're going to see much on this. He's going to obviously want to give it a go.
Oh. And that's the danger of going for that chip instead of just lagging it.
Wow.
I don't know.
Oh, man. All right, so. I know that's a brutal result. That's actually a really great putt. I don't think Andy would want to hear that right now, but I'm going to say it anyways. It's a really, really good putt to keep this thing from truly imploding at the time.
Yeah, and for Fox, this is where he's got to maintain some form of composure.
Were you surprised he didn't just putt that?
I was.
You're absolutely right, though, now. I think Luna's probably just as shook, to be quite honest. Again, kudos to Luna for sticking it and making a brutal birdie.
Yeah, and, for Fox, obviously saw Gossett's shot that just barely got past that rock wall, and heaven forbid he goes into that, backyard. It's not going to be fun. But it's hard to not look at the shot and think of the wind. And you could hit a 3-wood, a 10.5-degree driver. You're going to see him spend some time really thinking about his opportunities here.
Well, maybe just to try and find some peace at a time where there's peace is hard to come by.
And with how massive this green is, it's going to be hard for him to take a driver and come in right to left. It's not impossible, but you worry about that massive bounce from the ball striking the green, and could potentially bounce in a bunker or bounce past it.
It's a pretty good looking.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
But this, good putt. What a chip. All right, so I think those guys having a moment.
I think we're all having a moment.
I mean, wow. So
take a moment to breathe and sip some water here.
Andy Fox, hole 17 at Bonnie Moore Black has been a menace here in the early going, deciding, or at least impacting drastically the last two matches that we've seen. On this side, winner's bracket, Corey Neely, Johnny Dyer. Got to recenter with these guys too. A lot to unpack in the other game, but these guys are both unbeaten. Moves to 23 under. Corey still has a one-stroke lead. Thank you to everybody out there watching. Thanks for everybody who's put in the hours this week too to tune in, both to the Mobile World Championship, our qualifier yesterday. We had the speed run last night, doubles, and now match play both for the silver and gold brackets.
Yeah, a lot of positive feedback for the speed run tournament that Andy Coolman put on last night. So I think you're going to see a little bit more of that as we as we do more tournaments. And Johnny D in a tough spot here because he's still down one. And 17 and 18 at Kangaroo really don't give a lot of favorable opportunities.
No, but this is one on hole one. Oh, and that nearly ended the match. So to reset, sudden death for Paul Luna and Andy Fox. First stroke gained, and that was nearly one gained or lost. And the match is over. We don't play 9 holes. We don't play 18 holes.
And a massive putt here for Johnny D.
Of score.
Going to tie things up on Kangaroo here to your right.
Wow.
Regular match on your right with Corey and Johnny, and like Adam was saying, sudden death with Luna and Fox over here. And this is an interesting, original Bonnie Moore hole 2, not as much of a deciding factor, but this one, the ball that you're using, the pin, the shot that you hit here, this is probably going to decide this match.
Maximum drama right now with both of these games, right? You look at the setup on Kangaroo. Oh, great shot. Great shot. Look at that.
He almost wishes he had a hybrid with super spin on it.
Now, this is interesting on Bonnie as well. Seeing Paul choose to stay back. I think both these guys, great shot there. Wow. Made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, that 16-mile win was nothing to snuff at.
Different strategy here for Andy. And that's going to be a pretty flat chip, I would imagine.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that Luna is going for the layup here.
All right, hole 18 on Kangaroo. I am definitely struggling to keep up with all of this action, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, all right. So Andy Fox had a 2-stroke lead on hole 17. Can end the match here with a make.
And he does it.
Wow. Wow.
That.
Andy's going to need to take a minute, I think, and
yeah, decompress, maybe go sit at the pool for a few minutes, take some sun in, because that is a lot of weight off of his shoulders.
Holy cow. Wow. So
we got ourselves some overtime here.
Paul Luna and Andy Haas, 2 favorites in this tournament. We're moving right along, and then that happened. So Andy Fox is going to play Evan Gossett here at some point. And the winner of that game is going to move into the King of the Hill match.
Yeah, Kangaroo, such an interesting course to have in match play in OT, because hole 1 is potentially not necessarily drivable with those farther back tee boxes, but chippable, very chippable. And hole 2 is not drivable unless you get a really massive C3.
Guess we don't need to go over the sudden death rules.
No. We joked about how many
this
matches would we have go this way.
This is a fascinating start to sudden death when you look at what.
And Johnny D with a beautiful shot.
Wow. That
no pressure, Corey Neely. Holy moly.
Yeah, that was a nice path. It's got to go. All right, so we've been talking about the chipping here.
And he's made some really good
Absolutely,
chips.
absolutely.
So not where he wants to be, but
Yanked. Wow. All right.
Tough break for Corey Neely, but his day is not over yet. And Johnny D moving on up.
Johnny D joins Andy Fox and Evan Gossett as unbeatens now in the winner's side of the bracket. We've got Paul Taylor and Mark Gomez coming up. Wow. I don't know.
I still feel like I need to be quiet after
Yeah.
the Andy Haas comment I made, and then he had an unfortunate shot on 17.
No, 17, of course, has been one of the stories of the day, but many more stories, I think, still to unfold. So we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back at the Golden Tee World Championship.
Toast earlier was crap, so I was like dying and like trying to do a couple of mornings. I was like, shit, I don't know if I can wait until 4 o'clock. These are delightful.
Welcome back to the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I'm Kevin Lindsay, sitting alongside Adam Kramer. There's so much to say and almost nothing to say because the action has just been very unique. And you look at that bracket on GoldenTee.com, just also getting some breaking information on some of the people that are moving on into the winner's side of the bracket. Mark Gomez continuing his path. Andy Fox beating Luna, Gossett beating Haas. There is
Mark Gomez, Johnny Daher, to get in a chance to be, the king of the hill, right? We wanted to figure out who from maybe that next tier could emerge, and there you go. So in the last 15 minutes, we've seen Paul Luna lose. We've seen
actually 3 former world champs losing and getting bumped into the loser side of the bracket.
Obviously, Bonnie Moore, hole 17, was a huge factor here. I'm sure Andy hopefully has gotten all over that shot, but we'll figure out.
Yeah, and Cumberland's a fun one. I think we've called one yet here today. The course that really took a bite out of a lot of people's championship bracket chances last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifier, I think the early scores were quite high and pretty good. And I think you saw the cut move, at least 2 or 3 strokes.
18 in particular.
18 was gnarly. Clint Grover, who we haven't really seen this year, has tons of world champions experience out of an absolutely unbelievable run. When was that? 2019.
Yeah, and it's to be honest, the action we've seen from Clint Grover, especially on the stream, feels more like what we're typically expecting and seeing out of Andy Haas. Andy,
it's true. Actually, the last time we did see him, he was all over it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, did he have 5 holeouts or so on Chris Brewer on Red Sands? To the point where Chris bowed out after hole 17 because Clint had hit another ace. And Andy playing really well so far, except when it comes to hole 17 on Bonnie Moore, unfortunately, losing the lead he had to Evan Gossett, and that's why you see him here in this very important match.
I had to check because I think we saw it for a second. Clint, in his last match on Missouri Hills, dropped to 32 on Gordy Brown, 32-29. So to the point you made about Clint playing well, but a chance for Haas to go up 1, and he nails it. That'll ease some nerves, I would imagine.
Yeah, and for Andy,
by looking at him,
yeah, he is very stoic right now. Joe Masara and Paul Luna.
So these are loser side matches, right? So think of the
it feels very weird saying that.
Experience and just the sheer absurdity of these players.
2 former world champs in Luna and Haas, 2 top 4 competitors in Worlds with Joe Masara and Clint Grover.
Wow.
More Bonnie Moore action for Joe and Luna.
Which means more hole 17 for us at some point.
Yeah. I don't know if my heart can handle it.
I heard a celebration or a sigh or a moan. I don't know if it was good or bad.
Oh.
Luna just lost in sudden death. Still a little surprised he didn't try to put it up close to chip it, but it doesn't matter now. JoJo going to follow suit. All right. We'll have to take a look at where Clint's landed. Thank you again for everybody for tuning in. Oof. Andy did not love that putt. A deep, deep exhale. You made it. But
he's had too many of those moments lately, honestly.
No, good chip by Clint. Andy is repping the location because he's cold. Anybody could be cold when you're this intensity is, being in the moment here. Big putt coming up here for the guys on hole 2, and that is left.
Now, have we ever had somebody win a world championship while rocking a sweater, Adam?
It's got to be a new one. That's now this is a big one for JoJo.
Team 13, Brendan Harris, Game Boy. Brendan Harris, Game Boy, 13.
Again, Joe, very analytical with the way he plays.
He's not happy.
Yeah, you've seen it. Like, a lot of players reading the shot meter and trying to understand what went a certain way with their shot. Both of these gentlemen, Mr. Haas and Mr. Grover, enjoying themselves a seltzer, making sure that they don't accidentally steal each other's drinks. But plenty of podium action on that stage right now.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's so impressive. Joe is fighting for his first world championship. Clint Grover fighting for his first world championship. Haas trying to make history as the first and only 3-time world champion, joining the likes of Steve Sobey, who's on this trophy right in front of us, who was a 3-time national champion.
There you go.
And Luna.
And that is
doing Luna things.
Doing Luna things. And I think for a little acknowledgement there, of course.
And Joe and Luna go so far back, spending a lot of time together at the Powercade in St. Louis before Luna moves back to Houston. So the bond and the friendship is deep there.
Yeah, if you're Joe, obviously a chance at that chip didn't go in, and now you're chasing one, and again, still in a position here as we've seen time and time again on this course.
Beautiful shot there by Haas. Another hole that gave people a lot of trouble.
I want
in
to
the
say
qualifier yesterday.
I think it gave him trouble in the qualifier yesterday.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was thinking that, but I couldn't remember, and I didn't want to be wrong.
I could be wrong, but I want to say that was the case. This one's coming in.
Oh no! Shoot! That look. I mean, that again. So many emotions. For now, you know. So many emotions there. It felt like, oh, that has a really good line, and then it didn't hit the fringe. It hit the
good chip.
It hit the green
Good
instead,
chip,
and
though.
thank God that went in because if not,
that's a recovery here as you're getting a look inside the palms. These guys kind of side by side.
For Grover, it's a very, as I'll say, ballsy shot because if that goes in the water, you're basically giving Andy Haas the runway.
No, that's huge. That's a
and a guy who is very meticulous in his shot making, and if he has even half a mile of runway, he will take off on it.
That chip, I think, store that for later because it could come in handy.
Yeah.
Pretty much a had to have had, and he got it. On a topic of having to have, you look at JoJo taking a look at this. This is a right 6, but it's still a pretty favorable look. If you can find his spot here, you can get this close. Just pushed it out a little too far. I don't think he loves that. Paul, meanwhile, as has been the case, he gets one hole out. Sometimes there's company there.
Another hole on Cumberland, number 9. That offset par 5, not being able in this instance for these guys to blow past the water. So you're going to see some interesting shots as Haas just normal Haas shot for him.
Oh, good shot by Luna.
Extra points to Joe Masara and Paul Luna for rocking their world championship polos here, especially on the main stage. Oh, Joe, a little outside to the left there. Talk about a man whose facial expressions will tell a lot in the next 10 seconds. Boom!
Nice.
Right in the cup.
He's pissed he had to have that, right? But he's thrilled that he did. could see it in his face. He's trying to, just doesn't look quite right.
No.
But he's still right there.
Andy Haas just going right at the pin, too simple of a shot, so he's going for a full. Something you'll see him break out at Luna as well, and Masara actually, but you got to do what you can to try to grab those strokes, especially against Clint Grover, who we mentioned earlier. On fire, on fire. He just dropping shot after shot, and so far not as much action for him on Cumberland.
Oh, man. Joe is going to get one of these to fall, is my prediction.
Yeah, it's hard to bet against that.
It's just overdue, man. Paul may get one to fall as well again.
Oh, no. Clint hit that short.
This is danger zone, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's that runway I was talking about.
That's danger zone time.
Now, his drop is very nice, I have to say, compared to what it could have been.
Interesting shot there from Paul as we look in at Andy Haas. Now,
a man whose face tells a story, a unique story at various times. And fortunately for Clint, now he is going to be down 4.
Now, this is interesting on Bonnie here. Joe put himself in a really good spot, and Paul Luna now.
Yeah. He's not going to have a choice but to just lay it up here. It's too risky of a shot. And he does have that cushion of the one-stroke lead. Again, not how you want to lose it.
No,
but you're not out of the game yet. You know, the unique thing about hole 8, that par 5, is very often you'll find yourself, even if it's slight like Joe is here, on a, at an angle. So it does make that shot a little bit more difficult than you'd want it, especially when you've got that water so close to the green.
All right, so all square here. As you're seeing this main room start to fill up a bit.
And it's getting fuller and quieter.
On the loser side of the bracket, you're watching a handful of matches. The other two, Ed Godfrey and Paul Taylor, Ryan McCook, Corey Neely. On the winner's side, Andy Fox and Evan Gossett, Johnny Dyer and Mark Gomez. The 22 seed and the 31 seed. Bulldozing. Andy Fox was the 8th seed in qualifying. Evan was 5th. Of course, Evan has a world championship.
Masara, Luna, all square as we hit the back 9 up.
The winners of these two games will then play each other. And again, that speaks to just on that loser side.
The volatility of that bracket. Holy crap.
Is tough.
You talk about somebody who's got, a lot riding on the line here. All these gentlemen do, but it's really hard to not just talk about Haas's history and, at the world stage, at the national tour stage,
yeah.
We talk about setting the expectations and the bar very high, and that's what Andy Haas does for himself every time he plays.
And Haas is gonna move on here. It's a great shot by Clint. Barring something unforeseen, I think Haas is going to be in. Clint?
Not that Cumberland has the opportunities that Bonnie Moore does, but I feel like we would have said the same thing about Haas, going into 17.
I don't want to get reckless
Bonnie
yet.
Moore. Or, Bonnie Moore.
Haas. Buzzed the table by us. Not exactly sure what that was.
I think he was looking for if he had any more neutrals in his bucket.
I think the answer was no then.
All right, Clint's got himself in a nice position here. He's got some strokes to make up, but he's got a good opportunity. Not going to be able to capitalize on it, though.
There's a wastebasket to my left, and we've thrown out empty water bottles. And I'm probably shooting 53%. It's about 4 feet from me, and I cannot make it in. I did make the last one. The production guys are saying maybe it's less than 53%. Not, I'm Shaq out here from the free throw line.
Oh, boy. Now, to the average person, the shot that Joe just hit is just fine. But to Joe Masara, it's not close enough.
Oh, it's a good shot. Oh. Ooh.
Nothing to see here at all.
No, I mean, that's the lot. He missed. Okay.
I mean, you saw Andy Haas even stop. Like, what just happened?
All right, so they are all square. He missed his. I believe he missed.
Okay.
Yeah. He missed his putt for him. You don't
he missed
see
Joe's
that
putt
a lot. So, if that happens in a tournament, by the way, if you take your opponent's putt and you miss, the putt is good. You see it in the qualifier a handful of times usually. I don't know if I've ever seen Luna do that. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. But
no.
It does not impact the match whatsoever. There's no penalty. These guys.
It's just going to throw the commentators off a little bit.
And I think it threw everybody off here, even Andy.
Yeah, when you stop Andy dead in his tracks on hole 18 of a game he's winning by 4 strokes, man, that something's astray.
All right, so Andy. Oh. So Andy Haas is going to stay alive.
Tough loss for Clint with how well he played the last couple of matches. But two-time world champion Andy Haas going to keep moving on up like the Jeffersons as he's here with his neutral nearby.
Looks like he found one.
I cannot blame him. They are delicious.
All right, so.
Now for Joe, you're thinking, okay, if I could just crack open a shot like this, because that's pretty much it's pretty much the last good look you're going to get on this course. You know, like crack open the safe.
I got it. I thought you meant like a seltzer.
Oh, no.
Oh. Yeah, I know what crack open means.
No, I know that, but I was very confused as to your confusion.
Just, never heard it phrased that way. It's all good, man. Just leave it be.
Just getting jagged here. It's all right. All right, now I do stand corrected. I forgot that this par 4 that was drivable is now a par 3 with this tee setup. So
the fringe, unfortunately. This can be had.
Oh! Asking you almost shall receive.
Yeah, that had a good look to it. All right, so again, we are all square. Joe, a little trackball cleaning. If you're just joining us, Golden Tee World Championship. Loser side match play. One of these two of the mainstays in Golden Tee is going to go home following the result of this game. Now, it's been an interesting hole, too. Probably not the start, like the most critical factor, but we've seen different strategies on this. We saw Evan, I believe, go to the right for a longer shot. We saw Andy Haas straggle this way, and this seems to be the more popular route, and this seems to be a pretty good look at it here.
I have to say this, the more I'm watching this in match play here, this may be, one of the most unique holes that Jim Z's ever done. It's not a big deciding factor in a lot of stuff, but honestly, the number of fairways you can hit, the way you can approach this shot, go short, go long, both these guys getting really close.
Joe still seems like he's fighting with himself a little bit on some of these shots.
Again, you talk about the expectations that these guys have for themselves. And just to be clear, just so you guys know, Joe and Luna are tied. Luna oddly enough, somehow missed a little putt that he was putting in for Joe. So if you're just joining us, these guys are all square, and one of these two top-tier players are going home after this match.
On the winner's side, Andy Fox and Evan Gossett, Johnny Daher, Mark Gomez. Those are the only players who have yet to lose a game. That is,
I
that
can't
is
say
surprising.
that even Nostradamus could have predicted that card like that. And that's the kind of stuff you love to see.
Yeah. It's the stuff that we've seen at the Worlds, too, quite a bit over the last few years.
It's a very nice look here.
Oh, my goodness. Last 3 holes have all
These guys are just
given him a
trading
chance.
back and forth.
And it's almost that time. In fact, it is that time.
It is.
Now.
Okay. This is probably the most makeable setup we've seen.
Well, compared to what we've seen, it's been diabolical. I still think
it's tough, though.
Yeah, to the everyman out there watching, yeah, you're not surrounding this hole in the middle of the green. Yeah.
So, I mean, Joe, again, not happy with that, not dropping, but for everyone else out here, they're thinking, damn, that was beautiful.
I think this is going to have a shot. I think that this is going to have a shot. He's been close.
He's got to be careful, though, because his sand wedge is super spin. So with that 13-mile-an-hour wind in his face, now granted it's stout, so it's only 6.5, but still, he's just got to play it safe. Again, these two guys, their faces tell so much. Like, even before Luna shook his head, you could see his eyes just like Beetlejuicing as the ball was getting close to that sand trap.
Luna on that hole in the previous matchup with Andy Fox hit a brilliant shot to really tie up the match, and Andy had some issues. And he ultimately won sudden death.
This is not a great setup here.
No, it's not. 352 yards.
Especially because they're in between clubs. Now, for both these guys, they're probably going to hit some full action. Joe Masara just doing Joe things. A beautiful shot there.
So
put the pressure on Paul Luna.
Talk about the reps. Talk about the daily contest.
I think you're going to see something very similar from Paul Luna.
Wow.
Oh! Oh, man. Two similar shots, but very different lines.
From nearly in to a massive chip. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So Joe Masara is staying alive, and Paul Luna, a former world champion, he's now out of this championship.
You just see the audience is speechless because so are we.
So are we. So, wow. All right, so Paul Luna, who was favorite, co-favorite, wherever we landed with this, is done. Joe Masara, who never quite looked comfortable. I don't think still has necessarily looked all that comfortable. What a shot on 18, though.
I think he's going to have to take a couple of laps outside of this room to really shake off what that was.
I'm gonna
because
need a couple laps.
Yeah, that was a very intense match, and unfortunately for the newly married Mr. Paul Anthony Luna, 2022 Golden Tee World Champ, his run at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship is over.
I'd say he still had a pretty good week.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You put it in perspective. I'd say he's had a good week. Obviously, he's disappointed, and to lose in that fashion, that's a chip that if you've watched him and we've watched him and you're watching at home, you expect him to make
9.5 times out of 10.
It was interesting, the pacing on that, too. It looked like he was going to maybe step away, and ultimately, it's a tricky chip. It was a good shot. Looked like it might go in. It did not. And then, of course, you're left with a really difficult spot. So I didn't hear what they called for the machine coming up, but I would imagine
Andy Fox,
we're going to start to see our winners, and there you go.
And you talk about how intense these last couple of matches have been with, Haas etching away against, Clint Grover, sending him home. Luna just getting knocked out with Masara. But, again, now that we're switching back to the winner's side, there's not, elimination that you have to worry about in this, but you're getting closer and closer to that King of the Hill. And although we've seen King of the Hills beaten before, as we did in Mobile the other day, you still get a lot better comfort when you have that King of the Hill status.
By the way, for winning Joe now, it'll be Joe Masara and Andy Haas. So it's just the loser side of this bracket. It becomes brutal. It is always brutal. And on the winner's side, we are a couple of matches away from a King of the Hill match, which obviously is significant to reset. If you're King of the Hill and you get to the championship, you will have to be beaten twice, which we've seen done. We saw it happen in our Mobile World Championship earlier this week. But it's not an easy thing to do.
No.
Especially with the caliber of skill that we have here.
Yeah, and you scroll back up a little bit to look at the, Johnny D.
Yeah.
And Mark Gomez, the other two undefeated people right now.
That's awesome. Yeah, we mentioned the seeds, 22
beautiful.
and 31. So Gomez, we had a wild end of the qualifier, is more or less just on that cut line, and now has a chance to, compete for $35,000, right? That's all it takes. So
yeah.
I'm not surprised that we are seeing that. It's hard to pick those names out. Who's going to have a moment? Mark Gomez has been playing really, really well. He's had his moments in terms of, tournament showings, and his game has evolved tremendously over the last 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, and Johnny D's interesting. He doesn't go to as many tournaments as he used to. I know he still plays a decent amount in Ohio, but when it comes to tournament match play, there's just some people that, as good as they are, they don't have good tournament runs. We see this at every national tournament. We see it at the World Championship. And I bet you if I walked over there and asked him, he would probably say, wow, I'm happy to be here, and I'm going to try to keep this going.
Yeah, and his last match was kind of a weird one. It's been a weird couple hours if you've been with us. There have been a lot of, I think a lot of miscues are kind of ruling the day thus far versus holeouts. I think that'll change eventually. Ed Godfrey versus Paul Taylor, Ryan McCook and Corey Neely.
Eddie G and Paul Taylor again, is that what you said?
Yep.
Wow.
So we're rolling through this thing, and we're getting ready to get going.
Yeah, and if you guys haven't done so already, goldent.com, click on that GTPJ Tour icon, and you can follow along with the championship brackets, the silver brackets, and
looks like those two are there. They are in motion right now in a match. Well-dressed.
Back in the day,
Paul Taylor.
Back in the day, we'd have to jump on Golden Tee Fan with our phone to stream, and now with some of the cool production things that the team has been doing, especially with this free roam camera, you can cover a lot of action. And
a lot of eyes on that match.
Yeah,
wow,
I mean, that is, and these guys are playing on Kangaroo, which is always a fun one.
All right, so here's Evan Gossett, of course, a former world champion, a guy that obviously has climbed this mountain before. The previous match that he had played, as you look at the stats there,
disgustingly amazing. Almost
131,000 holes in one.
Oh, man. And almost 133,000 games played. Like, come on.
That handicap isn't too bad. Good pose.
By the way, I'm just checking into my flight for tomorrow, and it's 24 hours away, and it's already delayed. That's a good sign for me.
You're not running well on
Yeah,
the
no, that's a good sign for me getting to Chicago at a reasonable time.
That's a tomorrow problem.
No, it is, because right now it may be hot out in Las Vegas at 105, 110, but holy shit, is it warm and hot in this place. These two guys, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the last time I saw them compete at this level with such stakes on the line.
Yeah, and both had wild rides to get here.
Yeah.
I mean, Evan spent a good chunk of his match with Haas either tied or trailing until he wasn't. We saw Haas get wet on 17 twice, and then Evan seal the deal, and we're ready to go. These guys have played a lot of games, and this is, you cannot overstate the importance of this match.
Well, and for Evan, he's gone 6 years now.
By the
since
way,
his
on the
world
topic of world
championship.
championships, there's a world champion in Greg Kinsler, and there's another one in Andy Haas, taking it all in. Multi-time world champions.
All right.
I can't believe you're already delayed. That sucks.
Hey, I only spent 12 hours traveling on Tuesday last week. Why not make it another 12?
And to be clear, just by me saying that, the delay gods will have their say on mine.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right, now.
At Las Vegas airport, when you're delayed, that's a lonely place, brother.
Yeah, and unfortunately there was no Grands won so far in Vegas, so...
oh, it's even lonelier.
Yeah. All right, Cumberland, this has had some interesting plays on it throughout the afternoon so far.
100%, and that's going to be just left. You called Andy the grinder, and we saw him also hole out. We saw him chip in to win sudden death. I think I might have to retire the grinder mentality because he's just playing great. Just an awesome tournament player, too, for a really prolonged period of time. For as long as we've been doing this, he just competes.
Like this setup here on number 2. We saw Haas chip in his last game against Clint Grover. One of the many reasons he was able to send Clint Grover back to Rockford, Illinois, although he calls himself part of Team Wisconsin, but still good play by Clint. Oh, look at that! Oh. Wow!
That's huge.
That is something that you used to be able to do a lot more frequently in the original course, but because you see these far back tees, something that really can make a difference early on. Yeah, and for Evan not able to get it out there, he's still going to be in a good spot here.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
But man, a beautiful shot for Andy Fox.
Yeah, that's a low stress. This is. Oh, just pushed it. Andy Fox has got himself another lead.
How long has he been playing as Flying Train? I know he's had a couple of nicknames that he bounces around between. Man, that is a classic.
I think one of these guys is going to really, really flirt with this, and I think it might be this guy right here, running out of options with 2. So
you got 50-50 odds.
Yeah, Andy didn't hit a bad shot.
I was just doing some stretching, and I turned at the perfect time to watch our director of esports, Andy Kuhlman, just go through another quarter of his honey, and I can't say I blame him.
I think he's met his honey quota for the year.
There's no nutrition facts on here, so I'm not sure what it's going to do to his body, but if it makes him get through this production, then boy, we're happy to have it. And the other thing about this course that is difficult is with these back tee boxes, you no longer get the nice, beautiful, right at the cup shot. You have this really interesting setup so early on. Oh.
That's a good shot. A little worried that may leak out a little too far.
Yeah, that took a nice little right turn as towards the end there. And, it's interesting for Evan. He's down 1. It's still early. But even in the qualifier, this was a hole that, you don't see it a ton, but there is water there you got to be careful of.
Oh.
Speaking of, my heart just can't take some of those putts.
That's a well-played hole, by the way. That's not easy.
No, for both those guys to do that is pretty great.
That's usually where I DNF when I'm playing. Because I'm off pace. You know,
Just like
already.
Rattlesnake?
Yeah. Oh. I must lead the nation in Rattlesnake DNFs.
The only person who might have you is our old friend Bryant Wiegers, Mr. DNF himself. Not sure if he's playing Golden Tee or watching today, but I'm sure he's got to be somewhere. But another guy who's been to a lot of tournaments, and I'm sure we'll see him again sometime.
All right, so this is a really good luck. Interesting. He had to bring it in a little bit, probably worried about the trees.
Yeah, I mean, you've got such a big green to the left. If you can, just be careful about it.
Yep, bringing it in.
Just take it, take that out of play.
That wasn't as favorable a look as I sized up initially.
After 5 holes, Andy Fox from Minnesota still taking that one-stroke lead with Evan Gossett. Evan, 2018 Golden Tee World Champion from the old St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, I knew that. I was just taking my time.
Was it a lag?
No, but I'm sure it came off like that. Although after a week in Vegas, my mind is
lagging?
Yeah. I like this setup here.
Yeah, this is nice.
Oh, come on, and he's got it! Oh.
Andy Fox.
Another sweater man. Could be our first ever sweater Golden Tee World Champion.
He is on fire, however.
You see Andy Haas talking to Paul Luna in the background there. A lot of history in this room with Golden Tee, and Evan having a great shot there. Just tough to follow those up when your opponent is now 2 strokes ahead of you.
So Fox obviously on hole 1 got a fortunate break, but that's a break that he played just right. And this is a hole that everyone is really pretty mindful of. I think in the qualifier we said it before.
Yeah, you look
got
at
some teeth to it.
Look at Fox. I don't know if he's actually thinking this, but I'm wondering if he's considering.
I think I have a condo over that right side, right where the water is. I should have property there because I visit there so often.
Yeah. Well, and you saw Clint unfortunately get wet here, and for Fox, you don't want to, take your mind off of how you normally play this hole, and that's a beautiful shot. But at the same time, you don't want to lose that 2-stroke lead.
It is such a delicate to not let it hang out to the right.
And you put the pressure on Gossett now.
You put a ton.
Oh. And Evan Gossett,
great shot.
When he's on, thrives under that pressure.
Oh, no. Well, huge turn of events.
Look, my flight's leaving now.
You are delayed till Easter.
I don't want to spend my birthday in Vegas.
Oh, come on. That's the one day to spend.
No.
Maybe not after 6 days, but that is the day to spend. All right. So Fox now, I believe, is clear by 3. And while there's a lot of holes to play, and we've got hole 18, and we've got some tricky shots coming up, you'd have to think that Evan needs to find a hole out somewhere in order to kind of flip this thing back on his side.
And I was going to say that's probably not the hole to do it, but, man, that was a good run at it.
I would agree. I think Evan, by the way, is happy to take that putt when he's looking at the deck trying to figure out.
I really liked your idea earlier about the getting the table masseuses in here because my neck could use it right now. And honestly, I'm sure everybody in this room feels the same. Just, a lot of stress going on when you're competing for $35,000.
So, on the loser side of the bracket, Ryan McCook takes out Corey Neely. And Paul Taylor, last year's champion, takes out Eddie G. So Paul Taylor still alive. There's some work to be done back there. Ryan McCook and Paul Taylor,
Another really good match.
That's a high-level match. In fact, how about this for your losers matches? Joe Masara, Andy Haas, and Ryan McCook and Paul Taylor. That is...
On any given Sunday, that is your King of the Hill bracket opportunity.
And also getting ready here, because it feels like it's been a minute. Johnny D and Mark Gomez look like they're getting warmed up here, ready to go. These guys, Mark looks like he's just inspecting the ball. Oh.
It's a good run there by Gossett.
Evan looks a little displeased. I can't blame him. No, I get it. Long way to go, though. And the benefit is, well, we've seen these guys on the loser side have to grind through these matches. These guys have gotten out there a bit, right? So no one's going home just yet.
No, but for Evan chasing that second world championship, you want to make that as easy as possible, and he's going to need to pick up pace on the holeouts here because he is running out of room.
Get one, and then we'll talk. Get one. On the flip side, just birdies and eagles.
Sounds like a band name. Now, interesting shot there by Andy Fox, a great one. Opting to go left to right on that.
Steve Sobey would be proud. Not the score I think many were expecting to see after 10 holes. But Andy Fox right now is dialed in. And as I say that, don't laugh at me. You're just happy I took the crown from you. He was dialed in, and that was a big miss. Interesting. It looked like if he either missed the trackball, you're still beside yourself because of my announcer drinks.
No, I'm just glad it wasn't me.
I'm sorry, Andy. I didn't mean to. All right, so that changes the entire complexion of this match. I'm looking back at this shot, and I mean that came up significantly short, right?
I feel like he had to have missed the ball there.
Did he hit the? Yeah.
Evan opting to do a high tee, which is interesting. He's got to settle. Oh, jeez. Two different shots, two different water balls.
Look, those guys could play this round 100 times. I don't think you'd see that on that look again.
Evan staring deeply into his sunglasses as Mr. Andy Fox tries to give us a little run.
So if you think about that, right, eagle par, that would have erased a huge part of that deficit. And it looks
like Johnny D hold out on hole one of Cumberland against Mark Gomez, actually, as we get ready to go back to the quad here. A lot of Cumberland action.
So Mark Gomez on the screen. Great to see. Saw Johnny D earlier.
I think he probably wishes that it was under better circumstances at this second. Oh, Andy Fox. Another beautiful shot.
All right, so my Andy jinx, I think, was erased, at least on that hole.
You got lucky because Gossett went in the water, too.
Well, luck is an interesting thing, by the way, in this. Not just, for us, for me. But you need some of it. You need a lot of it to win this thing. It's just Andy avoided catastrophe in his last round, blew a 2-stroke lead, but has taken advantage with the opportunity. So that's part of it. Nature of the beast. for you, Andy. Coleman. A lot of Andys.
So many Andys. All right, and on hole 2, Mark Gomez and Johnny D got themselves in an opportunity to chip for eagle.
All of a sudden, this room is filling in. And I would imagine you're going to start to hear the eruptions. Oh.
I think this has got a good run at it for Andy Fox. 3 hybrid out of the fairway. It's got a
and another missed
beautiful
chip.
line.
Oh, no. All right, so these guys, of course, it's been an interesting run already here. But after all that, we are all square.
That, again, a lot of changing action happening in the first couple of holes of these courses.
So true. It's some of it unforced like that.
Trying to process what Evan, I think he's just scratching his head just thinking about some of the shots that he hit and trying to figure out how he can get this back on track and get a few strokes from Mr. Fox here as he's running out of holes to play with when it comes to Cumberland.
It's a good
Great shot there by Evan.
Shot there by Mark. I think this is where Andy really is excellent. Aside from that miscue on 17, he has been dialed in.
Interesting look here on 15. Left wind, 11 miles an hour. 4 woods pretty good there for these guys. A little bit farther right than he wanted, but again, not a great look to be playing on. And after a couple of missteps by both Gomez and Daher, Johnny D up 1 after 4 on Cumberland. See what tricks Evan can pull out of his bag.
It's a good shot. Again, if you're just joining us, we are live from the Palms in Las Vegas, Nevada. Golden Tee 2024 World Championship. We've been here all week long. Thank you all for the support. Please keep the likes coming. Please. I will beg. Please.
For every like that you guys give us, Adam will give me $1 an hour raise.
And the stream will stay on.
Forever. Because
if we get the appropriate amount of likes, we'll keep doing it. No, we
won't be here.
No,
somebody else will
be. But we look
be.
at the metrics after this, and what amazes me and makes me happy, and I know it does for our production crew too, that puts so much time into this, is the amount of time people spend watching this stream is astonishing. So thank you all. We know you're committed to this, and we are committed to bring it to you in the highest of qualities, which kudos to Mr. Kuhlman and his team. It has been very much the case. We are setting streaming records, I am told. And we want to continue to do that, so please spam all your friends, your family. Fire up an iPad for your dog.
The aunt that sends those group text messages to the entire family. Half the time stuff you want to know, half that you don't. Now it's your time to get back at her and send another group text telling them to watch a Golden Tee World Championships live from Las Vegas.
All right, now, hole 17. Okay, this is interesting.
I like this setup.
I would agree.
I don't think Evan does.
I would agree.
Now, again, Evan and Andy is a winner's side match. So, Evan, if he does end up losing this, is not out of the tournament.
Well, you start to do some scoring math, right, with a 3-stroke lead. This has to fall.
And it's like when you have such a great shot, it's great to have a great shot, but if it's not dropping in the cup, you're kind of getting closer and closer to defeat, and that's
Now,
tough.
I am interested to see what Andy does here. I think with the 3-stroke lead, you get a drop, even at the worst case, right? And you par. I mean, that's if things don't go well.
Yeah, and the nice thing about that pin being in the top left versus the bottom left
Things went extremely well.
is that
money.
It's a lot easier to chip your way to par versus being in the rough and chipping your way into the water.
Did he take a bow? Was that what that was?
I didn't.
Or a sigh of relief?
Probably
It's
a little bit
not
of both.
really in his nature for bows. Whatever it was, I think there was a lot of actually, I think now crouching. He's just and Evan obviously trying to do something miraculous there. He is still in the tournament. He'll move to the loser side of the bracket, which is a crowded, jumbled mess full of former Golden Tee world champions. But Andy Fox moves into the King of the Hill match.
Yeah,
Andy Fox will take on
one of these two
gentlemen. This is not the King of the Hill match I think many expected.
All right, well, as these two guys, as Gomez and Daher continue their travels down Cumberland, Adam and I are going to step out. We're going to keep the action live and going, but Mr. Chris Longino, Mr. Chad Schrump going to jump in for a little bit. And, appreciate you guys joining us here for the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is live streaming coverage of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. Getting back on here to take you home for the rest of the championship. I am the Alpha, Chris Longino. I bet this wasn't on your bingo card today. Mark Gomez, Johnny Daher with a shot to get into King of the Hill. Sitting next to me right now is Chad Schrump, competitor yesterday's Golden Tee Mobile and the voice of Golden Tee Mobile, here to join me, here to take us home for the rest of the Golden Tee World Championship.
Excited to be here. The action has been unbelievable. We've been watching for hours. And kudos to Kevin and Adam for a monstrous session that has provided a lot of fireworks. So
excellent.
Johnny Dollar, man, look at him still alive. Mark Gomez.
So
undefeated. Cumberland. We play this a bunch.
Yeah, Johnny Daher, let me tell you, as far as a tournament player, you don't see a lot from him, but he plays this game, and he plays many, many games a month. So I am surprised he is here, not dropped dead on the floor. But both these guys with a shot to go play.
Well,
Andy Fox. That's Andy Fox in the finals.
Andy Fox just dispatched Meow Chopper that you just saw that match. And Andy has, I talked to Kens before that match, and Kens and Andy Fox warm up together every single tournament.
Yeah.
Every single tournament. They've done that for years. And Ken said Andy had the worst warm-up session I've ever seen him have. And look what's happened.
Yeah, he's having a day.
The great Cumberland. I love this course. I've always loved Cumberland.
So here we are. Mark Gomez up 1 against Johnny.
Machine 4, Daniel Kalashewski, Oliver Ayala. Daniel Kalashewski, Oliver Ayala on 4.
Appreciate everybody here with us. We're approaching about 7 o'clock here on the East Coast, 4 o'clock here local time. Appreciate you joining us here for the Golden Tee World Championship. If you don't mind, hit that like button. All our viewers on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, all these platforms, please hit that like button for us.
I'm going to pull that chat up right now. Gotten awfully quiet in this back room.
Yeah, people have filed in a little bit of surprises already earlier today. We're going to get to them here in just a little bit, but this match on Cumberland. Asheville, North Carolina, Johnny goes a little long. Oh.
It's a tough hole.
I know some guys try to forfeit the lob wedge, and then there's still a few players out there that are pro lob wedge.
So Gomez increases that lead. So I remember playing tournaments with Johnny Daher 20 years ago, Chris.
Been around.
He has played and he has maintained a high level of Golden Tee play for, again, a very long time.
I'm going to need to ask him later. Make sure he is stouts across the board except for the PGA and Red Sands.
See if John can get a stroke back.
Yeah.
Nice shot in.
Very well done.
But he is going to need some hole outs or some mistakes from Mark Gomez, which he does not give up often. There's a reason you see the same names in these tournaments finishing this highly. The mistakes are few and far between. And when they do make a mistake, it's typically something that they can minimize. A stroke here, a stroke there. Very rarely to lose a couple.
Yeah.
So for those of you watching on the stream, this gold tournament, the Sunday World Championship head-to-head play, the gold division is so much further along right now than silver. We will be transitioning our coverage to silver shortly. You will see some exciting matches there, I am positive. We will bring those to you shortly. But right now, this is 2 undefeated players right now. Mark Gomez and Johnny Dollar. And one. Mark is up by 3.
Mark Gomez has been on the podium before. One, two, and by the way, he's a click chipper and very versed at it. Look at him, just drills it.
So if I were to make my way back to the Golden Tee scene, which I think every 6 months or so I start playing for 3 months, and then I go back to not, but I would feel like I need to learn that click chipping. I need to learn it.
Yeah.
It is. I watched a lot of matches. I watched Kinsler play Nate Stoll, and so far to me, and I'm sure there's better, but I have not seen anyone do it better than Nate Stoll. I have not. He must have made 500 yards worth of chips versus Greg.
Yeah, that's one of those skills that's kind of taking a little bit of the feel out of the game and just putting into a binary format where they attach a yardage for each one of those amount of clicks.
Yeah.
And they practice it so many times. You get it takes probably a few hundred rounds to see results from, but once you get it down, it can be an asset.
Oh, I saw it firsthand. It is an absolute asset. So Gomez just needs to finish strong here, and he will have this one in the bag. Cumberland 18, look at that beauty.
And that's just then
stuck
Mark
it.
Gomez will play his first ever King of the Hill at the World Championship.
What a stage to do it, to finally reach that mountaintop to play King of the Hill. That's wet. Johnny trying to make that one. Shaking that off. He's still alive and well. He will move down to the loser side of this bracket. And again, nice chip from Johnny. We will be bringing you some silver action up here on the stage at the Palms Hotel Casino. The 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
Johnny not quite out of this yet. He'll still have an opportunity to keep his tournament alive. May have a date with somebody like Andy Haas or
two guys that grew up playing this game together. They played a ton of Golden Tee in northeastern Ohio for years, and it would be pretty cool to see those two play again. It would take some work now for Johnny Dollar. He's got to win a match. He's going to win at least one match and see what happens with Andy. Not sure what we're going to see here in silver. We'll see that here shortly.
We have about 8 players left in the main. We're gonna we got about probably 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe even 15 left in the silver. Let's talk about who's in the finals of the final 4 of the silver bracket.
Okay. I'm glad you have the bracket up.
Steve Beatty on one side, Chisholm Woodson, all undefeated. They have all been 4-0 today. They will play in a match.
Not surprised at all by Steve Beatty. Finished second in the world last year?
Third world championship for Steve Beatty. Had a rough qualifier, finished about 38th, 39th.
Yeah.
And Chris Jusick will come on up here, play against the aforementioned Nate Stoll in a match. 2 very good players, by the way.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there are superstars in this silver bracket. So this is – people watching know this is not a drop-off. Going from this gold bracket to the silver, you are going to see some elite Golden Tee played here momentarily. Watch Nate Stoll. Watch these chips. I'm telling you, it is unbelievable.
Not your mama's purple bracket right here. This is not the same
this
purple
is
bracket
not.
that you see. There's some
Correct.
guys that can play.
These are guys that are, quite frankly, disappointed they're not in the main. That should be in the main, quite frankly, or could be. I mean, it's such a stacked field.
Yeah.
You don't ever want to say they should be in there because that would knock out somebody that's already there that has earned their spot. But all these guys are good enough to be in that main. You're going to see them here shortly.
So You're going to see him right now. They're getting ready. They've been called to the stage. These are the Final Four. They will be the matches that you see here. This is the Final Four, the silver bracket.
Hopefully we see I see Chisholm up on stage now. Beatty making his way as well.
So
hopefully we have two matches at once.
Yeah. We'll have two very distinct different styles, by the way, here with Steve Beatty and Chisholm. Chisholm still playing the stouts right now, breeze, ball, whatever you'd like to say. And here is Steve Beatty, third place at the World Championship last year, Texas State champion right in 2020, just at the end of the first year of COVID, was able to win the tournament there. He is just a fantastic player and just didn't have the results he wanted yesterday. He'll have Chisholm Woodson. Chisholm Woodson, daddy-like. All right, world proprietor of the Denver Open, playing in his fourth World Championship.
Yeah, it's funny. I go back to my playing history from years ago. I played this game since 1997 and have played Chisholm Woodson for, it feels like 25 years, honestly. Steve Beatty, I never got a chance to play with him. Really enjoy him. It's a really good guy and super talented. We'll see how this match goes, but you'd have to say the favorite in this match is Steve Beatty.
One would think Chisholm is going to play his own style. I imagine, I believe that he is he would be a stout player, I would imagine. And then Beatty, I believe he plays the flush across the board. Gotta love the good Apple Watch. Put your Apple Watch sign in.
Yeah. Yep. We'll pull up the comments here shortly.
Smash that like button, guy. Just smash it.
Isabella Schrump smashed it the other night.
Yeah, she did.
Probably need to tell them that Dad's back on the air. They might watch some Golden Tee. Here he is, Steve Beatty and Chisholm Woodson. Chisholm off the tee. And there is one Steve Beatty. His wife with him on this trip.
I don't believe I've seen her.
I have.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm. I think I have. Met a lot of people this weekend.
Yeah.
It's been a good weekend. Of course, the mobile tournament, Thursday, Friday, and then straight into this one. And Steve almost gets on the board early.
I thought Copperthorne would come here and make a lap.
I'm surprised he has not. Now, I know his son's birthday was yesterday, but I don't know if that's a two-day extravaganza or what he's got going on, but I did think Rick would be here as well. And Rick's got a lot of old friends here from St. Louis.
I told Calzone earlier that I should text him and say if he doesn't come out here, he's just not allowed to be on my podcast, World Champion. But I'd get him out here pretty quick.
James Hickey just said that Beatty is an auto 31 on this course. That may be true. We shall see. A lot at stake here.
James very aware of how good Steve Beatty can be.
They're playing for $3,500 now. First place in this bracket is nothing to sneeze at. $3,500.
Not a bad day. Not bad for a day's work. Very, very good, accurate shot from Chisholm.
Does not seem intimidated whatsoever. He's played enough Golden Tee.
Over on the right side, you're going to see Nate Stoll. I believe he's going to tee off with the stouts, if I'm correct.
That is what he played against Kinsler. I mean, it gives him a little better advantage on the chips. Much less wind to worry about. That's just one part of the equation not to have to figure out. And again, I'd love to see him make one or two long ones. It is a sight to behold when he does it. I know there's several players in this game, a lot of players in this game can do that now. But
think about Cumberland.
It was fun.
Think about Cumberland. The swing holes are minimal. Like 18's a swing hole. You might see one on the front side. Nothing extraordinarily gettable for somebody that wanted to play the salvo ball, which is the extreme tee off the distance we've seen over the weekend. And so I imagine Jusic's going to play stouts unless he just wants to play. He's on the stouts. So
it's a stout battle there.
Stout battle there. Over here on the right, you'll see the streaks, also known as the flush, here in Golden Tee PGA Tour.
Jusic hammers that. That's a nice
and that's,
lie. That is a makeable chip.
Nate Stoll wants to be exactly where Jusic is.
I think right now if you said, I'll put your tee shot right there and you don't even have to hit, he'd say, thank you. All square. Your match on the left, Woodson versus Beatty. Just getting started here with Jusic and Nate Stoll. Just throws that one in. Yeah. Another nice shot.
Just
there is Nate. That is going to be in the sand, I think.
Yeah, that's it's still makeable, but just not as makeable, I think, as Chris's is.
That's right.
And Chris's, that was only 140, a little out. Maybe not. He didn't get all of that he wanted. But look at this. 7-iron is out. He's learned the quick chips. Let's see if he goes with it. No? Yeah,
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, he will. Here we go. Let's see how many he does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hammer it home, buddy. And
got caught up.
Yeah.
Now I think that clearly advantage Jusic from his tee shot. I mean, we said that.
Now, let's see if Jusic's a clip chipper. I think most of these guys are. A lot of these younger guys especially, they look at it. So there you go, 1, 2. Got to kill it home, and he gets it. Look at a little fist pump there
Pumped
from
up.
Jusic. Yeah. Remember, this is to get to the King of the Hill finals. Some important stuff happening.
And like we said, all 4 of these players good enough to make a main bracket. So there is literally no drop-off in play. Nate Stoll, Chris Jusic, Beatty, Woodson. Still have the loser side going on right now. Got a 2-time world champion in Greg Kinsler playing. Not sure who is left, and I think Gino might have the bracket we can pull up in a little bit and see who's still on the loser side of the silver bracket.
Greg is still awaiting the winner on machine 6, which would be on this left side of the other room, against Robert Washburn and Danny Boy Bell.
2 great players there, too. Yeah. Danny Boy been playing this game forever.
We've known Danny for a while.
We have known Danny for a long, long time.
Over on cabinet number 4.
You know what's hilarious? Danny's still that guy. If he finds out I'm playing Golden Tee with the Indianapolis boys, he will call that bar.
Oh, really?
And he will order me shot. And the waitress will bring in, so this is from Danny Boy. He still does that.
That is awesome.
That's a good dude. Good shot.
He's been out to Fishers to visit that. On the loser side, Daniel Kalashevsky against Oliver Ayala. Big O, the 55 and up champ at the Carolina Clash. They're playing right now. Gary Sheldon still in this tournament. Adrian Westergren still in this tournament on the loser side. They're playing each other on machine 13. That's actually in sight for me right now.
You know, it's funny, a lot of these guys you keep bringing up are the guys I've seen here all weekend long playing. I don't see them rarely not in this room playing.
Kevin O'Connor, Seth Harris also still in the tournament, the bottom side of the loser side of the bracket. So all those guys have an opportunity in those matches where if they win, they'll move into the 7-8 portion of the tournament of the loser side of the bracket.
It's funny talking to Kins, and you kind of said it last night when we were watching Speedrun. That energized him, and he talked about that today. He said, I was almost going to tell Andy I wanted out of the Speedrun after he had a tough, qualifying effort. Had a stroke limit on Cumberland, went from the main bracket to the silver. But he played anyway and really pumped him up. Oh, that's rejected by. Knocked that back. So anyway, Greg's taking advantage of playing that speedrun, got him back into things. So might see him on stream in a minute.
Gave him a boost. Had some comments too, had the family watching. I saw a post comment after somebody watching. He goes, my best friend's dad played in this. It was awesome.
That's cool.
And I was talking about Greg.
Yep, that's cool.
So, Nate, he would love to make this green, by the way. Get on and get himself – oh, no, he cooked it. He absolutely cooked that far. We're going to have a little bit of a pitch off here. And I kind of like Jusic's spot better than – and Jusic, I think, keeps a lob. No, he does not. He plays a sand wedge.
Let's see if he can drop this. This is a big shot.
And those people at home, there's a lot of spots where you don't need a lob wedge. You keep a lob wedge – A lot of people do it for comfort, but I don't know how necessary it is this day for a really good player.
Clicking this back.
See how much he knows this shot.
It's Brody.
Oh, just a hair long. All right. And he's somehow
still out
from 30 feet away from the hole, but he'll drill that. And let's test the moxie of Nate Stoll.
Now, does he click chip this?
Let's see what kind of answer he has, or does he have just a smooth little shot? Does he play? No, he has a little smooth shot he plays. Oh, and he's short.
What happened?
I don't know. I don't think he got all the thumb that he wanted. I think he wanted to thumb that a little bit harder. That did not work out, and now the stroke he could have gained, now comes a stroke he could lose.
What a swing very quickly here on Cumberland. And what an answer. That is a big shot from the sand.
Shot. Very important.
Put a little tension back here on Chisholm Woodson versus Steve Beattie. Last I looked, Beattie up 1. Or are they tied?
It looks like Chisholm, if he makes this, will be 11 after 17 versus Beattie's 10 after 17.
Wow.
Yeah, the quad screen kind of gets us sometimes.
Just needs to kick.
And that's a tough shot from Stoll. There's a little bit of oil leaking from Mr. Stoll right now. Needs to kind of gather that. But we mentioned his click chipping prowess earlier, so he'll need to show it right now.
Big chip here for Nate.
There he goes. Should be
3?
1, 2. Should be 2. And he got it.
Nice. It's very nice. On the left side, Beattie hit a nice shot in. Drains his putt. He'll clean that up for Chisholm. Chisholm maintains a 1-stroke advantage on 2023 third place world finisher Steve Beattie.
Of course, we'll remember last year him defeating the Mouth on that last hole. That just torturous, almost for you and I to watch. But
Mouth had him.
Yeah, Mouth had him, and
that laid up in that trap on the left side of that green, and unbelievable what transpired after that.
But Beattie, being the player he did, he was able to capitalize and turn that into a really good day for him. Played a lot on the stream last year and did everything we really wanted from him. It was a good showing for him. Today, it's about winning this purple bracket. I'm sorry, winning this silver bracket. It's not a purple bracket. What tournament are we playing, guys?
Stace Man Herring. What's up, Stacy? Hope you're doing well.
What's up, Stack Man? That's a Steve Sobel joke.
Another guy I've known for a very long time. Till you get up to 50 years old, you learn that you know a lot of people for a long time. So, Jusic, a 1-stroke lead on your right. And Woodson still.
This has been causing a couple guys some trouble. This 8.5 low tee is typically the best shot to play.
This looks great.
And just gets it, bounces on the green. You get a lot of bounce with the low tee.
That's not my favorite putt in the world, though.
No, putting towards water.
And that's a right breaker, I think. We'll see. Pretty sure it is. It's not. Oh boy, that looks really nice. That's a good one.
A little bit closer. This has got to look a little hard, but he gets up and fires, and yep.
Oh my. That.
All right.
Okay.
You'll take it when they give it to you.
Absolutely. That one dead center. They count the same.
Mm-hmm.
Jusic makes a clutch putt. 1-stroke lead. And a pin in the far top right corner. Water everywhere. How close are you trying to get here, or are you just trying to get a nice, easy putt?
From Chisholm?
I'm talking about right now for Jusic.
Oh, yeah, no, he's going to be aggressive in this early part of the match if he can.
Put that tee on the left and almost take all the water out and let it just run to the hole.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know, but that area over to the left side where Chisholm plays too, that plays like a fairway over in that area, so a lot of guys go that route. Beatty, who is just so extraordinarily long as it is with his golf ball, can play out in the fairway and still have a great shot into the green. Beautiful time in Golden Tee. A lot of different philosophies, a lot of different ways to approach this game. So I'm excited to see what next year's course is going to be. We got release coming up here in just a couple months. A lot of our operators, a lot of our players are going to be super excited about that.
So 2 good matches. Winner side in both.
So here's Chisholm now with a shot, 377, and if you don't hit this pure in a 180 fashion, you will be wet. He has a stroke to give if he wants to be conservative, but I don't think he does. It's a beautiful full look here from Nate Stoll.
Good contact.
Yeah.
It's going to hop. Beauty. Beautiful. Chris finds a shot he likes.
Yeah,
and he's getting ready to roll.
I don't see how much he knows that shot that Nate just played, and it looks like he's going to give the same thing a whirl.
That looks great.
Oh, and golf almost disappeared.
Beautiful answer from Jusic.
Confidence riding a little high on that young man today.
A little pep in the step.
Yeah. He's been feeling good.
Chisholm with a big shot here.
As Nate plays the crowd, showing a little bit of comfort in his step. Now here's Chisholm. Got to get into this, and he's playing a 7.
This
has got to go. And he gets there.
That's a big shot.
Ooh. And he's within 15 feet. Well done.
Beatty was thinking that is a chance for me to get a stroke back. But I don't think he will.
Kind of odds. What do you think would I have gotten for the Mark Gomez, Andrew Fox, King of the Hill match? Like,
Plus 15,000.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. There it is for Stoll. Ties the match up.
Chris Jusic made him make something because he was not giving anything up, and Nate sure did. Beautiful shot. Okay, Chris, ooh. And not an answer you would expect out of the young Jusic.
Could drop 2 here.
What a swing this would be.
This is 2 clicks. And he misses it high.
Oh, my goodness.
So now a 2-shot swing on a very simple and elementary par 4, by the way.
Well, I'll be honest. I was barely even watching that side because of the shot going in. I did not expect the shot that he had. I didn't think he would be any kind of trouble whatsoever. But he answers the hole out from Nate with an unforced error, missed the chip. And that's how you have a big swing. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. Here's Beatty playing a big cut. One thing I always want everybody to know about Steve Beatty, there's not a single Golden Tee shot he plays without a pullback. There's no thumbing forward. There's none of that happening. Every shot has some version of a pullback. Very classic style of how to approach this game.
Nate is going to leave himself a chip. Jusic. Wonder what he is thinking right now. Has he put that away yet? I guess we'll see in a minute. A lot of Golden Tee left to play in that match.
You see a lot of guys, this is a good route to go. This is a place where we used to lay up in season 1 of these tees. Now gives you a clear eagle shot to the green. Steve Beattie has no interest in that.
Oh, Jusic did not answer the bell. He waters.
He waters, Chris Jusic. Oh.
That match went from Chris being in total, absolute control to being potentially down 3, I believe, if he makes this. If Nate makes this chip.
And you've been talking about his chipping. There we go. Club's going to come back, all the way back. Yep, make sure we're right.
He always does it twice.
Yeah, 1, 2. It should be 3 here if I'm correct, or 4. And he drills it.
Wow. That is.
How about that? You see
this
these
match
guys.
is turned on a dime.
If you've been watching this at home, I mean, click chipping has really changed these guys' outlook with what can happen. It used to be kind of maybe a 70-30, 60-40 proposition for a lot of these guys to make some of these chips under this pressure. No. With click chipping, you have an idea of how you know where a shot's going to go. It's up to you to push it in the right direction. Give us a thumbs up in the comments section if you are a click chipper sitting at home. If you've done some click chipping.
Rick Coppathorn has answered us. Not feeling well. He's been watching at home. Congrats again to the 2-time Golden T-Mobile World Champion, Rick Coppathorn.
You don't have to party that hard after you win a championship, dude, all right? Save some of that party for the rest of us, all right?
I think he partied hard with his son yesterday, celebrated a birthday.
Yeah.
Too much birthday cake maybe for the great Rick Coppathorn. So still a 3-stroke lead for Nate Stoll against Chris Jusic.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to come back from.
Chisholm still up by 1, I think, on Steve Beattie.
There's no more comfortable feeling in Golden Tee competitive play than having a 3-stroke lead. Like, it is the affordability of a mistake, all that really frees you up.
Yeah, and you're not even forced to have to go. It's something that might be sketchy,
Mm-hmm.
a little questionable. You don't have to go for it.
Yeah, but, I mean, because you've already got a mistake that you may just kind of go for it, and hit a shot that you're probably really comfortable with hitting and hit better shots than you were saying if you were up by 1 or up by 2.
Yeah, and I talked about this with Adam yesterday. A lot of times you do think about doing a layup, but 90% of the time you've never even tried that layup. And you just might as well try the shot you would normally hit, and instead of trying to guess on some kind of a let-up or a layup with a second shot that you're not familiar with the yardage. So a lot of that makes sense, especially with a 3-stroke lead. That's a nice one. Nate playing great. Nate is playing very well. Oh, my. Chisholm just gave one back, missed the putt from the fringe.
And that ties it.
Knotted up, 21 all. So a really solid match here on the left. Going to pay a little more attention to this match on the left. We will discuss Cumberland momentarily if we need to. But we are all tied up. Chisholm, Woodson, and Steve Beattie.
Should announce that Daniel Kalashevsky has beat Oliver Ayala. He will move on.
See how Chisholm reacts to that missed putt from the fringe. Just barely missed it. I'm sure he was debating between a chip and a putt.
Remember, the winners of both these matches will move on to play in King of the Hill for the silver. Oh.
What a shot.
Yes, sir. Oh.
There's
Chris
Jusic.
Gets one back. He's heating up.
I like that.
Yeah.
He's heating up.
Yeah, old NBA Jam.
Yeah, I love it. He's on fire.
Yeah. Oh, my. Boom shakalaka.
That's a good game.
Yes, it was.
Chisholm and Beattie on the left, still tied up. Jusic has tried to.
I'm never going to look at Missouri the same after these guys played that speed round last time. I'm just sitting there what they're playing that.
That was fun watching, but man, my anxiety was through the roof. Straight up, just through the roof.
It was exciting.
It was, absolutely. I did think it was funny that after playing it 3, 4, 5 times, Paul Taylor gets to take on Mike. He finishes, and Mike's still got 3 holes to play. Maybe next time we'll stick Mike in a corner, let him practice a few rounds by himself. It was a fun time.
I sent Mike to bed very early last night, by the way. So here's Beatty. This is
this looks like something he could throw right at it.
Especially playing with the streaks. Like, it's not going to spin a lot. So
look at this. It's a good effort. This one was putts. Chisholm needs to take his time. Let's get away from you quick. He should have no issues, but still, I've seen that many times. Slide on the low side of the hole. Gotta make sure you get it out there.
And there's Nate right there.
Good putt from Chisholm. So still a 2-stroke lead from the looks of it. Jusic still with honors from his hole out 2 holes ago.
Needs to find a way to get another one back, but that's going to make – has an opportunity to make something happen if 18 looks a little dicey. And but Jusic has honors. That's the thing. Jusic will have the honors for the rest of this match, so or should.
If he doesn't, then that match is pretty much over.
Yeah.
If he doesn't maintain honors, then that match is pretty much done.
And Beatty.
Goodness gracious.
What a 50-mile-an-hour shot.
That is unbelievable. Did not expect that shot to come in account.
Now a shot that's kind of, I mean, if it doesn't carry too far, it's kind of an academic shot for Chisholm.
That's amazing.
And now just the most ugliest drop that you can probably get.
You would not wish this chip on your worst enemy.
It'd go a long way if you can get this close, if not in the hole. Go a long way. This is a good approach. Let's see what happens. In a great direction, but just
good effort.
He's punching up.
Yeah, that's what you worry about, getting on the wrong level. Now you've got a very, very difficult putt.
This will turbo right up the hill.
And he misses a high side, and that is disastrous for Steve Beatty. Chisholm Woodson firmly in control of this match. 2-stroke lead, 1 to play, and now he can do essentially anything he wants here on 18, and this thing's over.
It's another really close shot from Jusic. He's giving him all he can.
And that should seal the deal. Nice shot from Chisholm Woodson. Beatty must make and hope for a missed putt. Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a miss hit or what happened to him on 17, but that was his demise. 18th hole, wind in your back, stout player, 6 miles an hour. Not important thing to hear, not be long.
So we'll go full screen here.
Yeah, and I want to
settle.
He had to be aggressive, and it's
stuck.
It's stuck.
Yeah.
All right, so
that's stuck somehow.
This is a simple hit it on the green. Anything on the green. It could be on the fringe and the bottom fringe and just 2 putt. But this needs to stay on the green. And this is a good line.
That's a great shot. That is a great shot. That will seal the deal. Look at how close that came for Jusic. But he is not done. He will go to the loser's side.
Playing it to the end. Want to make sure he gets eagle.
Well, this is a good rep anyway.
Yeah. see, is it one clicker? This is a 7 hybrid. Just
Looked
one
like
click
one.
for him, and he got it.
Just the fact that you are willing to chip that
Nate.
hard. It's just the confidence these guys have in that. That was unbelievable chip. Wow.
A little bit of dap up as the guys come out on down here. So we'll have in the King of the Hill on the silver side, it's going to be Chisholm Woodson versus Nate Stoll.
Yeah, I mean, we said before, honestly, I think the two favorites lost in those two matches. I know that I've been singing the praises of Nate. I've watched him play. I've seen the chips, and he brought those out in full force, took advantage of a Jusic mistake, and won that match, and he earned that match. He played very, very well. And conversely, we'll have to ask Steve Beattie what happened on that short shot that he went wet on, but wow, that match was tight, and Chisholm just stuck it out, played very well, and he moves on. So we will have a silver King of the Hill soon. I'm not sure what matches they are going to want to stream here shortly. I imagine we might go from the loser side. And
I don't know if
we'll
any
see.
are available right now. I think a lot of them are actually on games right now, as scores are getting recorded right now. If they want to bring Greg Kinsler, but he's still waiting the winner of somebody. So Adrian Westergren is still playing Gary Sheldon, Kevin O'Connor still playing Seth Harris. That's all on the loser side of this bracket. So
don't know if Andy's going to want us to take a break for a moment while they try to figure out who's going to be on the stage. I think we will take a break. Just looked over to the producer's table. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back here in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Go refill your beverage of choice. Do what you got to do. Go to the bathroom. We will be right back with more of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship Silver Bracket. So we are back, and we are going to the champions bracket. This is the gold side. This is the loser side, between two of the best players walking the face of the earth, two former world champions, Joe Masara and Andy Haas, are stepping up to the plate. They got a little Pacific coming at us. Golden Tee World Championship Sunday. There is nothing better in our sport. Joe will tee off first. On to Go right into the fringe. That should be absolutely no problem for Joe. Andy will take his swing. Pretty tame first hole here. Almost an automatic eagle for both players. Andy's in the cup. Joe will do the same. Chris Longino joins us back here. Both players with eagles.
Eagle, South Pacific.
Got a little Pacific.
Here we are. Set it up for you guys a little bit here. We have Joe Masara, Andy Haas. Andy Haas, 2 times world champion, 2008, 2016, all under the umbrella of the Westgate, both at the Convention Center. And then we have the reigning Top Gun Player of the Year. There he is with a hole-in-one as well, Joe Masara. So Joe Masara, early hole-in-one. 2 times.
That did not take long, did it?
No, 2 times a runner-up at the World Championship, 17 at High Scores, 18 at the Orleans.
Something tells me that will not be the only hole out of this match.
No.
But what a start for Joe Masara.
You want to talk about a high-stakes match. This is probably as about a high-stakes as you're going to get. An elimination match with these 2 players, both almost with podium hopes and expectations, maybe even.
Yeah, I think it's more than hope. It is expectation.
Definitely in the Andy Haas camp, 100% in the Andy Haas camp. Joe, I've watched Joe for a lot of years. I've talked to Joe many times. He understands that, very clearly that a lot of this tournament game is, or a portion of this tournament game is running well, having a few breaks fall your way. All that stuff kind of matters, really matters. And
well, whatever he's doing, it's working.
Yeah, but he's just all he can do is play his game. So we'll see what happens. This is 2 of the probably 6 or 7 best players in the world right now.
35 years of this great game, playing for a $35,000 first place prize. A crazy amount of money. And I can assure you of one thing: the player that wins that money will have earned it. Mm-hmm. Because there are still absolute monsters left in this tournament. Monsters.
Are we having a trackball issue right now? Because he's having to bang the trackball.
I think if Andy feels like there is an issue, I think he will notify.
Yeah. Does he want to keep playing?
I think Andy gets this very close.
And that is playing the streaks. Not going to have a lot of spin on these shots.
You know what I just said? Andy's going to get this very close. I think I could say that with almost every shot. I don't think it's a big secret how phenomenal these 2 are. Joe trying for that same backspin. He gets a good peel back. A couple easy putts, knock those in, and we are off to the races. Joe still a 1-stroke lead. Early hole out on number 2.
Appreciate everybody that's let me know they're tuning in. A lot of close friends and family of mine let me know. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship, the Dream Team. Chad Schrump alongside Chris Longino here. And
here we go.
Second hole-in-one.
Joe has come to play.
And all he can do is just roll his eyes.
2 hole outs early for Joe. Andy has always been one to match. Can he do that? He did not that time.
And he knows this is going to be an uphill battle now.
Clearly behind the 8 ball. Clearly behind the 8 ball.
Let's get a good idea. And he's playing the breeze. He is a stout player. Oh, my goodness. If you were to tell me that you're going to give me a game, you're going to give me Joe Masara with the breezes, you're going to give me Andy Haas with the streaks, flushes, whatever you want to call. It's a pretty even fight depending on the course.
Mm-hmm.
And this course right here, look, he's got this little 1-iron plus spin club out. Don't see it a lot.
He's changed. He's got the 3-wood now.
Right. This should get under with the medium tee just fine. Just make sure you're accurate with it.
Now, if I were to ask you, Gino, if there's one player in the world that gets down 2 strokes early that you would give a fighter's chance that he could come back even against the very best in the world, who would that be?
Yeah, it'd probably be Andy Haas.
So let's just see if he can make a match of this. He needs to get one back, and then just make this thing interesting. Just stay in the hunt.
Yeah, just keep making your shots. One foot in front of the other.
This thing is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
But, you know, with that said, no one would be surprised in this room if Joe holds out another shot or two.
No, not at all.
He is absolutely that good.
So this.
And
there we go! And just a Chad. Wow.
Chad. We called that one. Whoa. So that is 3 hole outs. Absolutely on fire.
And just rolls his eyes. Oh, I did a little bit of good fortune in that shot. Kind of came off that hill, but just came perfectly and jarred it.
What a beauty. And Andy Haas is down 3 strokes and hasn't made a mistake. 3 hole outs in 7 holes.
65,000 great shot points. This would be something. And he's going to do it with the full. He's going to do it with the full. Watch this.
This could go.
2 left. That means he knows this shot.
This could go. Oh, just short of it. This snaps back short. Andy, look at Andy. He's almost got a smirk.
Yeah.
He knows he is running up against a buzzsaw, needs to answer, and almost does. If you're just now joining us, just now walking into this stream, Joe Masara has 3 hole outs in the first 8 holes and is up by 3. Look at that front 9 score. He is about ready to be 18 under par on this front. My God. What a dream start. Boy. Andy needs a hole out big time, and that did not do what he wanted that to do.
No.
That caught some first cut.
Rough. Wants
and
to get a little bit out there further, have some green to work with. And now we're going to give this a shot to get in the hole.
Right now it is legitimately you think everything he shoots is going to go in.
He's dialed in.
Can Andy get one back? He will not here. An 18 under front 9 on South Pacific for Joe Masara, and
17.
he has a – oh, I apologize.
17, but it's still what a round. 3 better. Look at that. 3 hole-in-ones in the first 7 holes. Don't see that one often.
And on the stage, on this stage –
yes, no, that's another monster. I'd have to go look back in the archives, but I would tell you about a match on Calypso Key against Sean Gervais and Evan Gossett, and I think Gervais had 4 hole-outs in that round. I think it was probably 18 or 19 when that happened, but it was in the final 3 of a Wisconsin Open, and it was a great showing. And this is getting something similar to that.
Oh boy!
And this is just he's averaging 8 to 10 feet per every shot. It just is all around it.
It's fun to watch when the very best of the best catch a heater. And I've seen this stuff before. I remember Indianapolis tournament, maybe in 13, when Mouth and Haas both went off.
Watch out, guys.
It's crazy to see it, and it's so fun
Watch out.
when you get to call it.
Here we go. This has got a good lot. Those thumbs are dialed in. His game is dialed in. Can he stay hot long enough to get to the finals? If he gets there, he'll have either Mark Gomez or Andy Fox to see. Two-time Player of the Year, Andy Fox, and Mark Gomez. Wasn't expecting to say that today.
Tell you, man, you almost see Andy's face, and it's almost like he's in utter shock. Like just shock. Like he is in.
Oh yeah.
Like what is happening right now? Like he's going to step up here in a minute and just look at the almost glassy-eyed.
Yeah. That's a good, incredulous word used by my director, Andy. And he is, like I said, just trying to keep it going right now.
Just got to hope for a mistake.
And he's just not around the hole.
But, I mean,
the engine's leaking a little oil. It's not like he's missing a whole lot. He's just not around the hole. And if he's not going to be around the hole, he's not catching Joe. He needs Joe to make a mistake. And right now, Joe is just dialed in. It's going to be hard.
So a 17-under front nine for Joe Masara. And the biggest stage of them all. Game on full display for everyone to witness in this room, on this stream. Has been unbelievable so far here on South Pacific. Unbelievable.
Like, just a good line.
Yeah.
Don't need any.
There's no reason to go deep.
And he's going to play an aggressive shot, but
I did not imagine this. It's not that we don't think Joe's capable of this, because clearly everyone knows he is, but just to see it on full display. Just one of those moments.
a lot of other players right now Andy Haas would be keeping this tied with, and just excellent shot, playing with precision with those plus spin 9-iron. How about Andy?
Andy just can't get anything close right now. No. Just can't get it close. I don't think Andy's resigned to this loss yet, but I don't see a lot of hope in those eyes when you're down to 5-6 holes to play and you're down by a lot of strokes to one of the best.
7-8 is not what he came here for. I can guarantee you that. Winning's very important to Andy, and yeah, this might be just one of those moments where you say, what can you do?
Another nice shot for Joe.
Yeah, just not going to play a nice little conservative game.
Yeah.
Take this home.
Set tee down, and hit shot, place it on the green.
And he's going to play a shot with spin, and as well he should. As well he should. He needs to give himself a shot. And that was close.
That leaked a bit.
But nothing to worry about. No harm, no foul.
3 to play, 3-stroke lead.
32 pace for Joe Masara. Was able to drive the first hole. I was coming back from the break. Did he chip that in on the first hole?
No, I think he had a putt just from the fringe.
Okay.
Andy had a pretty easy putt too. It was a very mundane first hole setup.
All right, so this is a Joe Masara special that if he wanted just to go ahead and play a little 2-click left, he could, but I think he's just fine with playing this little shot right here. Yeah. Pull back thumb.
We might as well finish with a hole out one of these last 2 holes. We need to see one more.
Whoa.
Andy.
Just like, oh, well.
Been that kind of round. When he has been close, they have not gone in, and if Joe even sniffs the hole, it goes in.
And I think I just heard the machine bang behind me. Yeah.
Here is Joe. This will be nice and safe.
Solid little thumb. Cozy.
No reason to get crazy now. I mean, I expected fireworks, but I expected it from both.
Yeah.
So you get a matchup like this of just literally 2 titans of our sport, and when it just gets out of hand like this, through no fault of the other player. I mean, Joe's just played an incomparable round of Golden Tee, but you're just hoping for that match where it's going to come down to 18. Who can make the play to win the match, and will it go extras? I mean, what are we doing? And
we are going to need a track ball change in that. Okay, that's important before we even. Well, I don't know. We'll have to ask the players because that's if they're going to be banging
both players are banging it.
Yeah.
If I'm Joe, I take that ball and I go home with it and I mount it. We will see if Joe can ride this hot streak all the way to the end. Andy will finish up his day. He's going to have a right breaker.
Still going to be a two-time world champion after today.
And he's still one of the very best in our game, if not the best.
Yeah.
Just did not have much for Joe Masara here.
Great showing for Joe. He'll shake his hand. He's like, what can you do? And this championship continues to be really tough on Andy.
Yeah, so deflating. You know, just that match was over before it really started. I mean, both players eagled one. Joe aces two right off the bat. And then from that point on, he holed out 3 shots in the first 7 holes. And that thing was done.
Those championship caliber Golden Tee.
That was the kind of Golden Tee you do not want to run up against. That's a buzzsaw, and he's more than capable of doing it against others. When he gets hot, he gets extremely hot. So we will see if he can continue that here Sunday. That was wild.
What a match.
I'm almost right now thinking, what did we just see? I just expected a heavyweight battle, and it's almost like one of those pay-per-views between 2 heavyweights that you know are the best in their sport, and one just beats the living crap out of the other one, and it's just not what you had hoped it would live up to. But man, Joe put one on him.
That wasn't close, and for Andy Haas, just to put a bow on his championship, this is now nobody's played more world championships than him. Nobody's played more games at Golden Tee than Andy Haas. He is forever etched in stone as one of the greats that will ever touch this game. All right, he's been one of the most important players in the history of Golden Tee. This doesn't take a shine off anything that he's accomplished. He is still one of the greats. Shot a par round. I mean, literally, that beats 90% of the people in this room.
Especially with the pressure, of that round. A nice, solid, clean round, it beats a lot of players. You're right.
Yeah, so.
And, just to put my end of the bow on Andy, to tie mine as well, I agree. I've been vocal that I think Andy is the best player that's ever played this game. Just the consistency through different platforms and how well he has adjusted to all of those. How he conducts himself, how he treats people. I'm proud to call Andy a friend. And, heck, he finished 7th, 8th. I mean, it happens. I wish I could have a world championship where I finished 7th, 8th. So I understand he's not going to be pleased with that. But he didn't beat himself, and he got knocked out of the tournament, and it happens. You can't win every world championship, although he wants to. Andy, it's still a nice tournament run.
So if you're the player auction owner of Joe Masara, that means you just got yourself into the money a little bit. We're going to have more matches coming. Just to update a silver bracket real quick, we have Danny Boyd Bell. He did end up beating Robert Washburn, so he's got Greg Kensel right now on machine 11, which is actually in your sight over there, if you can see that, Chad.
Oh, I do see it.
Yeah. And
let me see if I can grab a score here momentarily.
Yeah, and we have
a lot of traffic.
Adrian Westergren, Kevin O'Connor will bring some. That's on 14 over here right in front of the tournament desk. So, beautiful room, by the way, here at the Palms. All right, been very happy with this space. Everybody's had plenty of space. This has been comfortable. We're in the heat of Las Vegas. This is pure summer out here, 107, 108. We talked yesterday how much we love the views. We love coming here. We're in a valley. You feel the heat in the valley. And
yeah, you do.
And this room has been nothing but comfortable. The staff here has been great. They've been really accommodating. Our young server named Nova, another young lady walking around. They've been really accommodating to us. The World Championship, if you ever have aspirations to play in it, it's worth your time. If you feel like you're good enough, if you're that 26, 27, 28, take the time, put it in, and see what the World Championship's like. It changes a lot about how you feel about the game.
And people are very accommodating. You're not going to feel out of place. More than anything, a Golden Tee player, to their core, are very welcoming people. So, I mean, if you've ever wanted to make that lunge and try it, you should. There's no reason not to, because you will find that you are warmly received, and you will learn more in one weekend than you could in 3 months of playing on your own. And if you're that kind of player, you should be here.
So we're getting to the other side of the losers bracket. We just saw Paul Taylor. Paul Taylor, who is defending his world championship today, still in the tournament, by the way.
Have over 600 people watching right now. Let's get that number up. It will steadily rise through the evening. And you talk about another big-time heavyweight titan match. It doesn't get much bigger than this one either. Ryan McCook, Paul Taylor. I mean, just keep bringing up the heavyweights.
Yes, I do. I'm getting a laugh. I'm just looking because I'm trying to pull up a bracket, and then I got a notification of what I've just been tagged in. I got all this honey that's been on our desk here. Who gave us the honey again? It was the XP Network. Okay, I've been called. It's Adam Kramer's throat honey. That's what he needs. But
well, you know, I always get told this from I do a little voiceover work for Andy, and he said, "Man, a good broadcaster, a good voiceover guy always has honey."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never done that, so I got my own honey now. I'll take a honey home, and worst case scenario, I'll have it on toast. Set the stage here, Gino.
So here we are with the defending world champ, Paul Taylor here, 3 times a champion on the National Golden Tee Tour. He'll take on Ryan McCook, also a 2-time champion on the National Golden Tee Tour, playing some Manhattan here today. And we'll see some different breaks on this course. It kind of hurts you to play a very full wind golf ball here. 18 is a diabolical hole, and so a lot of the guys that play full wind on other courses, they make the choice to come play the breezes on these other courses, or they just, because they play full wind all the time, they use whatever full wind golf ball they can and just play their best and do really well. Both these guys, though, are going to play the Stouts on this course.
Ryan very tight here on the first hole.
And almost a hole-in-one, or hole out from Paul Taylor.
That was tracking. Oh, I don't know if I can. That is quite the putter. The balloon animals, I love it. But on the short ones, you cannot see the hole.
Yes, sir.
But probably no reason to with these guys. There's a good look at Paul Taylor, Ryan McCook in the background.
A long time ago, Taylor used to be an earbud guy. He's not been in quite some time. Has a bit of a fan club wearing the same shirt he's wearing today.
Well, thank you, Nova. Another cranberry and vodka. Poor Gino did not get a drink.
I wasn't made aware. We're all good.
My bad.
Until Nova likes you more than she likes me.
Well, she's only human. Couple clicks
Important
here.
chip here. Bang. Important chip here, and he nails it. That he's been kind of made of a debut last year with that chipper wedge. Kind of showed some people some things. Eddie Godfrey did the same thing, and everybody went directly to the Caddy app and started putting the chipping wedge in their bag.
And I guarantee they started practicing the day they landed. The really good players did, I'm certain of it.
So he's kept it through this season. He also plays with the salvos on other courses, and excellent shot. He plays the salvos on other courses and takes advantage of the extreme distance off the tee. Once again, we are up here, 5 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock back on the East Coast. Guys, this is primetime television.
That is a beautiful look at the deck. Ryan McCook up there right now. Just saw a nice tight picture of a thumb shot. Great job to the camera folks here.
Good job, Lux. So, as you anybody playing at home hasn't seen this before, this is let's get out to the heavy rough over here. That is the best opportunity to get yourself to the green.
I think it's where I go every time. But quite frankly, when I do play, it's just follow the leader. I just follow MJ and I follow Matt Cavanaugh.
They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
Heavy rough in. You'll see a little. You won't see a whole lot of spin out of this.
Just wants to land it right in front of that green and let it run out. Right in front of the hole, and he does. Nice shot. Ryan McCook played this game a long, long time. Took a break, came back better than ever.
Defending, I'm sorry, he's not defending. He's the reigning Carolina Clash champion with a shot.
Good effort from Ryan.
Still going to keep it tied. Winner of this match will get a Calcutta opportunity.
Well, that's a good look. This hole made much easier with that tee setup.
Mm-hmm.
That hole had some serious bite previously. Not so much right now. Hopefully I didn't just jinx Ryan. But it's pretty mundane as well. He should be, this could be pretty tight.
Just a little over it, but on the really good line. Oh, no. Okay. Had a little right on that one.
Yeah. Saw the same thing you did.
We'll take it, 2 men here. Wilmington, North Carolina. Fuquay-Varina, North Carolina. 2 North Carolina, or current residents of North Carolina. Taylor, I think, is from North Carolina. McCook is a transplant.
You get to see him much? Do you play any with him? I know he's in.
No,
I know you're in South Carolina, but
I'm in upstate South Carolina, more inland than he is. He's coastal North Carolina.
Okay.
So it's about a 5-hour drive for me, about 4 hours for McCook.
Be like me just driving to Chicago. Maybe even further, actually.
Yeah,
I can get to Chicago in 3 hours.
Wilmington's a cool destination. You know, Ryan lives in a part of North Carolina that I don't go to. Me and him give each other hell all the time about North Carolina and South Carolina, which is better. It's a fun game he and I play. So here we are. This is can be a tough par 4 sometimes for some guys. Seen a lot of different strategies with this.
Paul Taylor was very quick to go up and hit that right where he did.
Par 5. I'm sorry, par 5.
So it is. Looks like Ryan's going to hit a similar shot.
So what club do they keep in their bag that helps them with this? Well, 10.5 all the way back here helps him. He can go under if he chooses to go with like a 9.5, but he's just fine. He's going to do this direction and be good with it.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Paul made that look extremely easy. Can Ryan answer?
And look at that 3-wood. Just gets under there as well.
Easy peasy. See if Ryan will clean up. He will. All knotted up still, 11 under each through 7. The loser's side of the championship bracket. We are trying to crown a 2024 Golden Tee World Champion. What a shot from Paul Taylor.
Not a common shot either being played right there. You don't see a lot of guys do it. A lot of guys like to go over, but also look at the 0 hybrid in his hand. He chooses not to play that. Goes also with the low tee. I see a lot of guys going over with like 6 woods and 5 woods and stuff like that.
2 fantastic shots. 2 fantastic shots. A couple of eagles. Very well done. Nice cutaway. There is Paul Taylor.
For sure.
Stepping up to the cabinet. These beautiful PGA machines.
All right.
I would not be surprised if he makes this.
No, this is Very gettable look. You got to get some power to get it up there because it's an uphill shot. But once you get it on, just let the spin do its work.
That hung out right instantly. It never came back.
Still to come, Andy Fox, Mark Gomez, King of the Hill. A lot more Golden Tee heading your way. If you've enjoyed everything about the stream today, this has been an awesome day of championship matches. Please hit that like button. I appreciate all 635 people on our YouTube page. Everybody listening through X, through Facebook, through Twitch. Appreciate you tuning in to the Golden Tee World Championship 2024 edition. Please hit that like button.
You know, my friend, this is quite frankly shaping up to being what's 18 going to look like, potentially.
Yes, sir.
And how do they play it, and does that decide the match? Because right now, both are absolutely in complete control of their games, are having zero issues with this golf course.
Ooh, that's just...
That was a slow putt.
Very slow, but very capable. Wasn't too hard for these. None of these putts are hard for these guys, obviously. That's why they put them in for each other. Just keep the match going.
These two both play with tremendous pace. Paul trying to see where he wants to land us to give him the best chance to hole out the next shot. Going through that math in his head right now. Trying to line the wind up just perfect. I think he has. I think he's going to have a nice straight wind right in his face. Will be helped even more with those stouts. Follow the leader. Look at that wind.
Yes, sir.
Well done. Just need to judge that left 6. Account for that and see what happens.
Typically a green light shot for a player like this. No, he's playing a big cut over there.
Sure did.
What was that?
I don't know. That is not what I expected when he took that time to line that up. Let's see if Ryan.
It's a little weird there. We'll see what happens here.
This is what I more expected. Ryan will clean up the. It's a pretty long putt to clean up. With this kind of stage, these kind of stakes, but he knows full well Paul Taylor was not missing that putt. Great wind helping here. Took the teeth right out of this hole.
Yeah, this is a pretty simple look, getting to the second fairway, the other fairway on the other side of the water there.
Only thing challenging here is it is a tucked pin, but there's no water anywhere, so these guys will be fine here.
Yeah, no, this would be a great power 7-8 wood, but
just suck it right back towards the hole.
Well, it's gonna be hard to that left 10, but that it's definitely a downhill green, but playing it out and letting it spin up the hill, veteran shot right there.
Yep.
Now this is like he's got that 8 wood. If I were, well, he's gonna look at a full first, which is right in his range, but.
Your reigning, defending world champion.
Sends it away.
And he will try to rip that back. So 2 ways to skin a cat here.
Both take eagle. In general, not a hard par 5 for them, but I know guys that have difficulties. It's a tough green.
What are we looking at here, Paul? I'll thumb this out.
All right, better looking shot than that last one was.
Very nice. Great shot points. Don't really matter here, but as my friend Brian Muxlow says, they sure make you feel good.
It's a good confidence builder, too. I mean, getting around the hole, it can do some things psychologically for you when you're hitting it close. As we, and it's another really well-played shot.
If either player is nervous, you can't see it. Both look as calm as they come. Paul Taylor. He does not like that one.
No.
That flirted out, kind of squirted out to the right. He knew instantly that right thumb might have taken over. See if McCook can get this close. I do think it is going to come down to 18.
Yes, sir. That's going to be the hard. Well, let's see what 17 looks like. 17 has opportunities to be a difficult shot. We'll see what happens. None of them are playing with full wind, which is the most important at this point. So they're going to be able to still attack the hole, not have a whole lot of difficulties with it. Now, this little tuck to the right look over here. Those are some big size earbuds, by the way. This little pin tuck to the right over here, not the easiest thing to get to. But you see some guys, they thumb it out here, and then they give themselves the best club right here. And this might be where this zero, no, not quite. But so he's going to have to play a small little cut.
Hard to see it, but you guys can see there are leaves there on the right. Ryan is making sure he's got all those accounted for. We'll throw it out. Bring this back to the right. Very nicely done.
Well played.
Well judged.
That's the Kinsler match over there. We're hearing. So here's this shot.
Trying to get an update there, and I still do not have one.
All good.
The Kinsler match, they are in extras. Tournament director Steve Sobel just filled me in on that. Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
All right. Little soft thumb shot with a pull back. Just
wow.
It's a Taylor special there.
Yeah, that's just absolutely gorgeous. Ryan McCook trying to answer.
Got a lot of shots in his bag. He does. He's got them all.
Ryan McCook, the father of two.
Mm-hmm.
Puts one in there nice and tight as well.
All right, so here we go into 17 now. Let's see what this looks like. This could be very easy for them, and it could also be tucked to the right with a bunch of wind in the face. There's some intensity going on in the other room. Silver bracket bet. There's a lot of stakes happening in here.
I think Danny Beal, I think Danny Boy just won that match. He did.
All right, so
he just holed out, knocked him out. So back to this.
So here we are. He's going to look for a full, I think. No, he's going to play straight at it. Because they're playing with the breeze and the stouts. This is not the hardest shot, but stays up on the top fringe. Correction.
The hole out was from Greg Kinsler. Greg's reaction.
Oh, and
my.
they didn't hold it.
Ryan McCook.
Almost the dagger.
Ryan McCook. What an absolute beauty. We'll need to talk to Greg later and see if that hole out was something that he did not expect to go in. The reaction was not one that I would expect from somebody holing out to win a match. It might have been one of those rather be lucky than good sometimes. So here we go. That's what we've been talking about, 18.
So
all square.
Believe he can keep a medium tee with this. No, he's going to. This plays as a cut. I mean, this is a tough shot, but he's on the fat part of the green. That's gonna give Ryan something to look at here now, because does he want to play something similar, or is he going to play something with spin? I would figure this is a shot somebody would play with spin. Playing high tee with all that wind behind you is just tough. And Paul's left himself a chip first off to get himself, but he also didn't want to get wet. Fringe, and he got the fringe. The fringe. The fringe just saved him. Well, I would say saved him.
He was nervous.
He was nervous there.
This is a huge chip.
Yeah.
This is very makeable for him.
And that one click of 8 wood buries it.
Ryan has to match, or this is over.
Very simple. Yeah. Academic. 28-28. 2-par rounds for Ryan McCook and Paul Taylor. Sudden death time.
We said 18 might be the hole to decide this match, and they were both left with chips. 18 tried to bare its teeth. Both players made eagle. And I do not mind watching these guys play more Golden Tee.
No, not at all. A lot of other matches getting decided here in the room. Like I said, we just heard about Greg Kinsler. I need to find out about Danny Kaye, who I think is playing the winner, actually. He's playing Greg Kinsler next.
Yeah, I will almost guarantee you that Greg hit something in that he did not expect to go, and he walked away with that kind of a lucky disgust, happy. And I saw Danny go up to the machine. I'm like, oh, my, that might not be over. And he did not make his. And Kins moves on in the silver side. But this is the Gold Championship bracket. It is Championship Sunday 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I'm Chad Schrump with Chris Longino. That is Ryan McCook. And momentarily, he will be battling Paul Taylor.
Winner of this match gets Evan Gossett, 2018 World Champion.
It does not get easier for any of these players as they continue playing. It is one monster around every corner. You get past one, and you have another waiting on you. Paul Luna is sitting there in the crowd. Front row Joe. A lot of unbelievably good Golden Tee players in that screenshot.
A lot of people waving to you right here as we're here at Green Street at the Palms in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Been a great World Championship weekend here in our final evening. Appreciate everyone tuning into us. Please hit that like button.
Paul Taylor will now step up to the stage. We will play some sudden death.
Before we get started here, just a little update. Jusic and O'Connor getting ready to start off their match. O'Connor just knocking out Adrian Westergren. Kinsler, Kalashevsky. Winner goes and gets Steve Beattie.
Just some talent all around in both of these brackets.
Two of the top players in the world playing streaks right now. I would bet this is going to end on some kind of hole out. I mean, not streaks. They're playing breeze stouts.
Yeah, you surprised me there. I thought, oh, they switched.
No, they don't. They're not allowed to switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, have to remain the ball that they were playing in their first round. And he is going to play a full. There must be one number right here that he's liking. Because, never mind. He's
looked like he was.
Yeah, he was getting ready to tee it up. I sometimes think he just does that to mess with the camera people, mess with the commentators.
That could be. This is right. Ryan McCook, a chance to end this match right here. Expect this to be very close. That is left. So I'll be honest, I'm surprised neither shot were closer than that. Might be a little nervy. I mean, you never know. These guys are very seasoned, but there's still so much on the line. So much adrenaline coursing through veins at this point.
All right, 8 wood. This is going to be interesting if he's going to try to play.
Huge shots here. Can absolutely not afford any mistakes going forward.
You'll see both these guys play over the trees, and now he will be left.
Very makeable chip.
With a makeable chip. Most guys would make that. I play a 9 wood. He does as well. The 9 wood gets a little bit more height, and it can carry, as you will see this ball do.
Advantage McCook. Although I do not expect this to be a problem for Paul.
It should be 3 clicks. No, he's got 5 iron out, so it should be maybe 2 clicks.
He went back 1, didn't he?
Yeah.
Drains it. That is such a weapon. To be the elite of the elite, you have to have that one in your bag. I really believe it.
Yeah, I mean, they're automatic with him now. I mean, these guys put so much work into it.
And it really frees you up. If you know you're going to make all those chips, you can go for things that you ordinarily would think otherwise. It just gives you the confidence to go after some shots that maybe you wouldn't. Good shot from Paul. How will this match end? Ryan McCook.
Once again, first breaking scoring will take the match. This is sudden death.
That will be right.
All right, so this hole right here has opportunities. Take a look at this. We're out here into the heavy rough, as you'll see both these guys play. Not going to be a whole lot of spin on the ball heading towards the green, so anything that they hit from here can get pretty cozy. They got a lot of green to work with. I got good feelings about this shot. He's going to play a little bit of a pullback thumb. He's played a lot of these.
Put roll.
And
good effort.
just left.
You got to give it a shot, and he did. Got it all the way to the hole and then some. McCook. 2 nice shots.
Just a bit outside.
Ryan McCook trying for the walk-off. Just missed it. Both players made good runs at that one. We have no blood. And we have played 18 holes, and now we are on sudden death. Hole number 5. 22 holes have not been enough to decide a winner yet. It's a beauty by Paul. Just sticks it tight. So we will play another.
Play another. We are 5 holes into sudden death. Another drop shot in 23 holes.
I don't think we're going to have a drop shot. I think this is all going to come down to someone who's going to have to hole out.
Almost up to 700 viewers up on our YouTube channel. We thank you all for watching the Golden Tee World Championship. We're here in sudden death. Winner gets into a 5-6 match against Evan Gossett.
There's Ryan, a little cut in. Is nice and safe. We are not even thinking about running that ball down that bottom tier. Not even an option. And we will move onwards. We will move on to hole 7 here in sudden death. The 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. We are the Palms Casino and Resort. I'm Chad Shrunk with Chris Longino. Championship Sunday. Sudden death, Paul Taylor, Ryan McCook. The winner gets... Who's the winner get?
Evan Gossett.
Just a guy named Meow Chopper.
The 18 world champion.
Standing room only in the venue right now. This is a beauty.
Wonderful shot. Now, was this purposeful? Did he really mean to come over here? He may have, but he's in the rough. He's going to play a thumb shot, though, which that means he may have.
It's a pretty one.
That means he may have wanted to be over there. He's just going over there and hitting thumb shots like that, and then that was planned.
"25 holes has not been enough to decide this match. Is it going to come down to 18 again later? That's what we kind of thought initially. Someone's going to need to hole out. These guys are playing very, very well. It's another good look.
This time he chooses to go over the trees. Remember, they went under the trees last time.
They sure did. Ryan's going to do the same.
Looks like Cookie's going to do it too. See that?
Yeah. Brian Muxlow watching in the crowd.
Appreciate you. We got a laugh out of Brian Muxlow there.
To the very best in the world. Things that Captain Obvious would say.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan McCook and Paul Taylor treating us to a very good match. Who is going to hole out and take this match?
Oh,
just ran out of steam, but that line was gorgeous.
Ryan will probably play something different.
Well, he knew instantly what he wanted to hit.
Yes, sir.
That was an instant. Not even look at it. I know what I'm doing. Putt is good. And Chris, just like that, we are through 27 holes.
Still no drop shots.
And still no drink for you. So Paul Taylor has hit his drive. Here is Ryan McCook, and they are going different routes. Paul Taylor, not the greatest angle in the world to go after this pin. He will have to be creative to go at it, to not bring any danger in play behind that green. He's got a good helping wind with it, too. He's probably going to go right at that.
Oh. Just nails that 5-wood. Look at here. Gave himself a shot.
That was pretty.
Now,
what's Ryan going to do?
McCook is going to make sure, first off, trees don't get involved here, which they don't look like they are, but a beautiful line at this.
2 good shots. That has been in my opinion, their best chance at hole outs since early on that front 9. Made those two look very simple. Just went right at it with that wind. Distance control immaculate. Paul Taylor smashes that track ball. Good drive to the very edge of that island fairway.
Similar.
Ryan's first, and he takes very little time.
Very
instantly
quick player.
knows. Yeah, he just instantly knows what he wants to hit, and he commits to it and hits it, and then just a bit left. This has been fun Golden Tee to watch.
Oh. All right, got to be careful. All right, those deep French putts.
He wasted 0 time.
Just got up there and hit it. Knew what he needed to do. 11 holes of sudden death in. We have still not seen a break in scoring this entire match.
And we have another good, nice helping wind. Paul Taylor's another smash. Nice drive. He's set up nicely. Does this end up in the first cut? No, he's perfect. A lot of wind pushing here. Be very careful with your distance control.
Yeah, but this is
Gotta
well
hop.
played. Well
Gotta
played.
hop.
Well played.
Very nice shot from Ryan.
He knew he needed to be a certain kind of soft with that. And there's going to be something similar here. Probably a pullback thumb. Important with the 6-wood that you're not short. He plays with a little oomph into it. And a
little uphill putt.
Tricky little uphill putt, but he got it.
He will clean Ryan up. Two of the very best players in the world still putting on a show. And this room right now is filled to capacity. There are no seats open.
A lot of standing room only. We're still got a lot of Golden Tee to be played tonight.
We might have a lot of Golden Tee to be played here. We are approaching 36 holes played. We're on the back 9 of sudden death. Ryan McCook, Paul Taylor, the winner, gets Evan Gossett. And both players very similar shots. The player that wins this match will absolutely have earned it. We are 5 holes away from the 18th hole, and I still think that's where we're going to go to and see if we can get a winner. It's not a bad look here, though.
No, not at all. He might be entertaining a full right here. I don't think he would in this kind of match right now, but this isn't that kind of crazy 2-click right thing he does.
Hell of a time to pull that out.
Yeah.
There's Paul. Very nice.
Well done. He plays a 5 hybrid. Most players play a 5 hybrid. You know, I've seen a few 5 irons around here, but
McCook is in the air. He just dodges the hole on the right side. A little bit low. And we will have birdies here on the par 3. Darts have been thrown repeatedly here on Manhattan View. One of the prettier courses in our game, the skyline of Manhattan prominent. Paul dead center of the fairway. Interesting.
no, I think he's going to take a look at over here, which I've seen commonly played. A lot of guys that like to get themselves out here into this area, get themselves into the heavy rough, kind of clears up, especially if you got green to work with.
That's a good line, too, at it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of runway. He can be relatively aggressive if he wants.
Yeah, watch this. Creep one down the hill.
Very nice shot. Great shot points.
That's called I've done that before.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be a little crazy baby cut shot, and wouldn't think it's incredibly hard with this 6-wood, but he's got to make sure he doesn't overcut, make sure he doesn't leave himself a long putt. Beautifully done. All right, so.
Not overly aggressive there. Just wanted to make sure he still kept it on the fat part of the green, not try to short side himself and have to make some silly chip that he didn't want to do. Although the way he chips, probably automatic anyway. Very nice from Paul Taylor. Has had honors this entire match. We were over 30 holes played here in this match.
725 viewers on YouTube. Thank you for watching with us here. Right here, we are in sudden death, 16th hole.
Our 34th hole played in this match. And this is a fantastic look. Is this a hole that you want to get aggressive with?
Yeah.
Paul. Ooh.
He
just slides past.
He said, yes, Chad.
Ryan McCook just saw how close Paul Taylor was. Let's see if he can answer.
This is typically one of his kind of shots, but that's way worse.
Not a very good effort from Ryan. Matter of fact, I think that was the first shot I've seen Ryan hit in 34 holes that was not one of his tighter shots.
All right, let's get a look at 17. Who can get an ace here maybe? What kind of look we got? It's pretty well. It's not a hard shot for a breeze player.
I don't think this is anything that you're trying to be overly aggressive with that pin. And the stakes that are on the line. But I have been wrong before. Let's see what Paul Taylor is conjuring up in that beautiful mind.
Could be looking at a full. Don't think he's going to be looking at a full. Be kind of a big one to do that with. Need a 9-iron to do that, so I think.
This is the most he has spent on a shot.
Yeah, no, he's
everything perfect.
He's going to let this go because it should be a little soft thumb. A little cut thumb, a little small cut. And just lands it.
Very safe shot. Very nice shot.
Yeah, he plays those plus spin irons. If he would have maybe put spin on that, it could have ended up in the water. Ryan McCook has a great opportunity here. That was a good number for him, good club for him.
It was a beautiful cut.
So here's 18. Gives teeth. What are we looking at here? Now this is the thing. Taylor's had honors. He'll play the shot first. If he somehow gets wet, what does the gambler do? But this is a pretty easy look. This is a pretty general look unless somebody just doesn't cut this correctly. This is a shot
tougher.
most guys make.
This is one, honestly, that I expect them to be pretty tight on.
Yeah. And this is a big kind of half draw.
Oh, my.
Getting around.
Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good.
Ryan McCook to answer.
That hugged that right side a little closer than I thought it would.
Can he get some more 18-hole magic? We've seen it from him at the World Championship before.
We have called it before. That was a downhill shot.
That was a big cut. That was a big cut. That's going to carry, and he kicked it too much.
Oh, my goodness.
And takes it into the water. Devastating shot.
Wow. This is all academic at this point.
Well, he's going to put that into the water. And now,
man,
maybe try to make another putt. No, he's just going to put a couple in the water. We've, unfortunately, another 7-8 at the World Championship for Ryan McCook. Stroke limit.
And we thought it. Hole. We thought it. It's just 18. It was going to come down.
6 putts to win.
I think he's got it in the bag.
Well done, Paul Taylor.
Paul Taylor's defense of a 2023 World Championship continues.
The thing I told you about the 9-wood on that second hole, because I told you it carried. All right, that same effect that happened on the 18th hole playing that 9 wood. Once you cook it, it can go. And with the wind at his back like that, it's going to go. Tough break for Ryan McCook.
Hate to see it in that way on our 36th hole. And he knew immediately. He smacked his hands. He was praying for a miracle that ball would stop, and it just could not. And Paul Taylor moves on. That was a heck of a match. Two very best players in our game, and they put on a show for this crowd. The crowd's still buzzing behind us right now, and we have more great Golden Tee coming up. It does not stop. Paul Taylor will be facing off against Meow Chopper shortly. And we still have the King of the Hill to be played. Mark Gomez will be playing, who was that again he plays?
Andy Fox.
That's right, Andy. How could I forget Andy Fox?
Andy Fox.
Just have not seen Andy play in a while. The last time we saw him play, I think he knocked out Evan Gossett. And it's been a minute. He has sat for a while. There's a bracket. Thank you very much. Andy Fox did indeed knock out Evan, and of course, Mark. They're still alive.
Yes. Andy Hansen going ahead and getting another trackball in that game over there. Good looking out from him.
Knocked him, Johnny Dollar. I always call him Johnny Dollar. Can't help it. Johnny Dollar, he moves to the losers bracket as well, and Evan will join him. Don't think they have played yet.
So let's get a quick look at the other brackets happening in the room right now. Remember, there's still a lot of silver bracket action going on. And also there's 6 left in the main bracket. More Gold Tee action coming your way tonight. Let's look at, I grabbed the wrong bracket here. Let's get the silver bracket out here real quick.
You've got your drink.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to hand this to you right on camera. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
You've earned that.
Appreciate it. I'm quite parched. Yeah. So, silver bracket, we saw Greg Kinsler. He's getting ready to play right now. Danny K, Dan Kalashevsky. King of the Hill is coming up there soon. Nate Stowell, Chisholm Woodson, and also still playing, like I said, Greg Kinsler, Steve Beatty will take the winner of that Dan K match.
I did tell Steve earlier in the day when he was making his run through the silver bracket, I said it would be fun to see you and Kinsler battling for the championship. That's not going to happen, although they will potentially play each other to get to a championship match, as they're both on the loser's side now.
O'Connor, Jusic still playing. They're playing in the match right now. Still trying to keep their tournament alive. And getting everything set up on the stage right now. As you guys can see behind us, Andy Hansen, as you can see, he's changing out a trackball on the other machine.
I think what we're going to do is take a quick break, take a 1 or 2 minute break, and we will be right back. We're going to let them change that trackball out, and we're going to come back to the Palms Casino and Resort with more 2024 Golden Tee World Championship action.
Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship alongside Chad Schrump. I am the Alpha Chris Longino, getting ready. It's King of the Hill time. Mark Gomez, Andy Fox right now getting ready to tee off. And on the other side, King of the Hill silver time. Nate Stoll, Chisholm Woodson. It's going to be good to see this one.
Well orchestrated by Andy and crew. Have the two King of the Hill battles at the same time between the two brackets. See Andy Fox loading up. Wishes Mr. Gomez good luck here on the right side. Meanwhile, Nate Stoll and Chisholm Woodson have already started. On the silver side. We are at the Palms Casino and Resort here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wherever you're at right now, thank you for watching, commenting.
So Andy Fox, here we go. Let's set this up. Andy Fox, multi-time winner on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. First ever King of the Hill. I'm sorry, it might be his second King of the Hill at the World Championship. 16, he was in contention a little bit. Finished third. His last podium at the World Championship was then. Here in the King of the Hill finals now, Mark Gomez, a podium finisher on the National Golden Tee Tour and having the day of his life. He is in the finals. He'll finish this tournament top three no matter what. There's Calcutta stuff and a close hole out to start the first one. Athena's, I believe, for Mr. Gomez, and Stouts for Mr. Fox. No, I'm sorry. It might be Stouts for Gomez. Yes, Stouts for Gomez. Fox will play Athena. On the other side, watch this ramp shot. They're playing some scab lands, and here we go. Get on up there, and didn't get it. Still excitement in also the other rooms here. A lot of competition going on. As Daniel Kalashesi holes out against Greg Kinsler. I think that was in regulation.
Looks like it. Yeah, they moved on to a new hole.
No, that was in extras, so that means
looks like does Greg have a shot?
No, Greg is
done?
out. Greg is out.
Wow.
Yeah, a hole out in extras. Daniel Kalashevsky will move on. Having a day, Dan Kay. So back to this match over here.
Two great matches.
Two great matches, both with big implications, both to be named King of the Hill. Excellent job by the director here to get both King of the Hills at the same time. I like this.
What an unbelievable chip.
We've been talking about that.
Nate
for Nate
Stoll again.
Yeah.
He has made more chips than Frito-Lay.
By the way, two gloves on the – both guys are glove players using – still good Portland. I think I've seen 10, 15 guys wearing gloves.
In the past, there were a few players that played. Tim Glenn, of course, Bushcamp dad. He had a glove.
Oh, the Bushcamp dad.
Master P, Paul Kovacs, used to have a glove.
Can't tell new people about him. What a legend.
He was a legend. Nice shot in there.
Good shot from Stoll.
Nate's just playing great. I mean, if you know that you can go after about everything because you most likely will chip your way to the hole if you have to. And just elevate your game, allows you to be more aggressive.
And this is pretty easy shot just to get on the green. Now, playing with full wind. Remember, Andy Fox. see how this goes. Oh. Been sitting for a while. And this is not the easiest putt in the world. Off the fringe, too. This is going to play more like a right 5. And he gets it down.
Wow, that was very nice.
Important to note there, he did not pull that back. Everybody at home, get a little extra boost up those hills with a breeze ball if you do not pull your club back. And he's going to drop a stroke early.
So Gomez, an early 1-stroke lead on Andy Fox, the flying train. Gomez's name makes me laugh every time I see it. The border jumper. We have seen a lot of Cumberland today.
We have. Haven't seen a PGA course in a while. I'm okay with that, I think. But it could come up. The Scablands on the other side over here. Both guys, I believe, are playing Stout and or Breeze. Important for Andy not to go chasing hole outs here.
Andy likes this setup.
And in reality, that probably wasn't the result that he wanted. Nothing close to the result that he wanted, obviously.
He took a long time on that shot. I thought he had something in the bag there where he was going to try to get our attention. So both players make fringe putts. Still an early 1-stroke lead for Mark Gomez. Nate Stoll and Chisholm, Woodson. The king of the hill for the silver bracket here on Championship Sunday. Golden Tee's 35th anniversary. And what a weekend here at the Palms.
Notice on this other side, and they're just making sure they don't play it out too far. That does go downhill, and it can bring water into play. I believe here we are, 6 o'clock here local time. No more Andy Haas, no more Paul Luna in this tournament. Kind of hard to believe.
It really is. We do still have a Joe Masara. We still have an Evan Gossett. Still have a flying train.
The hooded ninja.
Throws that one in. Makes a little run at the cup. We'll clean that up, and we'll clean Mark's up as well. Still lots and lots of talent in this field. And if you wonder what they're playing for on the silver side, first place today, $3,500. And this is a nice one. Good shot from Mark. Thought that was going to carry a little bit further. It did not. And the winning player in the gold division, the championship bracket, oh my.
He clipped the trees.
Sure did. That is bad news for Andy Fox. He's already down 1. Must make this chip.
Oh.
He did not.
That's not a comfortable chip, and now to go up 3. And not a lot of swing holes after this, Chad. And
buries
Gomez.
That never took off to the right enough. Did not clear those leaves, and as you saw, straight into the water. So a huge opening for Mark Gomez, a 3-stroke lead. And as Chris said, there are not a lot of dangerous holes as we continue. Andy, if he wants to get back in this match, is going to absolutely have to earn it.
I would like to know what the closing odds, if he was available, for Mark Gomez in the William Hill Sportsbook app? What did he finish at? I'd be curious.
That I do not know.
I mean, I could ask Puff and his, because he did his own handicapping, and I imagine he looked at Gomez as like a 25-30 to 1 shot.
I mean, he's got loads of talent. We have seen a lot of underdogs today knock out the favorites. And right now we have another case of that brewing.
Yes, sir.
You would absolutely say that Andy Fox would have been favored to win this matchup.
This is a bit of sloppy first 9 holes for Andy Fox.
He's out of sorts. Yeah, you could just see it, out of sorts. Good shot from Mark.
And Mark just plugs along.
The good news for Andy, he has been waiting a long time, but he will play again later if he does not win this match. I mean, he will go to the loser's side, where he will sit and wait a little while longer. But he can get this out of his memory. But we have a long way to go. It does not mean Mark Gomez is winning this match by any stretch of the imagination. But he is in beautiful position. A 3-stroke lead, 9 to play.
Oh.
Nice
Chisholm.
shot. Yeah, Chisholm just hit nice and tight. So a 1-stroke lead from the looks of it. Yep. So right now, Nate Stoll has a 1-stroke lead on Chisholm Woodson on the silver bracket King of the Hill match on the left side of your screen. We will monitor that. Quite frankly, it's a little bit tighter of a match, and maybe a lot of eyes might be on that one right now. 3-stroke lead for Gomez against Andy Fox. That's a nice one.
Yes, sir.
Oh, over 700 of you are watching with us. As Chris likes to say, please like and subscribe.
Oh, beauty.
Andy Fox tried to get one back. Across all platforms right now, you have exceeded 1,000 viewers. Hope you are enjoying Championship Sunday here.
Primetime viewing back on the East Coast. This is wonderful. Wonderful competition today.
Nice shot from Chisholm. Tried to get one back from Nate Stoll. Just runs it the high side of the hole and goes all the way around.
What is big 14-mile-an-hour wind? In full effect for Andy Fox, playing the Athena golf ball. So here we are, chopped liver. Nate Stoll up 1.
Does Andy play the stout ever?
Does Andy Fox play the stout ever? I don't believe that he does.
I'm sure we will be told whether he does or not.
Yeah. So that was a poor effort from Nate Stoll, because that's not how that shot's supposed to go. But we'll see what kind of shot Chisholm plays. It looks like he's got a 7-degree out, so that means he's looking at the ramp too. This is a low 7-degree shot with roll, and it should take a little bit of ramp. We'll see this take off. He's got to get all of it.
There it goes.
Oh, and that's what you want.
He's got a chip at it. And he trails by 1.
These players have sold a load of 7-degree drivers this weekend.
Fox trying to get one back. Does not. Here is a huge chip for Woodson. He makes this. he ties this match. Extremely makeable. Two clicks. Straight up the hill. Just needs to get through that rough and ride the green.
Oh, and he
missed it. Did he push that?
A little bit.
So a big chance there for Chisholm to tie that match goes unanswered. And Nate Stoll maintains a one-stroke lead.
So Mark Gomez just moseying along here. Doing what he needs to do. Still up 3. Has been up 3 for a matter of 7 holes now.
Good shot here.
Oh!
What an effort from Gomez. That would have brought the house down. There's the flying train. Tries his own.
Get his version.
Both players throw darts at this hole. Neither can get it to jar, but two tremendous shots between Andy Fox and Mark Gomez.
Beautifully done.
Chisholm and Nate still plugging away. One stroke lead for Nate Stoll. Nate taking a look at this tee shot. See how greedy he wants to be here. How close do we try to get it?
So Fox in the rough over here is not doing himself any favors, but this is a well-played shot. Ooh, and Gomez aggressively back at the hole.
Chisholm has a really good look at this. He saw Nate go just past the flag on the left. Whole lot of runway on this green. Just let it run right out. On the way, he's going to send it just past. Mark Gomez just cruising.
Just pretty much in control right now. This needs to go in for Andy Fox. Has to go in.
Good effort.
Very good effort.
One more to play. Would have done Andy Fox a whole lot of good to get that one stroke back to make it a two-stroke game and hope for a Mark Gomez big mistake on 18.
Mark Gomez with the potential to be king of the hill. Needs to just par on this hole. And
oh my.
Cooked it. All right, that brings some things into play here. So now what does Mr. Fox do? So Andy right now down 3 going into this hole is already going to give up at least 2 strokes. Mark Gomez is going to. Important shot.
Does that come around enough?
That was
all
right.
My goodness.
Well played. All right, let's get back to Gomez here, who needs to play some kind of iron here. I mean, he can't chip this. He could play a click chip, but it's going towards the water. If he played 4 clicks, that's too short potentially. So this needs to be a gap wedge.
This is unbelievable. This is a huge turn of events. Mark Gomez head has to be spinning.
Andy Fox. I can't imagine what Gomez is looking at right now.
I don't know.
Now, he knows that Fox has got a really hard shot over there. Eagle is in play for him, though. He's looking for somewhere around. I mean, this is going to be really, really hard. And he's trying not to overthink this, but it looks like he's going to take this all the way over there. Okay, so he is hitting 4 from over here, which...
This is for par.
And this is on a bad direction. That's going to be a tough shot on the green. That will be for bogey. This shot right here, he nails it out to the right, and he nails it! Putt!
What a comeback!
Oh, my goodness.
Mark Gomez still has work to do. He is putting from the fringe. And he drains it. And that is wild.
And Mark is not happy. That was in his reach. And now we have extra holes once again. King of the Hill on the other side still being played.
And this crowd is stunned. That is unbelievable.
Right.
We will go to full screen here. This will take a big hop.
We're going to get the other match fired up here in just a second, getting the camera a little lined up correctly. 15th hole, Chisholm Woodson still down 1. And Gomez, all he can do is just shake his head right now. He had it. I'm not sure if that was the best play for him to go all the way back to the other side and just try to play some kind of – he brought bogey in the play when I think par was still achievable.
I think what he was thinking for sure is that he could not hold that green.
My guess is that.
And then he loses versus playing. And
it's also a tweener shot. That's the thing. He doesn't play a lob wedge. He just plays a gap wedge.
And Andy is looking at
Chisholm.
Oh, he just locked himself up.
What we call that back in the day? Stymied.
He is stymied for sure. But I'm sure Gomez is thinking, I make a 5 here. I make a 5 here. He still has, and when I say he, Andy Fox has a tremendously difficult fringe putt for Eagle that he buried. So I understand why Gomez did it. He clearly didn't think he'd be able to hold that green, did not want to lose
Nate Stoll
that way.
Up 2 right now before on his way to King of the Hill in silver. He needs to keep it together. Watch this, Chad. Low tee, 7-degree driver. Doesn't look like it's going to get anywhere close, right? Nope. Let's take that all the way up to the sand trap. See what happened there.
That ramp?
Yeah, a little ramp right there in front. We've been watching it a lot this weekend. Let's get more utility for this 7-degree driver.
So a 2-stroke lead. Well, look at that ramp. Yep. Ooh, a better angle, too.
Yes, sir. And he's in the sand here. This is not the easiest. This is hairy right here.
He has a 2-stroke lead. 1 Nate Stoll. Just going to throw that. That's going to run down to the right a bit. That's a very makeable putt. Would behoove Chisholm here to make a chip. He needs it in the worst kind of way. He's down 2. He has 3 holes to play. Needs to get one back very, very soon. He is running out of real estate here on this golf course.
I think Andy Fox is going to go take a quick trip to the lavatory.
Huge chip here for Mr. Woodson.
It would go a long way for him to make this. Andy Fox getting ready to step on right back up here. You need to see him fire this away. Hits it good. Just a little overcooked, and now I think that might have been a
tough chip coming back now.
1 too many clicks there. But he's been practicing this too with a 4-wood. So 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks, 4 clicks.
We're going to play extra holes. We're going to go to the screen now. Let's see Andy Fox.
And
Chisholm
is now
is an implosion here on 16 for Chisholm. Hate to see that. Chip long, putt long. Takes 4 strokes to get it in after the initial drive. And that's probably all she wrote there, but Chisholm still alive. He will go to the loser's side where he will await an opponent. But now we go to the meat and potatoes.
Sudden death. And a spot that I didn't think Andy Fox would be in. He has worked this to sudden death with some decent fortune. That might not have been the most fortuitous drop. There's often times you can go past and you can get dropped to the left or the right side of that green. That was a tough drop for him, but he needs to reset.
I would imagine if we could talk to Mark, he would say, I did not know if that would hold, and I did not want to lose the match on that chip. Yeah. Just be told by Andy Coleman that's exactly what he told Al. And he did not know if he could hold it.
Okay.
Andy trying to win right here. This is sudden death.
Look out for the third hole.
The winner of this match is your king of the hill in the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
If Andy Fox doesn't want to bring the third hole to play, this next shot needs to have his ultimate attention right now. Hole 3 could bring problems, especially for the golf ball he's playing.
And we saw it on the front 9.
So he's going to carry this way out there, 158 miles an hour, and he gets all of that.
It's sailing. Big kick.
It's those calf muscles of his. It just gets all that power.
They look like turkey legs. They look like a turkey drumstick from a state fair. Kinsler and I were talking about that earlier. It does.
So just soft out here and just going to play a simple, smooth shot.
Gomez brings it back. A chance here for Andy Fox. He has come from the depths, was down 3. Got all of those strokes back on hole 18 and is going to try to win it here.
Yeah, he's looking at an 8-iron, so this must be a shot he's comfortable with.
He needs a towel. He needs a moment.
And he's comfortable enough to call timeout.
All eyes on the flying train.
And Gomez kind of gives him a little look. He's had an incident with a towel before. Here we go. That's a little long. Good job for him just to make sure he doesn't fly that too far.
And now we bring in hole 3. Andy Fox try to make something here. Of course, 3 was not the hole that got him in trouble last time.
Oh, that's a bad thumb.
Way right.
Bad thumb, and that leaves him just a unfortunate little putt there. I mean, he's probably going to make that, but that's just.
Gomez.
I said third hole, but it need to be the fourth hole. Yes.
This looks nice.
Yeah.
Andy must make this fringe putt.
All right.
And sneaks it in the right side of the cup, and we will move on to 4. That's a pretty good look.
Yeah, it is. Pretty mundane for him. Wants to make sure he doesn't do anything close like what he did last time, but
he did it again.
Did it again.
Oh my goodness!
Same spot.
That's the exact shot he hit.
Whatever Gomez can find in the middle of the green, something that's not too incredibly far, he's going to be just fine. That's a good power move right here. Let's see, and hits the fringe.
He does.
Almost the same putt.
Yeah, almost, except it's not on the fringe this time.
This has got to go in.
Must make.
Most times he makes this. Did not the last time.
The flying train. What a chip from the sand. Gomez must make. And he does.
He answers.
Andy Fox, a tremendous save from the sand, continues this match.
This fairway will be a lot more clear for him, but kind of an up box, outward wind should give Mark Gomez a pretty clear shot as well.
Yep, wide open. Good call, Gino. All systems will be go on this shot. There is nothing
He's going to thumb.
that would
This
intimidate
needs to
these
be a
players.
good thumb. It needs to be a good hard thumb. He did 106. And it's going to be right around it. Wow.
Great shot from Gomez. Can Andy Fox win this match here? He is carefully assessing the shot.
Yeah. Now he could play a thumb shot out to the right with backspin, but he doesn't want to take the rough into play, so he's going to play a small cut. And just an all right effort there for him. He'll still make eagle.
Love the elevation changes of Cumberland. Just, it is fun. It's a fun course. Was great way back in its day and brought back to life. It is still sensational. Great match between these two. Had a lot of theatrics on 18. We're in sudden death if you're here joining us now. Mark Gomez had a 3-stroke lead going into the 18th hole of Cumberland, went long. Did not believe he could make the chip, hold the green on the back. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Gomez all over the cup.
Just like
Fox dodging bullets left and right. Will Andy have a good effort here? And that will fall back. And then on 18, Andy made a tremendous fringe putt from the far side of the green from the fringe. A huge right breaker, forced extras. And here we are. Sudden death, Cumberland. Still on the front 9, but we have almost played 27. We're very close.
Now this hole right here, we saw earlier, this is where Fox hit a kind of a shot into the trees here a little bit, and trees are a little bit in play. But he's going to play the medium tee. It's kind of an up box.
I don't think we'll have him hit it.
No, he's not doing that again.
Leaves this time. That was a beauty. No, very nice. He put some pressure on Mark Gomez. Not the toughest shot in the world for Mark, but he has got to execute it. Huge stakes. And it's a beauty.
Two well-played shots.
Mm-hmm. Fox catches the left side of the cup. He's in. He will clean up Mark's putt. We will continue playing.
So it's got to go, but it's going to stop right there.
Another chance for Mark Gomez to win this match. He has come close here in sudden death. He has had 2 shots almost in.
It's a good, well-played shot here. Probably should have used backspin, but it's going to be all right.
And we continue.
Boy, approaching almost 800 viewers on our YouTube platform. Appreciate everybody joining us. This is sudden death.
Not the easiest pin in the world to get really close to.
No, but that's gonna be tough right there. 8.5. Doesn't have a lot of distance on his ball, and that kind of kept him short. Andy will have no problem getting to this green. Just
is that the opening Andy needed? He is there.
There with a putt now.
Who is
Mark
first?
Gomez. Well, first off, the pressure will be on Gomez to make, assuming Andy can make this. And which
Must
he
make
does.
here.
All right.
I don't think it's unfair to say this is the biggest shot Mark Gomez has ever taken.
I was going to say this is the most important shot of his life. This is it. One of these are going to go down. Wow,
Awesome
and he nails
shot.
it in the right side.
Clutch.
He stands up to the pressure. A beautiful sand save.
Well played by Mark Gomez. Both these guys got some fans in the crowd. I know Andy Fox's wife is here. Mark Gomez and his old his old friends from Waterloo, Wisconsin. Cool Hearts.
Ooh. A little bit deeper. That was nice. Andy Fox with a chance again. We are in sudden death, and it is very quiet in this room.
All right. Good solid cut shot.
Very nice.
Well played.
All eyes on Mark Gomez and Andy Fox. Here at the Palms Casino and Resort, I'm Chad Schrump along with Chris Longino. Cumberland, sudden death. What's at stake? The King of the Hill here in the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
All right, that's got to go. That's got to go. That's got to go. Wow. Well, short opening from Mark Gomez with a lot of green to look at.
Gomez there all day long, and that
will do it.
That's going to seal it. No chance Mark's going to miss that putt.
Yeah.
Andy will just hit it onto the green.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it. So Mark Gomez. He's going to be your king of the hill.
Got to feel a little bit better. That last hole almost got it, but now he's king of the hill. Very first time, I believe. Got to make sure I don't say that incorrectly. I think this is his first king of the hill.
Well, I promise you it's his first time he's been king of the hill at a world championship. So well done, Mark Gomez. Came all the way back from losing a 3-stroke lead and still won the match, defeating Andy Fox rather. It's so easy to say Andy Haas at these things because he's always in the mix. But Andy Fox will go to the loser's bracket. He will await an opponent. If he wins his match, he'll be right there with Mark Gomez again. We will see. We still have a ton of Golden Tee to play. And that was our second long match in a row.
And now getting into a little bit of the loser side of the bracket, we also need to make note that Nate Stoll, king of the hill, silver side.
Well done. I've almost said this ad nauseum at this point, but I've watched Nate play several matches today, and he's played very well. He chips like God himself, and he's brought in several chips that have saved him some strokes, rescued himself. I mean, he's playing very well and just knocked off Chisholm Woodson, so he will also await an opponent. He's playing for $3,500 to be the silver bracket champion, and it's been one of those days here.
So this is I imagine we're about to get some 5-6 action going over here. All these guys, all players now in the main bracket have made Calcutta money. We'll give it a little bit some of the auction guys here in just a second. But now 5-6, we got Masara versus
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Daher. getting ready to go here, and then we'll have Gossett versus.
Who's Gossett playing?
We had it.
We'll see in a minute.
Talo, right?
That's right, Paul Talo.
Yeah.
Gino taking a little sip on camera. I love it. Sometimes you got to quench that thirst.
I didn't realize I wasn't told coming back to camera.
I love it.
Evan Gossett, your senior on, please.
While they get started, I've been meaning to ask you this. Well, I asked with 800. They wrote about us in an article. A guy on Twitter did for Golf Digest. Did you see that last year? Yeah, they mentioned us in an article.
Oh, they did?
Yes, they did.
By name?
By name.
Huh.
Full name. Government name.
Wow. Was not aware. I did see that guy, though.
That Chris Powers.
He was there all weekend.
Yeah. So here is Johnny Daher. Johnny Dollar, just in the Cleveland, Ohio area, plays with Andy Haas and Jeff Sidiak. Every day of his life plays a lot of high-volume games. Not a lot of tournament success in his career, but this is a great day for him, 5-6. And here is the reigning Top Gun Player of the Year, Joe Masara, twice a runner-up at the World Championship, and just gave us fireworks the last time we saw him play.
Yeah, he shot a 17 under on the front nine of South Pacific and took out Johnny Daher's buddy Andy Haas. You see Evan Gossett and Paul Talo making their way to the other machine. We have two monster matches on deck. Here is the one we are watching. And again, Talo and Meow Chopper will be up shortly. Hopefully these guys put a couple holes between the two so we can have a second match to kind of watch independently on its own at the end.
Yeah, right now they're getting through the first hole. Talo, Gossett. A lot of matches played against these two over the years. One comes to mind at the NIV. One of the best hole-outs you'll ever see. One of the best, I say hole-outs. He 18th of Teal Garden. He had hit it long into the water. Gossett hits it onto the I'm sorry, I think he might have laid up and actually.
Did chip in?
No. Gossett lays up just instead goes for the green on 18 and leaves a birdie putt. Talo would proceed to pitch in from about 25, uphill pitch.
Nice.
And would go on to win the NIV, his very first Golden Tee tournament on the National Golden Tee Tour.
So advantage, Masara.
And you can see a security measure right here from Johnny Daher, who plays this lob wedge. I know a lot of guys that don't do it anymore, and now this is a shot that Mr. Masara specializes in right here.
Chance to go up one very early in this match, hole 2.
And drills it in.
Might need to touch some of this honey shortly. Throat getting a little bit scratchy.
Oh, really?
A little bit. I'll be all right.
We'll see how much these guys give me some more exciting shots to call here. I'll get there.
Evan did not like that.
No, he didn't. Once again, as we're getting a hole-in-one from Johnny Daher.
Johnny evens up that match.
Well played.
Early one-stroke lead for Joe, and Johnny takes it right back.
They play Missouri over here on the other side here. Talo versus Gossett. Talo, the reigning defending world champion this weekend. Evan Gossett, the 18 world champion at Orleans.
We are not light for incredible players here that are still left.
No, there's still some good ones.
You look at that screen, and Johnny Daher in his own right has been very good for a very long time. But those three names you see, Taylor, Gossett, Masara, going left to right, goodness gracious, fill up a Hall of Fame right now. First ballot. Just taking it all in. Johnny Daher off the tee.
This shot, easy par 5 for most guys. And ooh, and how Chopper taking one.
Evan Gossett. Early lead on Paul Taylor. And that looked good from jump.
Just knowing Evan like I do, I know he wants to win this one really bad. Johnny Daher been playing pretty quick on his own. He plays the stouts, if I'm correct. I believe Masara is also playing the breeze as well. So a couple stout players playing on Bonnie Moore Black. Just a beautiful Jimsy design this year with a lot of attributes from the previous Bonnie Moore.
Yeah, we talked about I don't remember who I was talking to today while we were watching a couple matches. Oh, that needs to get up. Johnny. But you could look at the original Bonnie Moore and put a mirror up and watch it in a mirror, and it looks a lot like Bonnie Moore Black. It's just so many similarities, but so many differences. But it is it's fun to compare the two because there's so many similarities. And Missouri in its own right. It's a gorgeous course.
Let's see what golf ball Taylor is playing. He is playing the breeze on this particular course. I believe Mr. Gossett will be playing some Avenue of Full Wind.
Just looking at the time, I will be flying out of Vegas in less than 11 hours from now.
Same.
A short night for Mr. Shrump.
Or it's an all night for Mr. Shrump.
I don't know yet. Been debating that.
See how long we have to stay here?
That's part of the debate.
Celebrate with the champ. There might be a party at the Ghost Bar tonight. Who knows?
If that is the case, I might be rescheduling my flight. Good shot from Johnny.
I've already put in a bid to move my flight because they need to take some volunteers. I'm only trying to leave an hour later tomorrow, though. Not my flight's at 6. So,
but anyway, they've been out here since Thursday morning, very early.
These guys have been out here just about that long as well. Chopper up one, and beautiful shot, by the way. You guys playing at home, that 10.5 can do a lot of things for that narrow way to get by. So much that Mr. Daher is going to do the same.
Nice run, it does. Beautiful. Two very, very nice drives. How close can Joe get? Very nice look in. Nice and safe. Paul Taylor has left himself a fringe putt or chip. Look at that one again. That's a good shot from Evan.
Excellent shot. Excellent shot.
Evan waited a long, long time to play again. And an extended break. Talked to him for a minute outside of this room at one of our breaks. He was very antsy, very ready to play.
Looks like the breeze is also on the docket for Mr. Gossett as well.
This is a nice one. So a one-stroke lead for Evan Gossett over our 2023 Golden Tee World Champion Paul Taylor. We have 3 former world champions on this stage right now, and you are watching them play.
So you're seeing these guys on the left side. Whoa, first off,
beautiful, Johnny.
Well played. Great recovery. You'll see these guys over here on the left side. They're trying to drive it all the way over there to the left side and give them some kind of low momentum shot. I'm sorry, low to the ground, heavy momentum shot.
It's a good angle. Got quite a bit of green to play with. Here is Meow Chopper.
Yeah.
Just misses that.
Well played.
Not pleased with it.
Just do what you need to do right now. He is up 1. Let Taylor come get him.
Well, and I know Evan's thinking now is Paul Taylor can come back and get you at any point. 2 strokes is a whole lot better than 1. Clearly. Yeah. But with a guy like Paul Taylor, that 1-stroke lead can go away instantly.
Well done. Well done by Masara. Both guys getting out in the fairway over here. Just simple shots right here from the fairway, left side. Or bringing it in from the left side. Gonna be some easy stuff. We're gonna see what this next hole brings, though. See, it's gonna be a lot to carry. Chopper up 1. Daher's been playing well.
Hanging right in. Went down 1 early. But he aced a par 3 against Joe Masara.
So this one over here, 11th hole of Missouri. Kind of an offset look, but these guys should have plenty of distance to get there.
I do see that.
They just have to make sure they hit a pure 180. If they hit any kind of cut into this shot, it's going to be a problem. Looks pretty good from Gossett.
All day.
And he's on.
And Joe does have a 1-stroke lead on Johnny.
Oh, he does. I'm sorry.
He does have that 1-stroke lead. So somewhere along the lines, Joe got one back after Johnny tied it up.
Which one of these players? Two world champions still left in this. One of them will have to be eliminated after this round. Very well could have a brand new world champion tonight. Mark Gomez is the king of the hill. Andy Fox going to wait to be a winner of the winner of these 2 matches.
Andy has a wait.
beautifully done.
And we still have silver matches to finish. We are not going anywhere soon. A whole lot more Golden Tee to play here on Championship Sunday.
Made a hard run at that. Oh, and a missed putt. 2 strokes down. It's important for Johnny not to get really cute with this. Which he didn't. Well done on the par 3. Giuseppe up 1.
I've not seen the kind of fireworks we did earlier from Giuseppe. That 3-hole out round in the first 7 holes.
And how about Gossett?
He almost goes up 3. Evan feeling great at this point. But as we have seen, no lead is safe. Going to continue playing very well. So Mark Gomez has walked back into this crowded room. He will be sitting for a while waiting his championship opponent. And you will have to beat that man twice. Otherwise, he will be a world champion, but we are a long, long way away from that. Joe off the tee.
So Gossett just
looky there. Well, he eyed that for a while. He liked that.
Daniel Kalashevsky wins his match. He's still in this.
Of course, he eliminated Greg Kinsler earlier this evening in extras, a hole out.
This shot from the house, just a little left, I mean, quite a bit left from the hole. It's going to need to get a little bit closer. Doesn't look like Evans going to be leaking oil anytime soon.
We have not seen Daniel Kay up here on the stage today, have we?
I don't think we have.
He will be a new fresh face here soon. I'm sure we will see a match.
I think they just called him to another machine.
Oh, and Johnny Daher almost leaks it left. Whew. But he makes it. He's in. There's a reason that cup is round. Suction was all systems go. Brought that one back in for Johnny Daher.
Lovely shot there. Big around. A lot of guys tempted to go over, and I mean, you can. It's a big win to go with, so an 8-wood can get you there to this hole. But a lot of guys are going to play this little full right here. This is going to have some momentum too, ladies and gentlemen, so he needs to watch that. Oh.
He needs to go.
He's got it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That went from clipping a tree to just gorgeous.
Almost going in. Yeah, that was great. Joe has looked at this one for a while.
Yeah, Danny Kaye just beat Chris Jusick, so Chris Jusick's out. Danny Kaye going up. If he wins his next match, he'll be in the silver finals.
Knocking out Chris Jusick is a hell of a feat. The kid is a great player.
Yeah, he's got game. Part of this major contingent of Cedar Park, Texas people. Johnny D still needs to find a stroke, and if he's going to, this hole right here, perhaps the hardest hole of the year. Not Manhattan 18, but this, it's got a good look to it now. Very simple. Oh, great shot by Taylor.
A hole that short be so difficult, but by God it is.
No, look at this. He only has a gap wedge, so he's going to play some kind of shot that's going to come out very safe. Good shot. Chopper, did he just get wet? Yeah, he did. He's hitting 4. Evan just got wet.
While we were watching the par 3, Evan Gossett has gone wet and let Paul Taylor back in this match. We said it earlier, no lead is safe.
All right. Let's make sure Mr. Masara can make this putt because this is tough sometimes, but he got it.
Beautiful. Evan Gossett would be a tremendous make here. Does not.
And tie match now. Just roll his eyes.
That is how quickly a 2-stroke lead can be disintegrated.
Bonnie Moore 18, safely on. Daher needs a hole in 1.
It's very simple. You must make. Saying it is the easy part.
Oh,
that will not do it. So Johnny Daher's run will most likely come to an end here, and it will. What a tournament for Johnny Daher.
Nothing to hang your hat on. Excellent day for Johnny Daher.
I would expect he will get a nice ovation from this crowd. That was well done. And that was more for Johnny Daher, I think, than Joe Masara. A great tournament for Johnny Daher. We will now go to full screen. Paul Taylor, Evan Gossett tied. Evan had a 2-stroke lead moments ago. Disintegrated in a matter of 1 shot. Paul Taylor, brand new life.
A hole in 1 in his missed putt got him 2 strokes, and look at this.
Oh,
get in the hole!
Goodness. That was absolutely filthy.
Well done.
Whew. Absolutely filthy. What does Evan have for an encore? Evan.
Oh.
He just runs it past as well. There's 2 ways to play that hole. And guess what?
Extra holes.
Extra holes, the theme of this evening.
We've done it a few times.
And we will play more holes. Evan, quite frankly, absolutely pissed off. Gave 2 back. He is frustrated. But he finished strong, almost aced 18. To beat the world champ, you've got to kill him. And he was not killed. Paul Taylor still alive. And we've seen tournaments before, Chris, where a player does not get properly killed, and you've seen him take that freedom, that new life. They almost feel like it's a free roll at that point, and can go on to win. We'll see how this one turns out. But right now, if I'm Paul Taylor,
Paul Taylor coming having a drink of his cocktail. I think he's going to take a minute. A quick restroom break.
While they take a break, we are going to take a quick break. We will be back. A couple minutes. You will not miss a single shot. This is the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. Welcome back to the Golden Tee World Championship. We are getting ready to play extra holes. Evan Gossett, Paul Taylor, 2 former world champions, will battle it out sudden death to see who moves on in their quest for a second world championship.
Yeah, this right here, this looks very attackable for both these players.
Evan
start with one a little bit left side, and he can just put his head down because he knows how gettable this is.
The door is open. Paul Taylor to win it.
Oh, that was an off thumb, and
that is
wayward.
That was surprising.
Poor.
That was a poor effort. Poor effort. And Paul would say that was poor. He would probably give you better words than that even. So we will play a second hole here, sudden death. Has been the theme of this late afternoon, early evening here in Las Vegas. 7 o'clock here in Vegas, 10 o'clock on the East Coast. We love that you're watching with us. Here is a big shot from Paul.
Oh, okay. That was very close.
All eyes on 2 former world champions. Evan Gossett last took that crown in 2018. And, of course, Paul Taylor is your reigning defending world champion.
That's more of a classic kind of shot right there. You would identify that in the early years as something,
God.
oh, no.
It is not how you want to see this match end.
The putt broke on him. The putt broke on him. And he can just do nothing but look, and his championship is now.
So 2025 will have to be the year that Evan Gossett tries for his second world championship.
And
Paul Taylor.
Taylor will defend his title in another match. Keeps his tournament alive. Podium.
So Paul will get his.
And he's getting a laugh out of something. I don't know. Evan must have said something, but I just knowing Evan like I do, I believe he would tell you not a player he likes losing to less than Paul Taylor.
Tell you, you go back and you think about that match, and we missed it because we were looking at the other match, Bonnie Moore Black, hole 17, one of the more difficult holes in our game. We were more focused on that hole, and somehow Evan went wet, and you noticed it. You said he is hitting his 4th shot, and just like that, he dropped 2 strokes, and you just can't do it.
Cost him the championship. That's a tough break for him. 5-6, a little bit of Calcutta money. I believe somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000, $3,500, $5,000.
I think he gets $5,000 for that.
$5,000 for a 5-6 player. It's not a bad day's work, but he wants a championship. He wants to be a 2-time champion. Just tough pill to swallow, especially in the position that he was in.
I think that's it. I think you said it right. I think the way that went down is what is going to eat at Evan. It's not losing to Paul Taylor because he knows Paul Taylor is a sensational player. But the way that match went down, the way he ended up losing that match, that's going to be something that he will be thinking about for a very long time. And there's no rest here. There's no rest for the weary. Paul Taylor, in his quest to try to repeat as world champion, now faces another former world champion.
Well, he's a player of the year. He's not one of world.
Oh, he didn't win the world?
No, he's 2-time runner-up.
I've said that 25 times today.
I think I remember you said 3-time, 1 time, and no, he's a reigning player of the year. He's a reigning Top Gun player of the year. He is a 2-time runner-up in 2017 at high scores, runner-up to Mark Stenmark. 2018 runner-up to Evan Gossett at the Orleans. Should be a good match here. 2 distinct styles. I imagine they're going to be stouts.
Did Mark defeat Joe in the finals of a world championship one year?
say that again?
Did Stenmark defeat Joe?
Yes.
In a world championship run? Maybe
Yeah,
that's what I
that
was
was
thinking.
17 in high scores.
Okay. Well, he's got the game to be a world champion. Everyone knows that.
Just looking over here, we got Danny Kalashevsky, we got Chisholm Woodson. Winner goes on and plays Nate Stoll in the finals. So
Nate Stoll's been on one all day long. This is one I am very interested in seeing. Paul Taylor, Joe Masara.
Did you catch the course yet? We got Missouri Hills. So Paul Taylor just played this match, or just played this course, so we're going to get a fresh setup. No, but neither of them have seen this. Should be only the two of them in the contest.
We have a big crowd here at the Palms Casino and Resort. They have done a fantastic job for the Golden Tee players this weekend. All weekend long, Thursday, Friday, the Golden Tee Mobile World Championship. Congrats again to Rick Coppathorn. Takes home the title, $10,000. And then Saturday and Sunday, it has been a spectacular event, the Golden Tee Arcade 35th Anniversary World Championship, where we will give one player a first place prize of $35,000. Mark Gomez, your king of the hill, awaiting his opponent.
Fireworks early.
That was a great shot.
Paul Taylor will admittedly tell you he plays more Legacy than he does PGA Tour. So he comes in here, it takes him about maybe a day to get used to the new cabinet, and then he's ready to go.
He seems to have adjusted accordingly.
He has.
Making a deep run here in the World Championship. I'm Chad Schrump, along with Chris Longino. Had a great time bringing this to you today. Kevin Lindsay and Adam Kramer pulling massive duty early today.
Appreciate everybody watching us on YouTube. We have almost 700 viewers. Make sure if you haven't hit that like button for us, please do. What a hell of a championship this has been. Hell of 2 championships.
Yes, exactly. Still have a silver title to present. First place in that is $3,500. Absolutely no chump change involved there.
Just a power thumb.
That looks great.
A couple of guys that are going to be playing the Stouts or the Breeze, whatever ball you'd like to refer to them as.
I still say Stout.
Me too. I've done a pretty poor job of the different brands, the different names on PGA Tour, as
Yeah.
I've been so accustomed to call them a certain thing for a number of years now.
If we say Stout, you know we mean Breeze, and vice versa. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage.
Almost to 300 likes. I appreciate everyone tuning in for us. We're here at the 4th hole, Missouri Hills. Top 4. We are on the podium now. Winner will take on Andy Fox with a shot to go get Gomez.
To knock off Gomez, you have to beat him twice.
Gomez and I were in the purples of in the finals of a purple bracket in Dallas back in 21. And he ended up double dipping me.
He did?
I was king of the hill and he double dipped me.
I got double dipped once too. I was king of the hill in Columbus, Ohio. And Stephen Tyree double dipped me on Rattlesnake. I think it was Rattlesnake. It's funny, you never forget those.
No, you do not.
That Rattlesnake came again. I thought, God bless America. I just lost him on that. I still am not happy with Stephen Tyree to this day. 20 years later. Oh. It needs to get up, and it sure does. Beautiful.
He'd be one of the 40 top Golden Tee players of all time. To Steve Tyree, too.
He was great. Yeah, Stephen Tyree was awesome. He's settled in to be quite the family man. I'm still friends with him on Facebook. Haven't talked to him in a long time, but has some adopted children at home, he and his wife. He was a good one. Paul Taylor and Joe Masara. Andy Fox eagerly watching this match. See who he has next. Here is Joe. Just dances past the cup. Gave it a heck of an effort. I would expect Mr. Taylor to do the same here. He hit the shot quickly. He liked it.
Oh.
And just dances around.
Well done.
So 2 very nice shots here on Missouri. Hole 6 is in the books, and we are still tied. Great shot points. They don't mean anything here. If you are tied after 18, we will go back to hole 1 and play sudden death. We are a long way away from that. Hole 7 here on the front.
Important everybody hits their island right here. I think a large reason, or portion of the reason why guys don't play a full wind golf ball here a whole lot is making sure they get on this island with minimal wind obstruction. Oh, another great shot by Taylor. Really close.
Just to recap one more time, this is for the right to play Andy Fox for their chance to meet up with Gomez. So if one of these two is going to be a world champion, they're going to have to win 4 more times.
All right, and just
good luck.
Just below the hole.
Don't get a lot of these really good looks. And it is very similar to the same shot that Joe just hit, that bite. Takes that left a little bit. That left sloping green here on Missouri Hills.
Now watch this. Joe's going to 415 yards. In a perfect world, he would like to ramp this up, I believe, to the left side and get himself some kind of low to the ground shot, chip, bump and run, chush, or click chip, something in that, in that vicinity right there. This will be played like a bump and run, like a chip of some kind. Should be. Don't expect him to take a wedge out there. And I think Taylor's looking to do the same thing with a little bit more of a ramp, but a little less green to work on. He's more to the right side.
I would say from the initial looks of this is advantage Joe. I think he has a better angle, more green to work with. It's a longer shot, sure.
Counting them up. Here we are. Oh, and just drug right through the fringe, giving him a long putt. Now Taylor. Chipping wedge, remember. With this chipping wedge, he has got an excellent shot at this.
Would that carry all the way up there clean?
I believe it would if he hit it hard enough.
Because he has gone away from it.
No, he's going to take this now. He's going to play a click chip. 8-iron click chip. Oh, and just left of the hole.
So Joe dodges a bullet after leaving his chip well short.
Wants to make sure everything's right.
Make sure, yeah, that's right.
There's nobody more of an expert on the trackball than Joe Masara. He knows the trackball in and out, everything it does, everything it can do.
Big putt. It's a clutch putt. Still tied.
Only got 140 on that, and he wanted a little bit more.
You know, someone's always going to come from the loser's bracket side. But it always astounds me when someone loses very early on Championship Sunday and they still make it all the way. Because that is a long, long road to get back to the championship.
Well played. Shot again.
You play so much Golden Tee when you lose early. And so many coin flips with so many great players. Joe doing a little track ball maintenance.
Looks like Chisholm reported his match. Looks like he took care of Daniel K. Going to make sure that's correct.
Here is Joe. Looked at this for a long time.
Yeah. Same color golf ball, by the way. Oh, no. Daniel Kalashevsky. It looks like Daniel Kalashevsky won that match. So final in the silver bracket. Paul. Beautiful shot.
I really like watching Paul Taylor play.
The bracket says Daniel K beat Chisholm 32-27 on Cumberland. I'm going to need to see that to believe it. All right, and that is incorrect. Chisholm did win his match.
That bracket is incorrect. That's a beautiful shot. These guys are just steamrolling this course.
Yes, sir.
No hole outs yet. They're playing very clean, making this look extremely easy. I can assure you, Missouri is not this easy. Two of the very best players in the world trying to move one step closer to a world championship. Joe off the tee.
Well played full there. Probably going to see something of the same from Paul Taylor. No, he's going to play a small cut. I have not seen as many fulls out of him as I have before. He's had a few, but not as many.
So both players clean up 13, and we'll move on to this beautiful look. Good shot from Giuseppe. Joe Masara.
This room really packing in now. A lot of not an empty seat in the house. Everybody watching this World Championship unfold.
Waiting for this crowd. They're hoping for a reason to explode. But both players just playing nice, clean golf. 4 to play. All square, 22 under each through 14. Great shot points mean very little in this match. If they are tied on the scorecards after 18, they will continue playing. Sudden death.
Looks like he's going to go directly over with a 9-wood. This look can get a little close. He's going to carry with a helping wind. Be just fine. Taylor going to do the same thing with his 8-wood. Just slightly closer shot as we're firing up the finals of the silver bracket. Over on the second machine, Nate Stowell, Chisholm Woodson. Chisholm needs to win twice. Let's get my Calcutta notes out here. Very close shot. Very close shot from Chisholm. Here comes Nate. Also playing Missouri as well. Oh! And it's just been his day, hasn't it?
It has. If anyone was going to hole out, it's going to be Nate Stowell. Another beauty. He does more than chip, ladies and gentlemen. A little trouble. A little putt from the rough. That finds it is true. Nate almost holed out again. Just missed the cup.
Paul Taylor was a $3,000 Calcutta purchase.
What conglomerate owns him?
Chris Bakke. Sean Tickner is on the Giuseppe train with the purchase of $2,669. So at this point, they could both use a win here to get, but they're getting their money back at least. $3,000 for the gold 4th place.
So still tied on the left screen.
Oh, and here we
It's
go!
Paul Taylor takes the lead.
What a shot. In the heart of the hole on the perfect time. Keeps the tournament alive for him and is up 1 going to the final hole.
What a time for a hole out. As clutch as they come. Honors.
And how about the 2023 world champion on the green? And now Masara needs to make a hole-in-one. That is the only option here. Nothing else can help him outside of Taylor missing.
And Taylor is not missing that putt.
No, Taylor will never miss that putt.
Joe needs to not worry about anything but making this shot. He didn't like it.
Off his mark, and he knew it. Earbuds come out.
He's going to clean up both putts.
4th place finish for Joe Masara. This championship continues to elude him just a little bit because he's in the mix often. 3rd podium at the World Championship.
And Paul Taylor will continue his march to defend his championship. A well-timed hole-in-one on 17. A one-stroke win over the great Joe Masara.
Well, if Paul Taylor ain't proven he's one of the best of all time over this last couple of years.
He's been on a great run.
And he's getting close into some Pantheon talk. All right, some of this resume of his right now, he's getting into that next level of Golden Tee player talk. And if he can get his way, he's got Andy Fox next. If he can get his way to the finals, he's in prime position to double dip Gomez.
Gomez has played outstanding Golden Tee today. To knock him off twice in a row would be an astounding feat. But Paul Taylor now riding that wave.
Jason Elliott paid $1,000 for Andy Fox.
Another great match going on right here. Chisholm Woodson and Nate Stoll.
I need to also let you know something about Nate Stoll. He owns a player in the Calcutta.
He does?
Yeah.
Who's he own?
Mark Gomez.
Oh, what a day.
$525 purchase.
What does second place pay in the Calcutta? So what's his worst case scenario? Hopefully he has part of himself too.
I imagine that he does. Looking at this.
5,000-6,000, somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah. 6,700 for second place.
So he's got that in the bag at a minimum.
I imagine Gomez has a portion of himself at some point. That's a pretty steep price. Not everybody's going to pay for half themselves on something like that, but
still got a really good match going on, but I mean, just to be fair, it just feels like a little bit of a letdown of sorts.
Now remember, top two also.
This looks good.
Yeah,
that looks good.
Chisholm Woodson was a $60 purchase in the Calcutta. He's going to get a little.
I wouldn't be surprised if Chisholm bought himself.
No,
he didn't.
Paul Taylor did.
Got some double dipping going on between the two, don't we?
We got a lot of these
Nate
guys.
And Mark and Paul and Chisholm.
Yeah, we got a lot of these guys that are still playing the tournament, and they actually own Calcutta people.
Gonna land the island here. We've talked about how important that is.
First place silver Calcutta 2,350. Second place 1,175.
God, what a $60 investment by Paul Taylor. And Chisholm Woodson.
5-6 guys get $1,000 apiece. Okay, play.
Yep.
Some guys still keep a zero hybrid on this course. Sometimes that ninth hole can give you a little look where zero hybrid is kind of important.
Good shot from Nate.
Second, third matchup, getting ready to fire up. Andy Fox has got the sweatshirt off, t-shirt, shorts on, towel in hand. And he's getting ready to get the defending world champion still in his championship defense.
You thought he was dead, but he was not. Not you, Gino. I'm just saying. Yeah. He still keeps battling. Evan Gossett had him. But you got to kill him. He's not going to beat himself. Then he took one from.
And you can't beat yourself either.
Giuseppe. Ace is 17. So he's won it both ways the last 2 matches. This is not a bad look at all. Expect one of these guys to get pretty close here. I think Nate's already hit. That's a good effort.
Good effort. Long par 3 there. Of course, that's 29-ish is par.
So Nate's still holding on to that 1-stroke lead.
Can be 30 with certain looks.
We saw his hole out a little bit ago.
Nate's wife, Tanya, looking on. Nate, one of the first people I ever met in a Golden Tee tournament in 2004. Officials timeout.
I did not know that.
Met him and his father. His father just recently passed away last year. Played in the bronze division qualifier with me in my Team USA year. I was able to make Team USA in 04 along with a guy named Elliot Rosen. What will be ever for lost in history is the 3rd place finisher is a very young Jeff Lannon. And Jeff, he wasn't that good at the time. And if we'd known what we knew now, I'd have bought some stock. Bought some stock very early.
We got more Missouri. I've had my. I don't know how Missouri keeps popping up here, but
I hate when that happens. We're a lot of Missouri.
I would be happy if we do not see Missouri Hills again. Paul Taylor would love to see more Missouri. He would love to play Missouri again in 20 minutes. That means he would be moving on to face Mark Gomez.
Just a wayward, but he's all right. I mean, just got to see what golf ball Mr. Fox is playing with. I imagine it's something like Titans or Athena. Could be flush, though.
I'm officially getting tired.
Oh, no.
I'm ready for this crowd to erupt again to give us some adrenaline. You're fine.
Oh, I'm always fine. Yeah, I'm in my element, sir. They stole firing over here to the left side. Remember, this plays, it says grass. Grass means fairway in the world of Golden Tee.
So did Nate and Chisholm both do that?
Being that they're both breeze players, I imagine there's a good chance that they did, but a lot of guys like to go out into the fairway. Looks like Chisholm.
So Nate actually
did. Sorry, Nate.
Yeah.
He came over and just to try to split these. What would you call these? These cliffs, these canyons? What would you call these?
A little cliff. Little. What would the word be for that?
Raised plateau with trees.
Andy Fox, great
Well
shot
played.
Points. Good shot from Nate. Cleans that up.
Tell you what, we're getting to the end of this tournament, and the salvo has not been much in the conversation. We haven't seen much of a course with it. Andy Fox is playing with the flush golf ball, by the way. Andy Fox, 3rd place in 2016 against the defending world champion. 2-time player of the year, 9-time winner on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. But it's been a while for him, and that's a poor shot. That's what that was
for Andy.
That was a poor shot.
And what we have seen as of late, you give Paul Taylor a chance to take advantage, and he will absolutely do it every time.
A little bit of a power full with the 6-wood.
Good
well
shot.
played.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what the score is. Still a 1-stroke lead. Nate Stoll over Chisholm Woodson. Chisholm would have to beat him twice.
That was an important chip, and now Andy Fox is going to have to fight from behind very early. And all he can do is shake his head.
So Taylor, 1-stroke lead after 4.
I'm sure Gomez is around here getting a few games in. $20 under, 19 under. Stole up by 1. Trying to finish this out. It has been his day in the silver bracket. Been a tough guy to beat.
Very impressed with his game. He's been steady. When he makes a mistake, he's got that chipper or that chipping to rely on, click chipping. I've seen him make those time and time again. We see Chisholm go to that old landing area. We'll have a perfect shot in.
Well played.
There's the ramp. Oh, that kicks a mile.
Oh, and then
that is going to go all the way down.
Once you hit those rocks, the spin becomes null. It takes it all away.
A chance for Nate to potentially get another stroke. He would love to have it. That is going to be clean. This will come back some. Almost a must make for Chisholm to keep himself in this match. And that is not an easy one to make. And again, this is for the Silver Championship. Nate Stoll, King of the Hill. Can Chisholm make a great shot here?
He does! Oh, and an ultra shot.
Badly needed. Are you not entertained? Chisholm Woodson needed that desperately.
He says, Kobe.
Big time. That was huge. And so that stays a 2-stroke, or a 1-stroke lead rather for Nate. Nate was probably counting that stroke, thinking he had a 2-stroke cushion. Not to be.
Mo! Andy Fox gets one back.
The flying train has tied it up. No, he's down 1 still, isn't he?
No, he had lost 1. I believe that ties it up. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Honest to God, Paul Taylor's holeouts are in my head. Thought he had a hole out plus that Andy Fox miss when he missed the green, but that's the only stroke. So all tied up. Andy Fox is not so fast.
Silver bracket 23-22. Nate Stoll still up 1. This is the same setup that Masara and Taylor played.
Shot from Andy. Paul setting up a full. Should hop hard. Looky there.
Well played.
2 nice ones.
Yeah.
Paul's had a little shake and boogie on it. Thought for a moment might be tickling that hole. That's what she said.
Oh, my family would be so proud of you.
I'm not even proud of myself. Not even proud of myself. Hole 16 on the right side. Chisholm versus Nate for the silver championship.
Just a couple holes left to go.
Nate nursing a 1-stroke lead. Was almost 2, but Chisholm Woodson hit an unbelievable ultra shot, swishes a sand save, and prevents Nate from going up 2. How important will that be in this match? We will know soon. Of course, on the left side, playing for the right to get into the championship match of the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. That's a good one from Andy.
Well played from Nate.
A really good shot. Nate just needs to keep hitting fairways and greens and making putts and force Chisholm to make something.
Well, excellent precision power shot from the defending world champion.
Chisholm buries that left 9. Still right there in this match. Only trails by 1. Par 3 coming up. Can he do what Paul Taylor did 20 minutes ago? Ace 17.
Nate Stoll looking to close the the silver bracket with a 30 under.
Taylor makes his putt. Here is Stoll. This will come back a lot. Not enough. Very similar look. It might be the same look.
Gap wedge. Gap wedge for Chisholm. Nope. Not a huge advantage. It's probably a more comfortable shot.
If you're going to come back, I think it has to be here. I don't think you're probably going to get a stroke back on Nate on 18.
No.
Been fairly easy looks that we've seen today.
So he's going to
really
hit this
needs
high.
this.
This needs to be a soft thumb. Can't be too hard. And yeah, he cooked that, and that's.
Yep, you could see it. I mean, he threw his whole body into that.
I think he needed a little softer than that, but
it's a good shot. But when you have to make
Taylor.
Wow.
Taylor.
What have we there? Hole 18, Nate Stoll needs to find this green and make a putt and force Chisholm to hole out. Andy Fox answers the Taylor mistake, potentially. He's on the green. Huge chip for Paul. Good shot from Nate on the right. Big shots coming up. Paul Taylor needs a sand save, and on the right, Chisholm Woodson, quite frankly, must make this.
Sand wedge. Play a little small click to it and power through.
Oh.
Just below the hole.
Andy Fox, a one-stroke lead. Trailed by one, hold out to tie it, and now has a lead. Here is Chisholm. Must make. On the way, and he just misses it.
Kicks in the machine. To no account.
And he will clean up for Nate Stoll, and that will do it.
Nate Stoll.
Nate Stoll is your silver champion. Great win for Nate Stoll. He's been a man on a mission today, undefeated in the silver bracket. Had to go overtime a couple of times, but rides the wave and wins the silver bracket and $3,500. And Cal's cut of money, a hug and a kiss from his wife.
And Nate, who is Florida now, lives up in Seattle. Oh, boy, he's got to feel good right now.
Awesome stuff.
The silver bracket champion, Nate Stoll.
Got a hug from his buddy Mike. And now we are on a one-stroke lead for the Flying Train over the reigning defending world champion Paul Taylor. The winner of this match will face Mark Gomez and must double dip him to win the world championship. Andy Fox, as we said, trailed by one and has come all the way back. Does Paul Taylor have any magic left?
Does he want to go around? This is typically a full kind of shot, and if he's got 2 iron out, then this is going around.
Buckle up, folks. This is going to be a fun one to watch. He is going full.
Low tee. It looked like this one was clipped trees earlier, and he went a little to the right with that, and that's going to be okay, but
he was not going to make that same mistake. Andy. My least favorite putt in this game, a right one.
Right one at long distance.
This is not a putt that is an automatic one. Andy making sure he has everything exactly how he wants it. This is a humongous putt for Andy. And he misses it left. It is a right one from distance is a tough putt, even for the best of the best. And that is surprising. And we are back to being tied. What have I been saying? What have I been saying? To beat Paul Taylor, you need to kill him.
You
cannot keep giving him chances.
You can't let him hang around.
Because he will gladly give you everything he's got. Every time you give him a chance, you get more from him. Unbelievable.
Sorry, boss.
Andy absolutely disgusted, threw his hat off. Are we looking at extra holes? 3 to play. Paul Taylor will go first. This looks great. Oh, it died. That line looks really nice.
He's been skipping. He's been skipping that for that shot all day. I mean, he's been playing a skip shot up there. Here's Fox with the flush, also known as the streaks.
Great cutaway shot. These two great competitors. Mark Gomez somewhere in the background waiting to see who he will face for a world championship. Absolutely done on purpose.
Let the hill do the work for you.
Absolutely. Can Andy?
A lot of wind. This
here.
is kind of a tweener shot for him. It's not. Could play something with backspin. It's most likely going to be the 5, but get it on up there.
Needs to go. It did. Good shot. Scared me for a minute.
A little short.
Yeah.
Not a lot of spin.
Yeah. I thought, man, you don't want to leave that short. All right, we haven't seen the most recent pins have been on the bottom right, so now we're going back left. It's a good look. Oh my goodness.
Made Mr. Fox feel a little uncomfortable there.
Great. You're right. That's great. He did, I'm sure.
He's going to play this as a bite, and this is going to have a lot of wind into it. It needs to carry.
Good shot.
I don't know if bite was the appropriate play, but it works.
He will make that putt. He's going to clean up for Paul Taylor, and Andy trying to get past the fact that he gave a stroke back to Paul Taylor and let him back in this match. Evan Gossett did the same thing. Let Paul Taylor back in the match. And now Andy Fox has let Paul Taylor back in the match.
It's an advantage for Taylor, too, because he's playing with the breeze balls now. Sudden death. Easier for him to hole out.
We will see. This has been a phenomenal night of Golden Tee here at the Palms Casino and Resort. I'm Chad Schrump, along with Chris Longino and the incredible cast of characters, production crew from Incredible Technologies, led by our friend Andy Coleman. Great shots in the background. Paul helping Andy, as he so often does. Thanks to Adam Kramer, Kevin Lindsay today on the mic for several hours, calling some fantastic golf. We have crowned a silver champion. Nate Stoll is your champ, and we are trying to crown you a 2024 Golden Tee World Champion. Will it be that man? That is Paul Taylor.
We're heading, it looks like he is going to go take a quick restroom break.
I think we might do the same.
Follow him all the way.
Paul leaving the room for a moment. There goes Paul.
I think it looks like people might get the idea. He's trying to ice Fox a little bit. Hey, let's go take a bathroom break. Let's go. No, we're gonna wait.
He's played a lot of Golden Tee over the last couple of hours, and very high stress matches. He has gone to extras. He is going to.
Andy Fox's wife just came looking in here, like, where'd my husband go?
Do we want to take a quick break? Reset? We want to stay here.
I think we're going to fill. Looks like it, but we're going to have all right, we're going to take a very quick break here. We're going to come back, show overtime. Don't go anywhere. Fireworks still to come here at the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship.
We are back. A very short break. Paul Taylor, some refreshment as he walks up to the stage to reset the scene. Paul Taylor and Andy Fox are playing sudden death for the right to play Mark Gomez for a 2024 World Championship. We are on Missouri Hills, and right now, according to Chris Longino, there is a little bit of an advantage in his mind because Paul Taylor will be playing the breeze ball. Easier to hole out.
Super important. We'll see how this affects this match. There might be an advantage for Andy Fox on hole 9. With his distance, he might be able to get closer to the green and get a better shot, so we'll see what happens. But as far as hole out's concerned, advantage Taylor.
So Andy does a little maintenance. Make sure his trackball does exactly what he wants it to do after Paul Taylor just blasted it. First hole out wins, potentially. Unless we have back-to-back. Good shot from Andy. And now he has to watch. So no blood on the first hole.
So Gomez looking on, trying to keep it loose. Got his buddy
There's
Chet
your king
Grover.
of the hill. There's your king of the hill.
What a great crowd we have here at the Golden Tee World Championship. If you haven't been to one of these before, you're missing out.
Ooh, Paul was worried about that getting there. He walked that one off just to make sure. Three-wood for Andy.
Ooh.
Three-wood for Andy. That was a beautiful shot.
Parked it right in front of the hole, and then it bounced on.
We have had so many extra holes today. Paul Taylor in many of these battles. He has been close to being extinct many times and has found a way to continue. Can Andy Fox finally knock him out of this tournament, or does Paul have a chance to defend his title against Mark Gomez? Good shot, cannot afford to have that rip off the green. That would be ball game.
Oh, that's got to.
Oh, goodness.
Poor shot.
That was exactly what I just said. You can't do that. You cannot do that. I really love that Paul Taylor thumb putt where his arms both go back like a Superman pose. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a speed skater almost. I like watching Paul Taylor play Golden Tee. It's fun to watch.
He's been a great champion, deserving champion. And who knows, he might still be the champion after all said and done. We'll see what happens. Not his greatest effort there. Going to be a little bit of a fringe shot. I hope he does. I don't think he's going to have to chip that. I think this is going to be puttable.
Well, it's downhill too, isn't it? I think helping him a little bit.
Yes, correct.
Chad Trump, Chris Longino will be here with you the rest of tonight.
Here to take you home for the Golden Tee World Championship.
Ooh. That was not very good either.
A little bit of a.
Here is Andy.
Oh, and Andy barely got it.
It's by the skin of his teeth.
All right,
he pulls out his chipper.
Okay.
He's not wanting to mess with that putt, or does he? He is going to putt.
Yeah, he's going to putt.
And he's in.
That's fine.
Andy Fox hanging on.
Caught the very extreme left side of that hole. Oh, here comes a full.
A little bit out towards the right on it, but oh.
Okay, he's left himself a chip. We know he's great at it. I don't think he's too extremely worried.
I don't think a full is going to be in the cards for Andy Fox. That's not his game. This is going to be a small draw of the golf ball. Got it.
Really nice shot from Fox. Very nice. Well, that's a chip he's going to make 99 times out of 100 at home or at his bar. Needs to make it here on the biggest stage of them all. And he does.
Keeps himself alive, keeps Mark Gomez in his chair.
What shot will do it?
Oh.
What shot will do it? That almost did it. You feel powerless watching as an opponent, especially if you've already hit.
Yeah.
So now Andy, a chance to make Paul feel those nerves and that anxiety. Here it comes.
One time, almost. Andrew Fox.
These boys are throwing darts. And I'm sure Paul Taylor had that feeling in his gut to have to watch that with nothing he can do except pray.
No, not anymore.
Paul finds the island fairway. As Gino has said, it's a lot easier for him.
And this is why Fox is going to go out and play to this big fairway island, if you will, over on the right side. It's a lot easier for him to control. He has the distance to get out there far enough where Paul Taylor doesn't have the distance to get to this fairway.
Must have a good solid hit here.
Just fine.
And he is totally fine. Perfect. I love this look, though. Paul Taylor has a beautiful look at it. The angle is gorgeous. Lots of green to play with. He can run this right at it if he wants. I think that is what he's going to do. Here it comes. A little bit on the high side. Fox will have to worry a little bit about that trap. Good shot from Andy. Very nice shot. And now Andy Fox gets to once again make Paul Taylor feel that uncomfortable anxiety of being at the mercy of the shot.
It's a small cut shot. He's very comfortable playing. I see him play a lot of these.
It's another nice one. Mark Gomez awaits the winner, sitting in this crowd, watching these two play. Sudden death here on Missouri Hills. The winner plays Mark Gomez for the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. And you'll have to double dip him because Gomez is undefeated today here on Sunday.
So this will be more of a, okay.
I tried to ramp.
A little low tee, 7, I hear you. This is going to be more of a fairway positioning shot, but he's,
oh.
Right. 11 in his face. He could just let this go. Looks like that's what he's going to do.
Oh, dances around again. Great call, Gino.
He cannot buy a hole out right now. And here's Taylor looking this one right in the eye where he could play a plus spin. He's going to play a harder shot. Thought he might play soft and let it run up with some spin, but no, not quite. A little bit of drama there.
Paul Taylor still on the tee. He has honors.
Taylor has about 10 people with the same shirt that he has on right now in this building. A lot of people coming here to see him defend his world championship.
Yes, he does. Looks like he has a lot of family here. And they would love to yell and scream soon to see him back in a championship match. But to do it, he's got to defeat Andy Fox. I feel like Paul's heating up. You get that sense?
Yeah, I do. He's around it, but
well, he's really well.
So is Andy.
Andy is too. Can Andy do it?
This is okay. It's gonna be okay.
I feel like every shot Paul hits, he's very close to ending this match. What are we looking at here, Chris?
We're looking at 361, and it's a shot that you can play a medium T2 with some spin, it looks like. With Taylor playing the breeze, he may not opt for that. He may play a high T 360. So this is with a little bit of a, yeah.
Good shot.
Kind of an angled 180 there, pulled a little left, hit it a little to the right. Now here is where Fox can shine. He can play shot with spin at 309.5 degrees, a classic club.
He doesn't like it.
It's leaking to the right.
He doesn't like it.
And gives him a long putt. Well, considering the circumstances, this is one of the longer putts you're going to see. And he got it.
That was bleeding fast. But he is in. And if you remember, the reason Paul Taylor got back in this match, Andy Fox missed a long right one. Gave Paul new life.
A big small cut, powered, well played with a breeze. It's going to be a little bit more wind, but some more distance on Andy Fox. All right, he's not. This is not a comfortable putt, and he's gonna. He's not gonna walk up and hit this. This has got to be clear of all matter. It's not a putt he likes. Right three. Here we go.
Money.
He got it.
Dead center. Might have exercised some demons on that putt. That's a huge putt for Andy. Those are not comfortable, especially under the circumstances.
So Fox with the flush, he's going to play it way out into this fairway, and something tells me that we got some good-looking shots. And obviously Taylor can play a big hook out here, get himself out there. Doesn't have to go for that top level. All right, Fox, what are you made of here? He's going to play this 5-wood, and he's just going to hit it hard. Wind's going to knock it down and let the green do the work. Well played. Still in it, but right now need to be searching for hole outs. Not in aggressive fashion, but Taylor with a hard thumb, plus spin to the right. And look at this, just cozy up nicely.
Can Andy win it here? Playing full wind. Lets that wind bring it back.
Caught up in the fringe on the top side, but it's going to be just fine.
Barely even thought about that. Knew that would be no problem downhill. We played 32 holes.
All right, and this is this classic little 2-iron hook shot that we've been seeing from him. It's a full. 2 clicks right.
This is also the hole that Andy lost that stroke. He had his 1-stroke lead and gave it up here. Right after Paul hit this 2-iron full onto the green. He's ready.
Oh,
Look at
watch
here.
this.
Oh! One of the best shots we've seen all day. And you could hear the murmur in the crowd. They knew that was going to be close. That was a beauty by Paul Taylor.
We've been seeing him play that some version of that shot for the last couple hours. It's worked really well for him, where Fox is going to have to play some kind of
more of a traditional play.
Yeah, something over or maybe a little bit around. So that didn't cut it out, though.
This
That's
needs to
going
come back.
nowhere. Water.
And that's going to do it.
There was no cut in that at all. If anybody's used a 6-wood before, he needed a lot more than that.
My least favorite club in the bag.
And now, with basically an unmissable putt, Andy Fox has this chip and just the feeling of deflation right now.
And that is all she wrote. Paul Taylor has come back again. He has survived what looked like insurmountable odds, and he is going to play for a chance to defend his world championship.
I'm a little stunned by that, Andy. A little stunned by that shot that Andy Fox knows how to play and play well, and just did not put enough cut in that.
Paul Taylor, you let him keep sticking around. You let him survive, and that's the kind of stuff he does.
And now he will get a shot in the finals to defend his title. Go back-to-back, never been done. Well, people called me out the other day, 2008, 2016, Andy Hostek go back-to-back. But to go back-to-back years, it's a pretty heavy accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, think about the field that we've had to be able to come back all the way through this gauntlet and defeat these great players. Like, he has knocked off some of the best players on the planet to get to this point. And to do it 2 years in a row, we'll see what Mark Gomez has to say about that, because he's going to have to beat him twice. And Mark, tell me about Mark's game.
Mark, solid player, been around the tournament scene for a while, consummate cut maker for the most part, can play about only one podium in his tournament career, and finished fourth, quite frankly, because he accidentally moved a towel over a track ball and it cost him a stroke against Evan Gossett, and would end up losing a match against him. So the guy's got capability. He's got skills. I don't know how much he's playing right now, but has been a high-volume player for it, has played with guys like Clinton Grover. They continue to, they've helped him get to the level that he's at. And he's we'll see what kind of moment this is going to be for him. This is, King of the Hill, the biggest moment he'll probably ever play in. So this is, we'll see what happens.
I mean, he's playing arguably the best player in the world right now. I mean, he's the defending world champion.
And he has gone through and survived and survived and survived. And, you know, we keep talking about that. But if you don't take advantage of any mistake Paul Taylor gives you, then you're asking for bad things to happen. And that's what's happened. I mean, he has continually made shots and just survived opponents' mistakes. And look the position he's in. Worst case scenario for Paul, he's gone world champion, second place, and very well may go back-to-back. We'll see in a minute.
Here they are playing for the Hodgson Zielinski Trophy right here in front of us. As we've said, this thing has been seen some places. Hodgson Zielinski Trophy. This will be, I believe, the 20th name that will be etched onto this trophy.
The trophy has a lot of history.
Been here for a while with us. Named after Larry Hodgson and Jim Zielinski, two of the co-creators of Golden Tee.
To recap earlier, Nate Stoll won the silver bracket. He went absolutely undefeated today and yesterday. They play yesterday? They play a match?
They didn't play any match.
Okay, so he went undefeated today, and didn't have to worry about being double dipped. He knocked off Chisholm Woodson for a silver championship.
Mark Gomez getting a little up before he gets over here to play the finals.
He's getting ready to walk past us right now. Talk to Andy Fox. Talks to Greg Kinsler.
Gets a shot at this. He'll have 2 rounds to do it.
This should be fun. There is Mark Gomez. He's getting ready to walk up on the stage.
All of his Midwest guys like Dave Sandmeyer, Brian Roski. I know a lot of guys up at the K&B Auto Lounge up in Waterloo, Wisconsin.
Meanwhile, there is Paul Taylor with his friends and his family. You can see them all in the same shirt.
Got a group with him and
Andy Coleman, tournament director.
We got to be careful. There's something behind us. It's going to make some noise, whoever wins this. So.
What are they doing?
It's right behind us. It's the cannon.
Oh.
Happy to see this thing back as we're getting ready to see the finals of the Golden Tee World Championship. Paul Taylor, the defending world champion, back in the finals once again, playing Mark Gomez. Mark Gomez, 1 podium in his career on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events, and he's also just a well-established player. We'll see how the moment is for him. He's going to have 2 matches to do this.
I can't wait. Paul Taylor has come from the brink of death many times in this tournament, and let's see if he can finish what he started. He has had a long, long Sunday. He's played several matches where he had to go to sudden death. Mark Gomez has been sitting idle for a very, very long time. We know he's warmed up, but playing a game in a side room when players have been playing like they have, it's different. So we will see if Mark is ready, and
there we go.
You'll be able to tell that early.
Discussing a little bit. I hope they're discussing not to play Missouri.
Please, I will pay them both $100 each. Do not select Missouri. We need to see something else. Although I'll tell you right now, Paul Taylor would probably want to play Missouri. Why wouldn't he?
So, the famous yellow towel wiping down the deck.
Get that out of the way now. What course would you like to see? You pick the course right now. What are you playing?
I'd like to see some Scablands.
Ooh, I like that.
We
have not seen that on here.
I would like to see some Scablands. Let's see what kind of ball Paul Taylor wants to play. All right, because are we going to play a PGA course?
They both spin it.
And Manhattan View. We're going to see 2 players play the Stouts right now.
So we've seen a lot of similar courses. I will take Manhattan, though, versus watching Missouri Hills for the 4th or 5th straight time. That's just how they're spinning.
Oh, big flex from Mark Gomez.
Well, they both look loose. But they are playing.
He's got his guys, Dave Sandmeyer, Brian Roski over there.
The winner of this championship is going to pocket 35 large. Mark Gomez, San Antonio, Texas.
Transplant from Waterloo, Wisconsin recently. Now lives down there.
Goes by border jumper.
He is I need a stat check on somebody because who's the silver bracket champion from last year?
Was it Gomez?
I want to say it was Gomez, but I need someone to recheck that for me. Gomez, it was Mark Gomez. So we have the defending silver bracket champion against the defending world champion.
Main bracket, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So Paul Taylor, Mark Gomez. And it has suddenly gotten quiet in this room.
As we get this first hole started.
So we'll bounce up. Great shot points early for Paul. I want to see if he remembers how to play this course. One thing he has played in a long time is Missouri Hills.
And how about a good line at this?
Gomez comes out firing. Both players point hole number one. And they both look loose. Is that a facade? Is it real?
Some of it may be for looks. I know Gomez, it's probably a little bit for, just trying to make sure he feels loose, although he can feel a little pressure right now. He's been around long enough to know the opportunities like this don't come often.
That clears nicely. He will have a putt for his eagle. We'll see a very similar shot here from Paul Taylor. Maybe.
See, looks like he's going to go play something around.
Yeah, he sure is. Looks like it. But who knows? He likes to fool us.
Three-time champion on the National Golden Tee Tour presented by Power Events. Paul Taylor is, as we've said, the defending world champion. Back in the finals once again. And we'll take this all the way around. And will leave himself an early chip, and Gomez has got a really long putt. 60 feet right to one of the hardest in the business right here.
Well, you want to check your nerves out. Let's see.
This is a nerve check right now. We'll see what happens. And he leaves it short.
That is missed right. Early advantage for Paul. He needs to make this chip to get a one-stroke lead.
Chipper wedge makes an appearance.
Got it.
And that's a shot he's made many times. Having shots like that in the bag. Not a lot of guys are playing a chipper wedge right now, and having stuff like that is what makes him great.
So you wonder, sitting down so long, and your first real shot, first meaningful shot for Mark Gomez in well over an hour is a 60-foot right two. We'll see how, sometimes that stuff wakes you up. He has played so well today. Just a magnificent day for Mr. Gomez.
This has got eyes for it right now. Just a little left.
So a little cleanup for Mark.
Yeah, it's a power thumb there.
Paul Taylor back with honors again. Does not have to watch anyone's shot. Does whatever he wants. Knew immediately what he was doing here. Pretty much the play, almost always. Much different pin from the last time Paul played this. That pin was up left, where they could actually run it right to it. He's going to have to put bite on this one. That's a good shot.
Very good shot. Your favorite pose right there. You see that?
Yeah, I love it. He's very eccentric. I'm all about watching those that excel at what they do and have a little bit of that eccentric nature to their games. I like watching it, and he's got that in spades.
Look at
Just
this.
a
hell of a player.
Pull back high tee. And just around it. There's Gomez. Still a good shot. This is a good look right here. Once again, we're coming here. We are in the finals of the Golden Tee World Championship 2024 edition. Appreciate you joining us right now.
Two good shots.
If you haven't hit that like button for us already, please do so. 750 viewers here.
I think we might still be over 1,000 on all platforms.
So we see this, a lot of guys playing out to this, into the fairway over here.
Paul Taylor has been there and done that.
Just a pullback power thumb.
Good shot. Just don't really expect Paul to make any nervous mistakes.
This is a good sized thumb right here. Let's see what happens.
It's beauty. Nice shot from Mark.
Great shot from Mark Gomez.
Paul still, he did it again, still with a one-stroke lead. Got that early. A missed 60-foot right two-putt from Mark Gomez gave Paul Taylor an early advantage. For Paul Taylor to repeat as a world champion, he's going to need to win twice.
Look at this beautiful shot that was.
Just excellent.
Let's see if Gomez tries to go over. I think he doesn't play cut shots like that. I think this is a go over for him.
Yep. Good call, Gino. It backed up more than I thought it would.
High up in the air, still some wind in your face. Spin can still have an effect. Also just won those 343 likes. Let's get that to 400 before we get out of here tonight. Guys, hit that like button for us. Doing so well. Appreciate you guys tuning into us. This is the Golden Tee World Championship. Taylor up one. He's not hitting bad shots right now. Just that little bit of a wayward shot gave him a long putt.
Then I think that has probably settled him down a little bit. Paul settles that into the fairway. Pretty easy drive. Nothing really that tough here. put aside all the pressure of the moment.
Just a little while, we got some hardware to hand out.
So Paul Taylor still with honors and nursing a one-stroke lead over Mark Gomez. Mark Gomez is king of the hill, and Paul Taylor has to beat him twice if he wants to win the 2024 World Championship. Right under that tree, right into the fairway. Good shot.
With an excellent wind in his face. We'll see what kind of number he has coming in.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's going to have that 7-mile-an-hour wind directly in his face. He'd be really close to being straight wind.
It's a hard thumb. How about this?
Ooh, Gomez. He has definitely settled down, and this is a straight wind.
Yeah. Straight wind.
He's got to worry about that left.
I think this is going to be just kind of a softer shot and just let it run.
Never got all the way to the hole. Paul walks away, but he's still got honors.
Still got some guys hanging around playing some of the games around here. They're getting packed up tomorrow morning. Everybody else eyes on Taylor and Gomez. I don't know what that says right here because that is well within the trees. Everything moved to the left, and that pin is tucked to the right.
Well, the wind's going to help him bring it back.
Yeah, he's going to have to play more outward towards the right. Well, he's got that 7-degree driver. Never mind.
Is he going right underneath?
He's going under.
Big
That's
skip.
what he's doing.
Just the shots he knows, man. The shots he's worked on. He's an innovator. Gomez, this looks good.
Oh, excellent.
That's going to run. Gonna leave him a right hook. But first, Paul Taylor.
Big putt here. Got it.
Beautiful. Dead center. Big one for Mark. Makes it.
Taylor looking for his first dip in the double dip. So here we are. This little par 4. This is a good opportunity for Mark here. Yeah, he's not hitting bad shots.
I really do think that that poor shot he hit and then the missed putt woke him up. Because he's right in the thick of this thing.
Just see if it's too little too late.
Well, we haven't seen Taylor make a lot of mistakes. But when he does, his opponents have not really capitalized on it.
Oh. Now this could be nice. Hey! Ties the match.
Mark Gomez clutched up. Beauty.
Big shot from Mark Gomez. All square. 4 holes to play, and now 18 looms large soon. Can Mark Gomez go undefeated? Paul Taylor.
Oh. And now he gives himself a really tough shot. Gomez going to have to play a cut in. Now, how much of a cut?
That's a good one.
That's a
a
very
really
good shot. And now Paul
This match has turned, Chris.
Taylor is on the defense now.
This is makeable, right? Oh, this is not a. I don't think you can click that one. Can you?
He can. He has a click number. I'm sure he does, but
Looked like that face was pretty steep.
yeah. Doesn't like chipping with the chipper wedge right here. I think it's a little too steep, so this is going to have to be. It got it in.
So good. So good.
Unfazed.
So good. That was a clutch shot.
Oh, and wants to give him another shot at that. Almost another hole-in-one there. Plays a full. Oh,
my
just
God.
And that's why he played the shot like that.
Oh,
he knew what the results could be.
So close to winning the match on that shot. Conceivably. Potentially. That was an unbelievably good one. Par 3. Gomez wastes no time.
Oh.
Delicious shot in.
Outside that putt on the second hole, he's played one hell of a round. Now he has these plus spin irons. This is a difficult shot to play with these irons. And it's because it's a forward spin. He's going to hit a low tee. That's got to go. I think he's going to be okay. Yeah.
All right, he'll take that all day long. It is sometimes hard to follow along with his shot, the way he's maneuvering that camera angle, trying to make sure he gets over that water. And how does 18 set up, Chris?
So
it's been one of the harder setups we've seen.
9 wood, he's going to go directly over with a cut and a beautiful line.
That was great. That puts pressure on Paul Taylor. Paul needs to land this green.
Not an easy shot and does not have the same 9 wood. He has an 8 wood. I'm not sure if the 8 wood, I know the 9 clears. We just saw the 9 clear a little bit. The 8 wood has to be played some kind of cut.
What will Paul Taylor do here? The 2023 world champion.
Not the easiest shot here.
It's on the way. And that is
just beautifully played.
Fantastic.
He is a man for the moment, man.
Beautiful.
He's got all the shots, man. He really does.
That was unreal. If there was ever a doubt in your mind, is he a worthy champion? You know he has been, and you know he is, and he's trying to repeat, and they will go to extras. That has been the theme of the evening. Mark Gomez put the pressure on, a beautiful 9 wood into the green, and Paul Taylor answered, hit his 8 wood. If I said 9 iron, I mean 9 wood. Real beauty from Gomez. Had a little chink in the armor early. Missed a 60-foot right 2 putt. But ever since then, Mark Gomez played lights out, as he has done all weekend long, especially today. Paul Taylor, no stranger to sudden death.
Mark has found a little bit of comfort here now. He's gotten in a little bit of zone. The moment doesn't feel too big for him right now, which is a good sign. A couple breeze players now looking for a hole out.
This win will be almost non-existent with this golf ball. Could easily end here. If Gomez were to win, he is your world champion. If Taylor wins, we are playing another. Gomez. And that is well left. Did not like that from Go. And you can see the track ball, he pushed that left. Chance for Taylor to win it.
He plays these beautiful small draws and small fades to the golf ball that don't make a lot of sense to a lot of players, where guys aren't pulling the track ball back, and he does it just about every time he thumbs a golf ball or thumbs a track ball.
Similar to Steve Beattie.
Except Steve doesn't use a thumb, ever. Steve uses only his palms. Only difference. High T6 wood. Let's see what kind of shot he's going to get out of this. This has a problem clipping, but he cleared it.
Well, that hit.
Yeah.
That definitely clipped, but he got mostly opening.
I don't think he clipped anything, Chad.
I mean, it looked like it hit.
No, I think I think Taylor's going to play something similar to that, but there's this small gap in these trees right here where a 6-wood can get over. And it looks like it's about to hit trees, and it doesn't.
So Taylor answers. I mean, that was a good enough shot from Gomez to be a world champion, but Taylor answers the bell, as he has done time and time again. We could be here all night.
All night long, all night. Not going to sing for you guys.
Looks good.
Couple simple shots here on the par 3.
If we do need another game, we are not going anywhere. We will keep the action up. You might be stuck with me in Gino's face, but we will be right here.
Again, everybody, we appreciate you watching this. We are in sudden death, I believe, for the 4th time over the last couple hours.
It is quickly approaching midnight on the East Coast.
Now watch this. Oh! Off the pin!
A shot off the pin from a world championship.
That could have won the world championship if that gone in. Oh my goodness.
Would love to see that one more time.
Ooh.
That was dead center in the heart. And Paul Taylor dodges another bullet.
Oh my goodness. Appreciate all the 875 people watching over on our YouTube platform, over 1,000 plus over all of our platforms. We appreciate you tuning in. to this Golden Tee World Championship. If you haven't hit that like button for us, please, please do. We're almost up to 400 likes for this World Championship. We appreciate everybody tuning in. Mark Gomez.
That's a good one.
Is hitting some really quality shots now.
He has answered the bell. If you had any wonder if he could handle the nerves, he can. And has.
In a low tee kind of shot, and got to get past. Okay, he got past that little crosswalk right there. Remember, once you hit something like that, it just
lose all your spin.
Lose all the spin. Mm-hmm. Which may not have been a terrible thing right there. Would just left him maybe with a longer pot.
And quickly, this room has become silent again. If you are just joining us, Mark Gomez, Paul Taylor, sudden death, Manhattan View. Gomez, one win away from a world championship.
And on a beautiful line, but it's got to avoid that hill.
No.
That might have stayed on green face slope, too. If it did, he's not making that putt. Or he may have a shot at making it, but it's.
Paul Taylor will make sure he does not go down that green.
All right, no, he stayed up. All right. This has got a shot at going in.
He's thinking about it.
What kind of angle does he want to take? Does he want to go straight up the hill? What kind of break could it have? And he got it. Bingo!
Gomez.
He is not going down.
He deserved that after having that shot hit the pin the previous hole. Goodness. What a putt by Mark Gomez. He will not go silently into the night. Independence Day.
Great movie.
Just sticks it.
Of course, as Mark Gomez has kind of a feeling of this Jared Decker feeling we had a few years ago at the 19 World Championship. Not a lot of people really felt like he would have been in the conversation at the end of the tournament. I think Jared would have told you that. I'm not sure if Mark really thought he'd be at the end of this tournament. I know he believes he's capable.
Well, he is taking that leap. He's taking that step.
Now, does Taylor, he's been playing typically this low tee, 10.5 under the trees. Mm-hmm. Looks like it's going to be a low tee 3-wood this time.
That's a good one. Just quality golf shot after quality golf shot, and here is that right one kind of putt that you do not really want to leave yourself with, and he buries it. Gomez, dead center. Did not even wait, just wanted to hit it and get it. Don't even think about it. Good shot for Mark.
Excellent. Another well-played shot from Paul Taylor. So we are 9 holes into sudden death.
That has been the theme of the evening. We have played an unbelievable amount of Golden Tee this night.
these watching numbers are great. 911 on YouTube. Appreciate you all watching as Paul Taylor in his title defending year in extra holes against Mark Gomez. Mark wins, he wins the championship. Taylor wins, we'll play another. Oh, just short of it.
Just ran out of steam. That line was sensational. We're through 28 holes and going strong. Sudden death. Mark Gomez wins. He is your 2024 world champion. Paul Taylor wins, and we play another.
We'll watch Taylor go first.
He's put release on this one.
Very rare no pullback for him, by the way.
Kind of funny looking at the great shot point disparity in this match, although they mean nothing. I think Paul has 43,000 great shot points, and Mark has none. But that does not mean Mark is not hitting quality shots, because he is absolutely playing incredibly well. And quite frankly, probably should have won this tournament, hit the pin, bounced out in sudden death, and he would have had a championship.
Oh!
Is another great shot. I really think the most shots that have almost gone in do belong to Gomez.
You're right.
Has not been rewarded with GSP. But again, that does not matter. But he has hit some sensational shots trying to win this match, doing everything he can to knock off Paul Taylor. This looks good. Just ran out of steam. The line was spectacular. Gomez will step back up. We saw one hole where he looked a little nervous, and since then has absolutely been in control of everything. There's some points. It's on the board.
Feels like the further he gets into a round, the closer he can get to these.
Well, this is something Paul Taylor, you would not be surprised whatsoever him make this. Just got to be very careful with that tiered green and how much this spins back.
Well played.
And we continue on. All tied up. We are in sudden death.
Now that was the hole that Mark Gomez aced to get us to extras. This shot right here, wind going to the left, pin at the left, will need to create some kind of Sobe swerve, if you will, to get yourself onto the green, counter the wind.
And what diabolical scheme does Paul Taylor have up his sleeve here?
He has a number with a 6-wood in mind, so I imagine a 7-degree driver is on the docket here.
There it is. And here it comes.
Small cut 7-degree driver, and well played. It's just going to go down the hill. That putt, watch out. Watch out for that putt. That is not an easy putt. Going to come up the hill. It's going to have a small break in it probably. And Gomez is just going to have a kick in for, look to the left. Okay, everything
does have a slight right, but
it's straight uphill though.
It should be fine.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh my goodness. Never dreamed.
Oh my goodness.
That would end like that.
And this putt to make Mark Gomez the world champion. Mark Gomez, the Golden Tee world champion of 2024.
And look at that emotion.
Unbelievable.
He has slayed the dragon and defeated the reigning world champion, and now Mark Gomez is your 2024 Golden Tee world champion. He is absolutely filled with emotion. It has come over him.
He can't believe it's going to happen.
Just make your putt.
He's gonna miss, and this is Mark Gomez. Oh, he's already made his putt.
He already did. Okay.
There we go.
Take your flowers.
Mark Gomez, the Golden Tee world champion of 2024.
He can't even believe it's real. Unbelievable. Mark Gomez, undefeated today.
Did not lose. That is right.
Absolutely elated.
He is in disbelief right now.
$35,000.
Hung in there. Saw a lot of big-time shots from Paul Taylor. Didn't let it overcome him.
Love these shots. Love to continue seeing these shots of him.
Dave Sandmeyer
getting congratulations from his friends. Unbelievable. Never in a million years would expect Paul to miss that putt, but he did see that right break. You know, and he missed a little bit left, tried to account for that right one. That was kind of a hidden right one, and it just never came back enough. Paul Taylor, second place finish after winning last year's world championship.
His other friend, Brian Roski.
Mark Gomez.
What a surprise. Congrats, Mark Gomez. Hope you guys hit the like button. If you enjoy this world championship, Mark Gomez is your world champion.
What a day of Golden Tee. Championship Sunday has delivered again, my friend.
It has. A surprise world champion this year, Mark Gomez, living in San Antonio, Texas now by way of Waterloo, Wisconsin. Now your 2024 Golden Tee world champion.
He's a worthy champion. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and you're going to see the awards presented. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right.
Welcome back to the 2024 Golden Tee World Championship. I'm Kevin Lindsay, standing beside not only the 2023 Silver Bracket Champion, but your reigning, defending 2024 Golden Tee World Champion, Mark Gomez. All right, buddy. Congratulations. Talk me through some of the emotions you're feeling right now in your journey this weekend.
Emotions are everywhere. You know, I hadn't been playing much, and obviously everybody knows I recently just moved to Texas, and I've been living at the Vector Room for the last 3 months, and playing a lot with Mr. Gervais and Mr. Luna, and ramping up the games, and my game was actually pretty good coming into this week, and I just had a bad qualifier and got lucky to squeak in, and you know, I was like, just play your game on Sunday, see what happens. And you know, I got some lucky rolls, some people got unfortunate breaks, and I don't know, it just seemed like everything was just going my way.
Well, obviously, understandably, a lot of emotions for you. Amazing job. 31 seed, my friend. All the way to the top to number 1. Now that you are a Golden Tee World Champion, what's next for you?
Oh, Buffalo Machine!
Congratulations, my friend. Let me talk to Mr. Taylor real quick. My friend. How you doing? A lot of emotion for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm lovely. I'm just divine. Not a repeat this year, which is what I wanted to see. I love seeing a new world champ.
Talk to me about just that ridiculous first match you guys had, and then the overtime. You know, every shot you guys are making, this entire room. Thousands of people watching online. The IT team losing their, I can say it, shit collectively because you guys are just putting on a clinic. Talk to me about that.
I wasn't sure what to expect out of Mark because I played him earlier in the tournament and he defeated me handily. And he was playing really well, and then when he came up here, he seemed off, I guess, physically and in the face. He seemed very calm, but you know, the game is where the truth comes out. And he was able to pull it back together after he had a kind of a rough start. And he pulled through. I mean, he's a great competitor, and I got beat. That's the way it shakes out.
Hey, runner-up in the following year after your world championship victory last year is not a bad way to end, so congratulations, my friend.
Stoked. I'm absolutely stoked.
All right, Mr. Gomez, come here. We got some trophies and checks to present to you. Do the VGA one. The VGA one. All right, now I got to warn you, this bad boy is a little heavy. This is a trophy from our friends at the VGA, the Veteran Golfers Association. Typically given out at their national championships, but very fittingly given to you this year as the world champ. Got a few more hardware pieces for you. You're going to need a bigger carry-on. Take this back home.
I'm going to have to actually get a carry-on now.
Now, this piece of glass right here is familiar to you, except this year it's a little larger with a different title on there. Congratulations, my friend. Sean, please bring that big old check, $35,000 for Mr. Mark Gomez. All right, my friend, congratulations. Stick around. We got some photos left for you. I'm going to send it back to my broadcast colleagues, but before I do, I want to say I appreciate everybody here in this room, the Palms for their staff kicking ass, the IT team, Andy Kuhlman, the production team, and of course, thank you guys all for being here. Appreciate you all. Love you. Back to you guys.
Wow. That was great. The awards presentation to Paul Taylor and your 2024 Golden Tee World Champion, Mark Gomez.
What a night, brother.
It's been a lot of overtime, a lot of sudden death, and there is nothing more exciting. Paul Taylor, what a run. The last 3 years in World Championship play for Paul, 3rd place, 1st place, 2nd place. Hard to beat that.
He's getting into some Pantheon conversation with his play. He's truly one of the best players in the game.
But Mark Gomez came to play today, steadying himself after the 2nd hole. He missed that 60-foot putt. We've talked about that a lot. And it's almost like that woke him up because he ended up playing a great round and had many chances to win, almost won several times. And we talked about it. Like, a lot of his shots could have won matches in that sudden death, and he finally was able to knock the door down. And what about the putt up that tier that he made? I mean, there's many times in that round Mark Gomez could have lost the match, and he just continued to make great play.
The moment was definitely not too big for him. He could really tell he was making great quality shots, not very yippy other than just that 2nd hole where he hit it up the trees, missed a putt there, but just held it in there and was able to come out on top. Beautiful day.
Yeah, it was. And a deserving champion, very emotional, Mark Gomez. It's been a great weekend of Golden Tee. 4 days of one of the greatest Golden Tee tournaments in our history. Rick Copperthorne, the 2024 Golden Tee Mobile World Champion. And tonight we just crowned Mark Gomez, your 2024 Arcade Champion, and the prize of $35,000. Unbelievable night. We're gonna wrap this thing up.
Gino's Golden Tee podcast. Before we get out of here, Mark Gomez, he'll be on with me next week. We're going to talk to the champ a little bit. Thank you for everybody that has been a part of this World Championship build-up, this beautiful championship that is the World Championship of Golden Tee. Chad Schrump, I'm the Alpha, Chris Longino. So long, and thank you for joining us here from the Palms in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada.
I don't see us.
Oh, we're going to be there. Maybe not.
I don't see us.
Yeah, broadcasting.
He's got on a shirt. Yeah.
Is yours? Yes. Thank you. There we are. Talent. I've been calling this Adam's throat honey for a while. I was wondering where this thing was. You guys doing all right? Yeah, no, we did great. We're supposed to love our bingo card all of guys.
I'll go back to my hotel to bed. My flights, man, is what? I'm not going to do it all night.
Great job, boys. Great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's definitely more raspy.
Great job.
Thanks, Justin. I appreciate it.
him out. We still have his last one. We told me couldn't get in Texas. Oh, that's right. It's at Lowell. Get up here, Team Wisconsin. Oh, no, he's not. Nobody claims him down there. They don't claim him down there. I know. Yeah. There you go, yeah. Woo, there you go, Mark. We need a Team Wisconsin fucking photo. Which case is start? Hey, champion dinner! Oh, we are eating steak tonight!
No, there's three.
Right there. That champion dinner is going to get way more expensive. Way more.
Like, you know how they do the